I'm saying it. America deserved 9/11.
Prayed on my downfall.
Hey, what?
These niggas prayed on my downfall. On R10, bitch, I stood tall.
You did?
Show these disloyal niggas how to boil. Go get a thermometer for the pot. I need this shit cooked right. Let's keep that water 400 degrees Fahrenheit. You ever been inside a federal courtroom? Nigga, you ever went to trial and fought for your life? Being broke did something to my... face, I can't move wrong. I went to trial back to back, bitch, I'm 2-0. State of Kentucky
2-0.
banned me from Mary Jury stuff. Say I can't even be in public with my hoodie on. Michigan State don't want them here, they don't know what he on. I know they prayed on my downfall.
They did.
I know they prayed on
They prayed on my downfall.
No, I 10, bitch, I stood tall. 10 toes, nigga. Show these disloyal niggas how to ball.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from sunny Chicago, Illinois. Folks, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, I'm live. I'm alive. And boy, do I have some stories to tell you. Holy moly. All right, let me tell you, folks, this is a part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. Shouts out to Chi City, shouts out to Chirac. We got our shooters out here. Okay, that was T Grizzly. Shouts out to Detroit. I'm in the Windy City, and they're watching. Oh, the feds are watching. They're always watching. Feds are always like this. Okay, now we know for real. I have a lot of interesting stories to tell you, but the reality of the matter is we have we have so many news to cover as well, which is why I'm very early, as a matter of fact, because later today I'm going to be heading over to University of Chicago, the Mean Streets. Are you staying on O Block? Yeah, I am. Yeah, I needed to get to O Block to stay mobbed up, to be protected. Okay, no, I'm in fucking downtown. What are you talking about? I'm in a goddamn nice hotel, as always. But my AR does have the heat sensor for all the haters out there. If you're wondering what's going on, you know, my AR does have the heat sensor, so you don't want this chopper to start singing. Okay, you do not want this chopper to start singing. Anyway. Yeah, so man, where do I begin? God damn. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasanabi Piker between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. Someone said, bro, Melanchon reposted my aura edit of him. Good. Yeah, his social media team is great. His social media team is excellent. Bro, don't give CBP more ammo. What are you talking about, brother? There's not. I'm gonna tell you all about it. The chopper is gonna be well fed. Some boys come around trying to do something funny. Exactly. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 9:31 in Los Angeles, but it's actually 11:31 here in Chi City, in Chirac. That's where I'm at. I have a lot to tell you. Yesterday I did not actually broadcast for some interesting news. Once again, pre-watch Piker struck again. I remember I was joking about like what I foresaw would potentially happen as I entered the United States of America, and that thing that I foresaw happening actually ended up happening, and I'm obviously going to talk about it really quickly. But I guess before I do that, I should probably blast off that I'm live. Hasanabi, thank you for the 50 gifted. For those of you who don't know, I was detained by Customs and Border Patrol. I was tactically ascertained and engaged in a kinetic situation where I was kinetically moved into a detention center inside of the O'Hare Airport, which I will tell you all about in a second. Oh man, didn't pass the ocular pat down. I believe it was before the ocular pat down. It's the flight manifest that they get ahead of time. They knew who I was, and they were ready to receive me. Let's just say, and it wasn't a very warm welcome. So what's happening? What's happening in Chicago? What the fuck was that? You know, this is only my second time coming back here. And the first time I was here for the DNC got kicked out. Second time I couldn't even enter the state almost. Okay. But yeah, I'll tell you all about it. Let me just blast off real quick because there's so much news to cover. I'm in Chirac talking about my ICBP detention. Trump, China, trade deals, Trump sidestepping Israel on releasing U.S. POW, on his Mideast tour, and so much and much more. Later, I will head to Uni of Chicago to do a talk with ASTEAD, Herndon, Chicago blast off meme. Oh, you got a good one? Let me see. Okay, I like that one. That's good. Herndon, get in now. Okay, we have so much, dude. It's like live streamed talk of this dead Herndon. Get in now. There is an incredible amount of stuff happening in the world of Hasanabi Piker, and yeah, I unfortunately was not there to participate in Fear End this week. They shot it without me while I was in France. Vive la France. I do be flying pretty often and have been detained by customs. They just Google your ass while they make you wait, dickheads. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. You're not wrong, chatter. But yeah, it's definitely an interesting experience, let me tell you, okay? Let me tell you, you're looking rather angelic today. What is this guy saying? Hasan, my favorite terrorist supporter. He tried to bring a bomb. Deserved. Actual terrorist. Deserved. Actual terrorist. Tried to bring a bomb. Deserved. Actual terrorist. Chatter. There's nothing funnier than there's nothing funnier than fantasizing that I actually brought a bomb to O'Hare Airport and then they just let me go. Like in your mind, you think it's unfathomable that like someone who is a political commentator would get fucking apprehended for no reason and will like simply be harassed specifically to create a chilling effect on speech. So you think that is ridiculous, and I understand why you would think that's ridiculous. So you have to turn around and fantasize that I brought a bomb to the fucking airport and I'm a terrorist. Except, is that Tectone? Yeah, except also in that same fantasy, woke ass Customs and Border Patrol actually let me go after I brought a bomb in your assessment. You know? Chicago remembers the good Kanye and cries about the bad Kanye. Yeah. So, lot going on in the world. Okay, we'll get to it right now. Did you touch the bean? No, man, I haven't done shit. I actually spent last night with ASTEAD, hung out with him, went to some bars, and you know, hung out in the city for a little bit, had a couple drinks, but that's it. That's all I did yesterday. I landed, I got in, I got detained. It was way too late for me to stream, and so I was like, fuck it, I'm not gonna stream. And I took a shower, I went out to the bars, and that's it. That's all I did in Chicago so far. I did not lick the bean, I didn't touch the bean, I didn't have time to flick the bean. What bars you go to? Nothing good. Start off the story at Charles de Gaulle, 3 hours, man. Yeah, that's where I'm gonna start. I thought I saw your ass at a bar. Maybe. I did get recognized a bunch. I also got recognized while I was walking out of the fucking ICE detention. But I don't think the two Hasanabi heads that recognized me had any idea that I was like walking out with an ICE agent. They just saw me walk out. And they were like, "Oh my God, Hasan!" Little did they know, I was actually walking out of ICE detainment. But yeah, the feds, dude, they're preying on my downfall. Hold on. Hello? Yes. No, it's fine. You can cancel that then. Yeah. Yes. Thank you. All right, bye. Yeah, that was the feds. Mushy mushy. No, business deals. No, they just don't have sugar-free Red Bull. Anyway, so all right, where do I begin? Our story begins at Paris's premier international airport, Charles de Gaulle. Okay? Now, normally I'm an experienced traveler, as some of you may know. I'm somewhat of an experienced traveler, and usually as an experienced traveler, I like to get to the Charles de Gaulle airport early because I know, no disrespect to France, I love the country, but Charles de Gaulle airport is one of the worst in Europe. It's a major hub, but unfortunately, due to, I think, like a lack of interest from the managers of any of these companies, where they just refuse to hire additional people. And I feel like in France, you just have to always hire more people because everyone is doing work very slowly. Okay, it's just the pace that you have to adjust to, and therefore you have to hire more people. There's always like work stoppages and stuff like that, and these guys, the unions are relatively powerful, but the corporate overlords will literally punish travelers instead of meeting the actual demands of labor unions there. So I've been in a situation where I've been like stuck in France and stuff. Like I had to do crazy maneuvering to get out. So I knew that, and because I knew that, I was like, I'll go 3 hours early. It's something that I never do. Usually I'm actually very slow. But this time I was like, I'll go 3 hours early and everything will be fine. I was already worried that I was going to have issues coming into the country. I had joked about it already. So I was like, at least on the one side, like leaving the country of France will not be that big of a problem. And boy, was I wrong. Okay, boy, was I wrong. So I hit the triple Monty. I had like a generational run. There was massive traffic going in. When you actually drive into the airport, the person that's dropping you off has to get a gate ticket at the gate. The ticket actually didn't work. Like, so we were stuck in traffic with like other cars behind us. Like my driver had to get out and be like and wave people away from the gate so that we could actually get to a gate that worked. All this stuff, right? And I'm like, oh brother, here we go. Walk in. I'm flying business, so like I have sky priority, so I'm thinking like, oh, at least I'll be able to get my luggage in on time. Barely made it to the check-in. Okay. There was already issues with the check-in. Once I got through the check-in, I got hit at every single step. There's an automatic passport processor where you just kind of step into this room and then boop, doors open, you walk in, right? I wait in line. There's only one. None of the machines are working. Finally, I get to the machine that is working, and the machine stops working. It just won't take my passport. It won't take my fucking passport. I was like, oh, here we go. So I had to go to an actual officer to allow me to to let me through so I could get in. Then I got stuck behind classic old lady. Okay, old lady with a lot of bags, with a lot of fluids. So then like she's taking her fluids out and like doing all this stuff at the security gate. I'm stuck behind this person. I already took out all my electronics and stuff, but of course, lo and behold, boom, I get stopped at security after this old lady as well. The old lady with the bags of fluids, classic. She obviously was stopped. Okay, she had to get GSR swabbed, all this shit. And then of course I also got stopped, had to get GSR swabbed, all of this shit, because I have electronics on me. And you know, I stopped there. Generational 3-hour run at Charles de Gaulle. And then afterwards I get into the flight and I'm like, all right, finally. The flight was actually fantastic. I slept the entire time. I slept like a goddamn baby, slept the entire time, didn't even eat on the flight, which is crazy. There's never been a moment where I've it was like what, an 8-hour to 9-hour flight and I didn't even eat. I slept the entire time on the flight. Finally get into the United States of America, and at which point I'm like, all right, let's do it. I got global entry. This is going to be my first ever global entry entrance. Hopefully this will go smoothly. Okay, oops, hold on. My my room service is here. My cold brew is here. 1 second. Hold on. Where was I? Where was I? So it's the worst cold brew of my life. Okay. It is what it is. So global entry, first time ever. Okay, first time ever getting into global entry. I got it after my brother yelled at me over and over again, telling me you gotta get global entry, whatever, right? I get to the global entry line and they're processing everybody expeditiously. You walk up, boom. You walk up, immediately they take your photo of your face and you walk in and there's a customs person there, cop there, just basically waves you. Okay? And they do that over and over again. It gets to me. Take a photo, boom, walk in. Instantly, the Customs and Border Patrol agent goes, "Step aside, sir." I was like, here we fucking go. All right. She goes, "Step aside, sir. An agent will come in and take you to another location." I was like, is that proper protocol? It's like, sometimes it happens. And I was like, okay. And I knew at that point, I was like, okay, I'm texting like family. I'm like, this is happening. I'm texting my manager. You know, I was basically I got Lolo on. I was like, listen, you know, I'm going in. All right. I'm freaking going in. It's who knows how long this will take? Who knows what will happen? And I had already heard like horror stories from people. There was like that one girl on TikTok that had talked about this. And I thought to myself, all right, it's done. It's happening to me as well. It is what it is. You know, M is real high. I'm about to say M is real high multiple times to get these guys off my back. So I'm waiting in the corner. This Latina ICE agent comes up, picks me up, takes me to this detention center. I sit down, fluorescent light bulbs, the whole nine. Okay. They have benches in the back of O'Hare Airport where there's like a detention area. Okay. There's a detention area. I'm sitting there. There's like a bunch of terrified families. Okay. There's an old lady in a wheelchair. There's like a mom and daughter behind me. There's some like random dude in front of me. And the way it works is there's a back door, right? and they take your passport, they go to the back door, you don't know what the hell's going on in there, but they sometimes come out and they just say someone's name with their passport in their hands, and they go, you're clear to leave. So they basically, when they bring you to the detention area, they, I guess, do some kind of surveillance on your background to figure out if you are, you know, if you're going to get harassed even further, or if this level of harassment is fine. Okay? And I asked, and I looked around at all the passports that people had to see if there were other American citizens. And lo and behold, at least in the area that I was at, I was the only American citizen. There was another guy that actually had an American passport as well, but like, because I asked the terrified family behind me, I was like, hey guys, if you don't mind me asking, like, do you guys have an American passport? They were like, no. So it turns out it's just they're terrifying the shit out of mostly non-American citizens, okay? But apparently they're also interested in trying to terrify American citizens as well. So they're just like coming in and out. They get this lady in a wheelchair out of there, which I thought was so insane. Old lady in a fucking wheelchair is in the ICE detention area, and they come out with their passport and they're like, here, you can leave. Okay? So that's one thing, right? Like, I've had secondary searches and stuff done to me before. I've had the I think it's called the quadruple S. Like, they put the SSSS on your boarding pass, and you always get checked randomly when you get hit with that. Like, that's happened to me a lot in the past. I get GSR swabbed all the time. That stuff is normal. I've experienced that quite a bit. Okay? But this time I didn't even have the quadruple S on my boarding pass, so I was like, all right, it's probably fine. So I wait. Finally, this agent comes out, says, Hassan Piker. I'm like, that's me. Coming with me. I'm like, oh brother, here we go. They take me to this back room, okay? And the back room is not great. Everything, the back room is designed in the most hostile way I've ever been inside of a room. The vibes are really fucked back there. Everything is fluorescent light bulb, obviously, but they had these two seats that were firmly planted into the ground. Okay, they were complete metal. They were like tiny stools, very uncomfortable, with like braces on the side so you can handcuff someone to them. Okay, and there was also a seat for like a lawyer, so I sat down on the lawyer seat on the corner to establish dominance, because I've watched too many JCS interrogation videos, and I knew I had to have command over the room. So I didn't sit in the cuck chair. Instead, I sat in the lawyer chair, and we got to talking. And let me tell you folks, the TikTokers that talked about being detained, they were right. It was an insane fucking situation. So it's very obvious that they knew exactly who the fuck I was. It's very obvious that they knew how to like navigate the conversation, and it was a really, really interesting conversation that took place. It was very cordial. Okay, it was very cordial, which I noticed. I thought it was strange how cordial it was, because I've had run-ins with like cops in the past. I've had run-ins with feds in the past. Well, I guess the FBI was very cordial as well when I had some talks with them in the past. But overall, I was not expecting CBP agents to be cordial. I will say that. Okay. Now, having said that, the entire process is supposed to be intimidating, so it's fucking bullshit. Like, suck my dick, cordial or whatever. Okay. I think they were being cordial because they wanted me to say something that was incriminating and say something that was enough to justify further detention from that point on. And let me tell you, they certainly did do that. So he knew exactly who the fuck I was, but he was basically like broaching the conversation in a way where it was like free flowing, where in the process of discovery, he was adding on additional talking points. He always made it seem as though he was asking certain things that after discovering in the process of that conversation, he would ask additional questions. So, you know, he's like, oh, what are you doing in Chicago? And I was very revealing. I was like, well, I was in France because I want to take my family out for Mother's Day to France, but I had to come back early from France, even though today is technically Mother's Day, because I have a speaking engagement at University of Chicago. And he was like, oh, what kind of speaking engagement? It's like, I don't know, some like journalism school stuff. And he's like, oh, well, since you mentioned that, he kept saying, oh, well, since you mentioned that, what do you do as a job? And I was like, I'm a Twitch streamer. And he's like, well, since you mentioned that you were a Twitch streamer, what kind of things do you stream about? And at first I was like, do I just tell him I play video games? Because I don't think this motherfucker's going to believe me if I say I just play video games to him, right? So I was just like, yeah, I play video games, but I also do current events sometimes, drama, internet. And he's like, oh, do you talk about, since you mentioned that, you talk about the things that you talk about, do you talk about the news? And I was like, yeah, I talk about the news. And he kept saying, okay, so when you talk about the news, do you talk about the war? And I was like, what do you mean by that? He's like, do you talk about Trump? And that was the first time where I was like, what the fuck is this question? Like, I literally straight up told him, I was like, why are you asking me this? Like, I was like, what does this have to do with anything? And it was interesting because they, like, the dude asked so many insane questions, none of which is illegal, by the way. I just need you to understand, nothing I have done thus far is illegal, as in nothing I've done online is illegal as of now, if that makes sense. Now, laws may change in the future and they might actually start prosecuting speech, which I do fear is the goal of this administration. But so far, everything I've done is fully protected under the First Amendment. Okay? And none of these questions are actually valid questions to ask. But I was entertaining it because I didn't want to, I didn't want to present it as being difficult because I didn't want to extend the tension. And two, I actually wanted to see how far I could take it. Maybe it was fucked up of me to do that. Maybe it was not appropriate for me to do that, to play fast and loose with a person that has complete control over my life in that very moment. But I wanted to see, like, what they were trying to get away, like what they were trying to take from this conversation. And so, you know, instead of just pleading the fifth, as I'm supposed to do in situations like this, I just kept giving him answers. And there were definitely areas where I was very revealing about my position, knowing full well that they know exactly what they're looking for. I saw no reason to hold back on certain things. So I said, I don't like Trump. I was like, what are you going to do? It's protected by the First Amendment. I don't like Trump. Yes. Right? Like, I was like, I'm not fond of him. I don't like him. He said he was going to end the wars. He hasn't ended the wars. What the fuck is up with that? You know? And the guy actually was very sympathetic. The agent was very sympathetic. And I don't know if it was like a JCS style interrogation technique to come across as sympathetic, to like invoke some kind of positive feelings out of me in an effort to like get me to reveal something maybe that'll trip me up, or because he just genuinely was sympathetic and he had the vibes of someone who was like, I don't know why I'm doing this, right? But he was like, listen, I'm Iraqi, so I know. And let me tell you, I do think that him being Iraqi played a big role in this, because if he wasn't, there was a lot of fucking Redditor ass white boys that are at Customs and Border Patrol at O'Hare Airport. I saw them walk by. There was a dude who looked like he was like 25 max, but he was balding. And I knew immediately, if that motherfucker's my agent, I'm screwed. I'm going to CCOT. This dude is going to literally fucking cook me. So I got a little lucky. All right. I will admit. So basically, I think the reason why they sent the Iraqi CBP agent is because they bracket you into different categories. For me, they wanted to conduct an investigation about my involvement with Hamas and my involvement with the Houthis and they suspected my involvement with Hezbollah. Straight up. That's literally what this conversation was about. And it's not even a joke. Like, they straight up fucking tried to get something out of me that I think they could use to basically detain me permanently, which is insane, because there is no direct connection or direct involvement. So I'll say this much. So we're talking. You know, I'm telling him like, oh, I'm UCHICAGO. I'm going to be speaking there for the journalism school. I told him like, you know, I don't like Donald Trump. And I was like, so why are you guys doing this? And he's like, oh, it's just like routine. It's a routine process. I was like, it doesn't feel too routine. And basically my big fear from the entire situation was like, if they were to ask for my phone, not that there's anything incriminating in my phone, but I don't want the fucking federal government inside of my phone beyond beyond all of the times where they probably have been engaging in like warrantless surveillance on my phone or whatever the fuck. I don't like, it's not your business. You know what I mean? It's none of your fucking business. So it's a goddamn free country. Like, there's privacy laws for this kind of shit, right? So for those of you who don't know, by the way, they can't actually unlock your phone, but if you have biometrics on your phone, they could technically use that and put the phone to your face and unlock it that way. Hold on, let me fix this. Let me fix the banner. So just so you know, they could technically do that, okay? They could technically do that, but there's a trick. Either you completely, either you get a burner phone when you're traveling internationally, or if you have your regular phone, you can just do a passcode by either canceling biometrics, or if you forgot to do so, if you forgot to cancel biometrics like your Face ID, what you can do is click it 5 times. If you click hold 5 times in a row, it will actually disable Face ID. And it will force you to put your passcode in. And because there are laws against like the agents not being able to force you to put your passcode in, they can't actually access your phone like that. Now, there's different methods of how they can access your phone. From what I understand, they can also put it on a computer and just like plug it into a machine, and the machine just basically takes all of the information in your phone. So it is what it is. I don't know if you can actually do that if your phone is on, but I was thinking about all these things. I had already unlocked the biometrics, like I disallowed biometrics, and it's a Faraday cage once you get into the detention center anyway, so you can't actually send any fucking text messages once you're in there. It's there's no access to the internet. But I'm sitting there and they're asking me about Trump. They're asking me about like Hamas, and he kept saying stuff. He kept saying stuff like, do you like Hamas? Like, do you support Hamas? Do you think Hamas is a resistance group? Do you think Hamas is a terrorist group or a resistance group? Like, he just kept asking over and over again, right? And I kept repeating the same statement over and over again. I kept saying, I kept saying a couple different things. One, in terms of like Israel and all the wars, I was like, I'm on the side of civilians. I want the endless bloodshed to end. I am a pacifist. I want wars to end. I just kept repeating that over and over again. Every single time he asked me a question, I just kept repeating that. And every single time he asked me a question, a leading question about Hamas, I kept saying, the United States State Department recognizes Hamas as a terrorist organization. The United States State Department recognizes Hamas as a terrorist organization. So, like, he just kept asking me over and over again, like Hamas, Houthis, all this shit, trying to be like, oh, do you support them? Do you like them? Like, what do you think about them? Which I thought was fucking insane, because the reality of the matter is, okay, up until this very moment, if you were to say, as an American citizen, you stand 10 toes down with Hamas, or you stand 10 toes down with the Houthis, or whatever the fuck, they can't deny you entry into the country for that shit. But I don't know what the fuck they're trying to do. So I was like, I'm not going to go beyond it. I'm not going to go beyond just like reiterating over and over again. The American government's position is that Hamas is a terrorist organization. But then he just kept asking me about the Houthis, and at that point I was like, listen. He's like, well, do you agree with the terrorist designation for the Houthis? And I said, I'm of the Brookings Institute mindset that in 2020, when Donald Trump initially designated the Houthis as a terror organization, that was a major mistake. I talk about these issues from an academic context with humanitarian rights organizations and with academics and with journalists. As a matter of fact, this is perfectly this is, you know, completely protected under First Amendment laws. And therefore, you know, I don't understand what the reason why we're having this conversation is. And I kept saying that over and over again, at which point he just like kind of gave up. But what I thought was really interesting was, and I even followed it up with like, I call balls and strikes, and you know, there are things that Trump has done that I actually agree with, and I'm not shy about saying those things, even though initially he said he was going to end all these wars. He hasn't done so. I think these wars are unnecessary, they're costly, and a lot of civilians die in the process. I don't think it's appropriate. I think it's very inappropriate, and it must end, right? Like that's my position. But I do think that Trump did a good thing where he implemented a ceasefire with the Houthis. So when he does stuff like that, when I agree with him, I tell him what's what. Like I say it. When I agree with Trump in a decision, I'm open about it, right? So I explained that to him, and I just yapped away over and over and over again. And what I found to be particularly interesting was in the first half of the conversation, it was just like basically a fact-finding mission, right? Try to get me to say something that I think would be of interest. In the second part of the conversation, there were some real actionable items that he presented that depending on how I answer those questions, like I'm fucking going to jail. Because the first stuff was just illegal for him to ask me those questions and completely completely idiotic and ridiculous. And I think they did it because they know who the fuck I am, and they wanted to put the fear of God into me, not knowing that I'm a stubborn piece of shit, and that's not going to work at all, right? The second half of the conversation was actually like, because he left, went away for like 35 minutes, came back, and then he asked like actionable items. But one thing that I will take note of that I thought was very interesting was the fact that a lot of the shit that like the Ethan Kleins of the world have like cried about over and over again were unironically brought up in that fucking conversation. And I was shocked. Okay, not like the bleach sword obviously, but like the Houthi. Like, did you interview a Houthi? It says here that you interviewed a Houthi. And I was like, or was he actually a Houthi? And I was like, he's not. You can look to all of the reporting that came out afterwards and before I interviewed him, that he is not a Houthi, that he is a regular Yemeni citizen. And I said, like, his name is Rashid al-Haddad. He is not even a Shia. And the dude, luckily, again, Iraqi, went, oh yeah, that's right. That's a Sunni last name. Al-Haddad is a Sunni last name. So he must not have been a Houthi. And the very fact that that was like a point of contention that could have fucking gotten me arrested is insane. And I genuinely, in that moment, was thinking like, these fucking dumbass slop tubers are actually playing with fucking fire. And I even thought about not even mentioning this because I was like, I don't want to give him any sort of like power over the situation. But like, the reality of the matter is 100% the Trump administration is inadvertently working with a lot of these fucking dipshits. These dipshits are playing a formative role in getting people in trouble with the law. Okay, that is literally the case. It was shocking that that was the case, but it is the case. And it's actually very frustrating that it is the case, that this administration doesn't care. That's why they work with Beitar. That's why they work with all these other fucking insane groups. The Barry Weisses of the world actually have motion in this goddamn admin. Okay? So, they're cheering they're cheering this on over at eSub. Yeah, I know. They can suck my dick. Liberals, by the way, cheering on one of the largest progressive voices in the country getting detained by the fucking Trump Gestapo. Like, what a wonderful progressive audience they have over there. Anyway, they're fucking straight up fascist at this point. So my point is, it's crazy that like these were actual questions. Like, they asked me about my Twitch bans, okay? And I talked about blowback. I talked about how, you know, I said America deserved 9/11 and it was misconstrued. You know, I do have sometimes I use hyperbolic language and it gets taken out of context or whatever. And he agreed with the blowback sentiment in terms of like the 9/11 stuff. You're dumb. Yeah, no, I told him that. I was like, yeah, they asked me about my fucking Twitch bans, chat. It's not even a joke. They asked me about fucking Twitch chat. Like Twitch bans, not Twitch chat, but Twitch bans. The other Twitch ban he asked me about was the last one that I got banned, and I explained to him like, this is, man, you really talk way too much. Lawyer will be pretty upset at you, dude. What are you talking about? I know that under normal circumstances I'm supposed to say I want a lawyer. I don't want to talk to you. But nothing I'm doing is illegal, and I also wanted to see what would happen. Do you understand? I wanted to see what would happen. I wanted to actually see this experience, which is why instead of immediately fucking lawyering up, I was like, no, I'm gonna entertain this. I'm gonna see what they actually are trying to get out of this. And I'm glad I did this, because the reality of the matter is, one, I'm profoundly fucking privileged. Okay, remember, I'm a public person. And also, I have enough money to be able to fight back against this sort of thing. And they know who the fuck I am. So obviously, the reason for why they're doing that is, I think, to try to create an environment of fear, to try to get people like myself, or at least like others that would be in my shoes that don't have that same level of security, to shut the fuck up. And for me, I'm going to use the privilege that I have in that moment to try and see what the fuck they're doing, okay? Because every single thing that they ask me, trying to get me to say something like, oh, I support Hamas or whatever, is literally not allowed. Like, they are not, what the fuck do you mean? Like, why is this denying me entry into the country of my birth? Like, this is my birthright. I'm an American citizen. You can't just stop me at the fucking border and be like, what's your opinion on Donald Trump? You're not allowed to enter the nation. Like, that's fucking bullshit. So, that was the first half. Like I said, they asked about the Twitch bans. They asked about like the Rick Scott statement. And I was like, listen, I don't, I laughed. I was like, I'm not calling for the assassination of a sitting senator. That'd be fucking insane. But instead, I explained to him, like, I was talking about the hypocrisy of the Republicans, blah, blah, blah. I explained away all that shit, and he was understanding. Then he went back, and he came back, and the actionable items that came up afterwards was basically asking me about if I had ever been in contact with Hamas, if I'd ever been in contact with the Houthis, directly or indirectly, if I'd ever actually been in contact with Hezbollah, if I'd actually ever offered financial support or logistics or any kind of support to Hamas, Hezbollah, or Houthis. They straight up asked me that. And I laughed. I said, no, of course not. But yeah, that was, once again, these are questions that they're asking. But one thing that I thought was really interesting was, in the actionable side of things, they also asked, have you ever interviewed a member of Hamas? Have you ever had a communication or correspondence with a member of Hamas, Hezbollah, or the Houthis? Now, what's really fucking insane about that is that, as someone who works in media, sometimes I do actually do journalism, right? As I've maintained this position over and over again. And I said that I would, if given the opportunity, talk to someone that is a part of the Ansar Allah movement, a Houthi, or even Hamas, or even Hezbollah, right? I think that I have the right to do so. And what was interesting, you don't do journalism, you grift. I know, chatter. That's why the fucking federal government is trying to arrest me. Yes, because I'm grifting too hard. That's what it is. Thank you. Yes, your fucking dumbass slop tuber is correct. I'm grifting. So what's interesting, asking that is a violation of prior restraint. So that part, like, those are the questions that are like actionable, right? Like, those are the ones that if you say, how do you even classify a member of Hamas? It's not like even Hamas issues passports. Yeah, it's ridiculous, right? But that is the part where they were like, if you answer yes to any of that, that's when, you know, there's like actually illegal stuff in there. Having said that, there is one part of it that wasn't illegal, which is being in communications or being in contact with someone at Hamas. Like, that is a part of journalism you actually can do. It's fucking ridiculous. Like, you can interview ISIS. Like, what are we talking about? The notion that this would be an issue for the Customs and Border Patrol is fucking ridiculous, okay? I mean, Donald Trump is in contact with Hamas. He had a fucking envoy directly talk to Hamas a couple months prior. He's in direct contact with the fucking Houthis. Like, what are you talking about? And so is Drop Site. Like, the idea that this will deny you entry into the country is fucking bullshit. Like, what are we talking about? What do you mean? Like, what kind of insane double standard is there, right? And so that part was frustrating. And the interview interrogation, whatever you want to call it, that basically ended with me asking, like, so what is the purpose of this? Like, am I being detained? And because I was like, you know that I'm gonna talk about this. I was like, a lot of people have talked about this, like, detainment structure. And he was like, yeah, people really exaggerate. The people really exaggerate how these things go. And I was like, well, it is not a great situation to be in, you know? Like, what do you mean? Yeah, he was like, yeah, there's been a lot of reporting on, you know, the conditions and situations like this in detainment, but you're not technically detained. I was like, so I can leave? Like, I asked him, like, I was like, am I detained? And he's like, no. I was like, all right, so what's the purpose of this entire situation? I can just walk out right now. And basically, when I said that, the interview ended. So I don't know if that was something that I should have said from the start. Am I being detained? You know, what's the deal here? But basically, yeah, it was a illegal pretense. Like, well, that's your Fourth Amendment right? No, you don't have. Okay, chatters, I need you to understand something. So after I said, am I being detained or whatever, he was like, no, well, you know, he didn't like abruptly end it. He kept asking some questions, but it pretty much ended after that. And I don't know if that was like, I don't know if that's like I got lucky there, because when I asked, like, am I free to go, that kind of stopped the process a little bit. And I don't know if that's the reason why I didn't have them look through my phone, but I wasn't planning on letting them look through my phone anyway. That was my point. Like, there was a line where I was going to say, I'm done with this. Either fucking arrest me or, you know, let me go. I don't know what the fuck's happening here. And I got detained. I didn't get detained. Yes, chatter. Yes. ICE agents took me to a detention center. That is a de facto detention. Like, what are you talking about? The total runtime of it was like 2 hours, which was definitely faster than I thought it was going to be, I will admit. And I probably should have asked, am I being detained from the start? And I wonder what would have happened. But I basically asked him, like, do you think this is going to happen again? Right? I was like, is this going to happen again? Hold on. I asked, like, you know, am I going to be detained in the future? And he said, maybe. And he gave me this piece of paper, this sheet from Homeland Security. What is DHS trip? Okay. And you can, I guess, submit an inquiry at dhs.gov/trip and ask why I was stopped. You will be prompted to describe your particular concerns and experience, provide contact information to which a response will be directed, and be assigned a case number to help you monitor the progress of your inquiry, which I will do. Okay, I will do this. He basically said, you know, you can figure out what not to do so that this doesn't happen again. And I suspect the what not to do is just don't be a fucking political commentator that speaks about American foreign policy, which is not something I'm planning on stopping. Now, why did I tell you guys about this experience? Okay. Why did I tell you about this entire experience? Like, because in my mind, I thought maybe I shouldn't reveal this stuff, because I think, like, the goal here is to put fear into people's hearts, to have a chilling effect on speech, that, like, the government is unafraid of intimidating you in illegal ways. Okay, the government is now officially willing and able to intimidate you for speech, for your speech. That is a direct violation of the First Amendment. I'm no fucking First Amendment auditor. I'm no big city libertarian. I'm no Mr. Admiral Maritime Law. But the reality of the matter is that as of this administration, they are totally willing and able to actually come after you for your speech. And even with, like, ridiculous shit. Like, they're willing and able to go along with, like, stuff that gets written in the free press, or willing and able to go along with shit that even fucking Redditors bring up. Okay? That's how stupid and silly this situation has gotten. Now, of course, does this stop me from saying whatever the fuck I want to say? Of course not. Don't be ridiculous. But the reason why I wanted to talk about it was to give you more insight into what the government is doing, and to speak out against this sort of stuff, because I do have a position of privilege here, and I want to make sure that, like, if they can do this to me, like, they probably are willing and able to do this to others as well. But you should know your rights, that you should not be fearful, and you should not worry, especially if you're an American citizen, that these guys are going to come after you and, like, arrest you or some shit. Okay? Was your interview recorded? I don't know. But it is pretty wild, I will say. As someone who's been held up in airports many times over, it was actually shocking. It was actually shocking that these guys, like, these guys totally fucking grabbed me, knowing exactly who I am, knowing that I will most likely talk about this, with the hopes that I think that they would at least stoke some fear and threaten people like myself, and then also threaten others as a byproduct of this. I mean, it backfired in my situation, but I hope this doesn't discourage others from speaking out as well. It's fucking bullshit. They don't have the right to do this, okay? They do not have a right to do this. If you don't already know, your ops are doing mass email campaigns to the feds to try and get this exact same thing to happen. Yeah, I know. They can suck my cock for all of my fucking dumbass ops. I think it's really crazy. I think it's really, really crazy that the government is willing and able to work with, like, genuine schizophrenic stalkers, whether they be Beitar or any other group. It is actually wild that they're willing and able to work with these people. It blows my mind. But, you know, that is where we're at. It also blows my fucking mind that there are people who see this kind of stuff and go, oh, that's wonderful. It's like swatting. But this time, it's a it's a federal swatting that we can do. We can get the federal agents to, like, jail people that my favorite content creator doesn't like. But the problem is airports are not constitutional free zones. That's a lie that ICE pushes to make you comply with them. That's not entirely correct, Lesbian Bolivar. There is precedent after years and years of there's years and years of precedent in post 9/11 war on terror world where they have actually created a structure where they can get away with violating your Fourth Amendment rights in airports. Like it's in a legal gray area. But yeah, here was Lolo. Rules take DHS flagging and detaining one of U.S.'s largest left-wing voices for their political opinions, while the Trump admin suggests they might suspend habeas corpus, does not portend well for the future. Yeah. That's where we're at. What was the reason for the detainment? You know what the reason for the detainment was. It's because I am flagged in the flight manifest. Even ACLU and most civil rights organizations acknowledge that SCOTUS precedent that effectively erases Fourth Amendment protections in border entry zones such as international airports. They more so suggest either wiping your devices or bringing burner devices. Yeah. Saw you at O'Hare and tried to get a selfie with you, but your private security took you into a VIP room to avoid normies like me. Didn't realize you were too good for your fans. Some socialist you turned out to be. Good one. There was actually 2 Hasanabi heads at as I was walking out of ICE detention. There were 2 Hasanabi heads. They probably had no idea that I was walking out of ICE detention with a fucking agent in front of me, but is this going to change the way you travel? No, but it does actually gum up the works a little bit in terms of going to Cuba. I did want to go to Cuba, but now I don't know. And no, I'm not going to fucking go to Kat's campaign office, chat. What are you guys, stupid? I'm sorry. I know she's excited, but you guys don't have to literally fucking be like, hey, can you, instead of covering the news, go to Kat's campaign office? I can't do that today, chat. There is a shit ton of news that I have to get to. And then at fucking 4 p.m., I have to leave to go to the University of Chicago, deliver a speech. Okay, there's a lot going on today. I'm sorry. But oh, I forgot. There was other questions that they asked, like, have you traveled to the Middle East? Have you been to the have you been to any of the Gulf states? All this shit. And you know, it is what it is. I'm not discouraged. I'm not intimidated. I don't give a shit. I'm gonna keep doing what I'm doing. I just wanted to give you guys. I know Kat wants us to hang out. I can't do that today. Did they ask who funds you? No, they asked if I funded them, not the other way around. So that was my Customs and Border Patrol experience. And yeah, it's just like pure intimidation tactics. And it was very similar to the experience that one TikToker talked about. But luckily I never got to the point of having them go through my phone. And that was my red line, like no matter what. That was where I was going to be like, no, you can't do that. And, you know, arrest me then if you want to. Is this speech open to the public? We are going to be live streaming it. We're live streaming the speech. Okay. Did they ask why you say you're a gaming streamer despite not playing games? Yes. Any plans for a Chicago meetup? No. I'm going to be flying out after my speech. I'm going to University of Chicago. I'm going to University of Chicago to talk to I'm going to University of Chicago to talk with ASTEAD, and we're just gonna do like a back and forth. I think there's like questions. They had the most signups ever for any fucking speaking engagement on the campus, and they're very excited, and I'm very excited as well. Where was it? There was, oh, this is the experience that it closely resembled, by the way. ICE detains a woman who runs anti-Trump TikTok. She's a U.S. citizen born and raised. She was detained for hours as agents searched her phone and social media, even demanding financial statements on how much she earns on TikTok. They never asked me for my financial statements either. The woman who goes by I of Sav was returning from a European vacation at the Miami International Airport with a valid global re-entry card issued to her as a U.S. citizen, but she also had global entry. Do you charge speaker fees? No. Sometimes, not usually. How worried were you about actually being arrested? I did not know. I had no idea. I had no idea if I was going to be fucking arrested or not. I didn't know if this was like, I did not know that this was going to be a moment where I get I didn't know if this was going to be a moment where I was going to be the precedent-setting court case. You know what I mean? Like, that is definitely a worry that I have, for sure. It's something that I think about, because eventually, somewhere along the line, somewhere down the line, someone is going to be the precedent-setting court case of whether or not someone gets prosecuted for speech and speech alone, because the line right now is material support. And that line is being blurred by this current administration with Mahmoud Khalil, with Mohsen Mahdawi, with Rumeysa Öztürk, right? Like, they're... Wait, did I say her name? I keep saying her name wrong. Okay, no, I did say it right. Rumeysa Öztürk is the person. So, that some of those people have been released at this point, but Mahmoud Khalil is still very much in detention. And according to Marco Rubio, the argument that they are trying to use is that speech is material support, right? They are actively trying to blur the boundaries between what constitutes material support to try to make it seem as though things that would be protected under First Amendment would be considered material support. Expressing any sort of opinion is considered material support. And that's fucking bullshit. Anyway, people take for granted that the CBP key unlock your phone with a special computer, but to the best of my knowledge, modern iPhones have a locally keyed encryption on the flash storage, which likely makes it useless if they can pull it. Maybe you shouldn't have said if they come for me, then it's over, as if you'd be last. If you're a public figure, dog, maybe you'd be first. No. No, because they haven't come for me beyond like being a nuisance and being fucking annoying and thinking that they can get away with like trying to put some sort of fear in my heart, which is of course not going to work, obviously. Can you detail what they asked you? I already did, Cliff. Wow, you forgot. Or you missed it. Do you think that's all they wanted? I don't know. Maybe they're setting up an investigation for the future. Who knows? We'll find out. We shall find out. But as it stands, I think like it's a normal process now. Yeah, Seamus said, been pulled into secondary screening many times at O'Hare. CBP had the most involved in specific questions about Gaza for me by far. Glad to see you got out of there without having to give up your devices. Yeah. How worried was your family? They were also on flight, so by the time I got out, it was, you know, your flag is a travel risk now. Scary stuff. Yeah. Are you concerned about landing in LA? No, because that's domestic travel. There's no customs and border patrol experience during domestic travel. That'd be fucking insane. But yeah, I am my worst enemy in that regard. I did want to get this interaction out because I wanted to like figure out what the fuck they were doing. And I'm fortunate that I didn't actually get into any additional trouble. But I could have. You know what I mean? That could have certainly happened. Right? And who knows? I can't imagine how scared the other non-American citizens waiting there were. It's evil. Yeah. I mean, it's so much worse for them because like I am profoundly privileged, as I say all the time. I'm profoundly privileged. I'm rich. I'm an American citizen. I was born here, you know? And I have I'm a public figure on top of that. So all of this stuff plays a role in how protected I am from additional scrutiny. How familiar were they with your channels? No, they were very familiar. Well, to be fair, you said Americans are disgusting. Yeah, no shit. Doesn't this fucking prove that for you? What do you mean? Like, my Palestinian spouse got their American passport flagged during the Biden presidency. They now can't get a boarding pass online, and they separate us and our stuff as security. They took their laptop and phone too. Yeah, it's really fucking gross. Are you scared to go out of the country again? No. Anyway, also, I'm an American. The fuck do you mean? I can say Americans are disgusting. It's First Amendment protected speech. What is this? Look through my logs. I had top secret security clearance. Oversight that can actually catch us doing illegal shit is improper. Have you seen Instagram reels of that guy? What is this? What? Bruh, I thought they got you. Maybe you shouldn't have said if they come for me, then it's over, as if you'd be last. What? Anyway, I have plans besides Cuba, China as well. And I 100% will get in trouble when I go to China and come back from China. But I'm not going to. Anyway. They're trying to tie up and make state-to-state air travel more intense. I know. Will you live stream your next detainment? Will you shove a mic up your butt? Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Yes, Cuba is worse because wait, hold on. Cuba is worse because it's a state-sponsored terrorist state. It's a state sponsor of terror, which is so ridiculous. Are you not curious how they have a list of specific questions about you locked in the chamber? Like there's a team responsible for monitoring you? Maybe. I mean, it doesn't matter. Nothing I'm doing is illegal, at least for now, you know? Until I'm the person that they use to set a new precedent, nothing I'm doing is illegal. Do you see what I'm saying? Like it's fucking ridiculous. And for the record, like my analysis over the Houthis or Hezbollah or Hamas, like that's not only not illegal, but it also doesn't even reach the standards of terms of service, which is a significantly higher barrier than free speech. Like being a Nazi is technically protected under the First Amendment, but if you were a fucking Nazi on this platform, they would obviously ban you, and that would be appropriate, right? Everybody stop asking me to check their logs. Nothing you ever say is going to be relevant, okay? Whenever people say, Gango, please check logs, I'm being honest with you, your fucking logs are going to be stupid, okay? I already did that. I already did that with a guy who was like, I have top secret security clearance, like check my logs. And then it was dumb as fuck. You hold yourself to a much higher standard. Yeah, it's just, because of Twitch especially, like I'm not doing anything that is illegal to begin with, but I'm not even doing anything that like reaches the territory of edge. No matter how much slop tubers try to fucking make it seem as though like I'm running around fucking waving the Hamas banner every day or whatever the fuck, like, which still would be protected under the First Amendment and would not stop the Gestapo from denying me entry into my own fucking country. But I'm not doing that regardless. Like all the stuff that they did ask me about Rick Scott. Yes. All the stuff that I have talked about on this broadcast are still completely fucking not only First Amendment protected, but also on top of that, like not even reaching the standard of like truly questionable speech, regardless of what like Mudahar or Asmongold claims it is, right? It doesn't reach that standard. And that's precisely the reason why they have to actively clip shit out of context and desperately try to create drama surrounding this so they can get Twitch to enforce some action on it, so they can make it seem as though this is actually truly radical speech that's like really fucked up. Does that make sense? Because like when a platform like Twitch actually does take action against someone like myself, then other institutions will use that. Other institutions will basically use that as a way to say, oh, he did do something bad. He did do something fucked up. Okay. So it is what it is. I traveled to Cuba recently. I'm not a Fed. It was completely legally sanctioned trip. You should go because the Cuban people want more people to know about their plight. Yeah, I'm gonna see. I'm gonna see what happens. So media and other content YouTubers are currently, no, it's not even media. It's like free press. It's like Hasbara papers that no one takes seriously, and then slop tubers that even less people take seriously and don't give a shit about. They are trying to fucking label me as a terrorist. It doesn't fucking matter what they label me as. They can suck my dick. It's still crazy that like ICE will entertain this shit though, because it goes along with their interests. All right. Now let's get to the news. There is a special report. Hamas has released American hostage Eden Alexander. Donald Trump actually did something unique here, and after cutting talks with Israel and going directly to Hamas in the past, they did it again. Donald Trump and his team actually said, Israel, you are a major setback in these ceasefire negotiations, so fuck you, we're going directly to Hamas. And they did that, just like they directly went to the Ansar Allah movement to cut a side deal and a ceasefire with the Ansar Allah movement. If you recall, if you are fans of Drop Site News, as I am, And there is a lot of importance in being able to talk to Houthis directly and being able to talk to Hamas directly, being able to talk to Hezbollah and Palestinian Islamic Jihad directly. So shouts out to the Drop Site boys for constantly doing incredible coverage on that front. If you remember their reporting on the matter, the Ansar Allah movement told Drop Site News in an interview that they would stop blowing up American ships and attacking American naval vessels if America stopped bombing Yemen. Okay? This reporting was so important that I think personally, I'm speculating here, it played a role in the American government actually seeing that and going, okay, we can cut a fucking side deal with them, because they literally ended up doing that. And the side deal that they cut in Oman was on the same boundaries that were presented in the Drop Site reporting a month prior, that they would not stop the blockade, they would not stop attacking Israel as long as Israel kept doing its genocide, but they would stop attacking American vessels, American Navy ships in the region if America stopped attacking Yemen, if America stopped bombing Yemen. And they did that. They cut a side deal with the Ansar Allah movement, and then Trump famously came out and said, Houthis are so brave, they're so courageous, they're so strong, I love them, right? And then after that, a similar pattern is emerging with Israel. Okay? A similar pattern is now emerging with Israel, where the Trump administration, if you recall, had actually sidestepped Israel a couple months prior. They had another guy, I forget his name. What was the guy that talked directly to Hamas and Israel got him cut out? I forget his name. He was like a Trump envoy that basically went directly to Hamas and had a conversation directly with Hamas. No, it wasn't Witkoff, chatters. Come on, it was the different guy. Not Witkoff. The Adam Baylor. Thank you, Muslim monk. Thank you. Adam Baylor. Adam Baylor was the one who famously talked to Hamas and then went to American news and straight up was like, hey, these guys are not fucking animals. Like, they're human beings. We can talk to them. And Israel lost their fucking minds because the Trump administration a couple months ago, if you remember, was using this one guy, Adam Baylor, to directly talk to Hamas to release Elon Alexander, who is a New Jersey resident with a dual citizenship. He's an Israeli American who was captured on October 7th. Okay? He was a soldier. He's a prisoner of war. He was a part of the IDF and he got captured. And the Trump administration wanted to cut a side deal with Hamas to release him months ago. Okay? And Adam Baylor even went as far as to say we're the United States, we're not an agent of Israel, right? And this frustrated the Israeli authorities so much that they basically backpocketed him. They cut him out. They were like, how dare you do this? How dare you communicate with Hamas without our go-ahead? How dare you communicate with Hamas without us? Well, it turns out Trump is done. It turns out that Trump is frustrated and cutting side deals with Hamas again. And the culmination of that side deal has unfolded in the release of Elon Alexander, the New Jersey resident, dual citizen, in the lead up to this actual negotiation with Hamas that Israel took no part in, by the way. Steve Witkoff openly said and wanted to leak to the press these statements. This is important. He wanted these statements to be heard by press. Steve Witkoff says the U.S. wants to return the hostages, but Israel is not ready to end the war. Israel is prolonging the war, even though we do not see where further progress can be made. The Trump administration knows very well that Israel is making this war last forever in order to keep Netanyahu in power and continue the genocide. Israel has lost Trump. Now, I don't think Israel has lost Trump entirely. I think that who knows what might happen. Miriam Adelson might actually fucking make a phone call to Trump and be like, cut it out. What the fuck are you doing? You know, I gave you so much money, you fucking asshole. Having said that, Trump is, one, hard to work with and gets frustrated fast when he feels like he's being manipulated. And obviously that classic Israeli arrogance and entitlement is, you know, he's only going to take so much of that until he goes, shut the fuck up, okay? You're fucking up the bag for me. He came into office saying he was going to end these wars. He's not getting the response from Ukraine and Russia, because Russia is a foreign adversary that is also manipulating Trump. But he has a lot more power and a lot more motion over Israel, which would not be able to conduct these operations without America's go-ahead, without America's munitions. So I think he looks at the situation, he looks at all the fucking chaos unfolding around the planet, and he goes, well, this is an area where I can actually put my fucking weight down. I can actually put my foot down. And in the process, I think the Netanyahu administration fucking annoyed him so much that he was just like, okay, we're going to do it ourselves then. And I think this was a big deal. This was a very big deal because it once again showed how much power America has. Because guess what? When America says we're talking to Hamas directly and we're extracting an Israeli American, and there are certain concessions that are going to take place in the process, Israel has to entertain that. Israel can't just go, no, you can't do that. As opposed to when France would try to do some shit like that, Israel could tell them to fuck off. Whereas they can't do that to the United States of America. And Biden had that power too. Never forget that. That's why I was so goddamn frustrated with this with the Biden administration lying at the behest of Israel, making it seem as though Biden was like having a stern talking to with Benjamin Netanyahu, and that Netanyahu was not playing ball. Yeah, Netanyahu doesn't have to play ball. You can take the ball away. You are the United States of America. So ironically enough, they basically lost one of their biggest allies in the fucking region, the Israeli government did, because you had a brain-dead, die-hard Zionist who was indoctrinated into this process and was actually a loyal servant at that point. Like he just like truly was a fedayeen for Israel in a way that Trump is not. Because Trump at the end of the day is easily manipulated. Trump at the end of the day is hot-headed and will get mad. Trump at the end of the day will turn around and get a fucking plane from Qatar and go, all right, well, I'll make nice with these boys, right? Just like Trump and his seeming loyalty to Israel comes from the pocket change that he got to the tune of $100 million previously from Sheldon Adelson, who is now dead, rest in piss, and now his wife, Miriam Adelson, who gave another $100 million this time around. So $100 million can buy a lot of influence in this administration, but that means that someone else with $150 million could also buy a lot of influence in the administration, right? So I think this is important. I think it's important that this deal happen because it basically shows the depravity of the Israeli government. It shows the depravity of the Israeli government to the Israeli society as a whole. It shows Israelis that wanted to, you know, release these hostages because they want their fucking family members back, that like this administration has no interest in this whatsoever. So this basically lights a fire under the asses of everybody that is involved in this process to be like, what the fuck is Netanyahu doing? This war cannot go on. And that they're too invested in death and destruction and not invested in like actually fucking bringing back hostages when America can seemingly do so. And in the process, the Israeli government has said, we need to detox from American security arrangements. No, the fuck you won't. Suck my dick, right? Here's senior fellow of Carnegie Endowment, Aaron David Miller, who had this assessment, and I kind of agree with it. A pattern is developing here. Trump outreach to Hamas twice, Houthi ceasefire and Iran negotiations, all uncoordinated with Israel. With the possible exception of Bush-Baker, all previous Republican Democrat administrations coordinated closely with Israel. No daylight policy, not this one. Fascinating. Now, I don't know. I'm still very skeptical about this process. I will say personally that it's not a no daylight process. Maybe I'm too suspicious of Israel and how much power Israel has had in American foreign policy in the Middle East in the past, that like one man like Donald Trump is not going to be able to fucking completely roll that back. But at the very least, the Trump administration is seemingly not shying away from demonstrating a direct separation from Israel on a lot of these issues. Okay? Do you see what I'm saying?
Middle East. NBC News can now confirm the last living American hostage being held in Gaza has been released. Idan Alexander now in Red Cross custody after nearly 600 days in captivity and heading home. He's 21 years old. He was born and raised in...
How does this administration's collaboration with Hamas converge with the administration's contempt for pro-Palestine protesters? Brother, they're not like pro-Hamas, but I do think that Israel is such a fucking arrogant and such an entitled ally that, yes, Hamas, that it even gets these people to see Hamas as the more reasonable, more restrained party because of Israel's behavior. Do you not understand? They're not pro-Hamas, but even they understand, like, yeah, we're going to probably get a better deal from Hamas than we will from Israel because they just want to fucking ethnically cleanse the entire strip. And we want to bring out like the American citizen. We want to put an end to this conflict because it looks bad, because it looks horrible. I mean, this is a meme, but like it's kind of real. This meme right here is like, honestly, I think something like this happened to Trump, which is why he's now negotiating with Hamas. It's like, yeah, if you deal with Israel long enough, if you recognize the way Israel operates, if you see it, if you see that pattern emerging, eventually you're going to be like, all right, I'll go with the guys that are more reasonable here, which is Hamas.
It's a good game. I thought in the beginning Israel was better, but now Mali is is destroying them, I think. Israel is not bad. Israel is not bad, but I think Mali is going to destroy them today. No, I'm just talking about football. I'm just talking about football. Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
This is literally just like this is a common pattern that has emerged throughout this past year and a half, where Israel does some insane, heinous shit, okay? And then its supporters loudly declare it as the best possible thing to do. Everybody goes, what the fuck are you saying? This is incredible violence. Like, how are you saying this? Like, I don't think we should be killing children like this. And they go, you're anti-Semitic. Fuck you. You are terrorist. You are terrorist. Police, arrest this man. No politics here. And it causes people to go, okay, fuck you. You know, free Palestine, okay? They've basically pushed people into the hands of Hamas as the reasonable party. Remember, this is a guy that literally said he wanted to ethnically cleanse the Gaza Strip. Like, that was his idea. Okay? That was his brilliant idea, was like, yeah, let's just fucking cleanse it all. And a couple months later, now he's like, I'm done. You know, glory to the fucking Al-Qassam martyrs. Like, that's what he went from. He fucking went from being like, we should ethnically cleanse the entirety of the Gaza Strip to, inshallah, the martyrs of the Al-Qassam brigades will one day be seen as hailed as heroes over the course of like back and forth conversations with Israel. It's fucking insane. Yeah, he hit the may Allah awaken the people. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, also that, and shouts out to the fucking Qatar, the Qatari envoys in the process. Those boys played a big role in this, okay? Much respect and much love to Qatar with the $400 million jet that they're giving to Donald Trump, which will be gifted once the Trump administration is over. To the Trump library, from what I understand, which of course is obviously a major fucking greasing operation. Okay, the top blokes over at Qatar straight up were like, dog, fuck it, last time we didn't play ball with you and we learned our lesson. Do you want a plane? I would love to give you a $400 million plane that you can fucking personally get out of the situation. And that got Trump going like this.
Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States.
Yeah, straight up. what made Donald Trump such a loyal ally to Israel, which was how endlessly bribable he is, has also made him somewhat of a foe at times, okay? But once again, don't forget, I do believe personally that Trump is unstable, he's dangerous, he does not give a shit about anything, really. So I'm not holding out my breath on this. And I agree with Felix once again. He says, you know what? If this makes him force Israel to eat a shit sandwich and smile, it's an incredible idea and I fully support it. Qatar does it again. Yeah. Like, shouts out to my fucking beautiful Qatari spenders out there. The Oilers. I love you. Shouts out to the fucking Sheiks. Mwah. I love you. Thank you so much. Good job. Keep it up. Keep fucking greasing those goddamn wheels, okay? Keep it up, baby. Respect to all of my fucking Qatar funders. As you guys know, anytime someone subscribes, it's actually a Qatari emissary. You already know all my biggest Oilers, all my biggest greasers are the fucking, yeah, Barry Balls all the way from Qatar. Shouts out to Al Jazeera, shouts out to Qatar, respect. You know, Qatari Cat with 100 gifted subs. You already know, baby. We got the family in here. Oh. Yeah, fuck it, dude. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? You know what I mean? This guy is like incredibly easy to fucking manipulate. They're gonna bring this up next time you get detained. Yeah, I'm gonna be like, yeah, Trump is the great peacemaker, and I love him. Does this news change your views on who would have been better on this issue, Kamala versus Trump? Again, I'm not holding my breath on this, okay? Zylax with another 100 gifted. Hassan's Art of the Deal with a 5 gifted. God damn, 100 bones. Let's go, baby. As I was saying, does this change so far? Both yes and no. Once again, we don't know where this will go. I do not know what Trump will do. Okay, I do not know what Trump will do, and I'm very, very skeptical about like Trump caring about the well-being of. He is getting hard in the corner with all the possible out of context clips he can get. Yeah, whatever. Who cares? I don't think he understands that if the motherfucking Trump administration arrests me, like, that's not going to magically make people like him. That's going to make people despise him even further. Okay? Like, that's cat's out of the bag on that one, you know? There's no recovery there. But yeah, I don't give a fuck who does it. Just end the genocide. Exactly. That's how I feel about it. That's where I'm at on this. The Hamas statement shows how different Witkoff is being compared to the Israelis. Yeah, we'll talk about that in a second. While Biden earned, Matthew Petty says, Biden was incredibly effective at his actual goal, buying Netanyahu infinite time for the war, but that required Biden to pretend to be hapless. Matt Duss, by the way, is executive vice president at CI Policy, and he is Bernie's former foreign policy advisor for Bernie Sanders, and Center for International Politics is policy is like a anti-war hawk think tank basically, and they do pretty good work. So Matt Duss says it's really something to watch Trump handle Netanyahu more effectively than the alleged foreign policy expert Joe Biden did, and this is true. So far, he's been able to implement a ceasefire, and also on top of that. He's been able to basically cut a side deal and piss off the Israeli administrators in the process, and is not afraid of stepping on toes in that regard, and I think that's ultimately a good thing. Okay. Jeremy Scahill talked about how Trump's actions are being interpreted inside of Israel. We'll talk about that in a second. But first and foremost, let's get to Duss is fine as long as it's not about Russia/China law. Yeah, I don't know his takes on China, but In any case, this is from the Izzad Din al-Qassam brigades, released and captured Israeli soldier Idan Alexander, a U.S. citizen, a short while ago, following contacts with the U.S. administration. This comes as a part of the efforts being made by mediators to achieve a ceasefire, open the crossings, and allow aid and relief to reach our people in the Gaza Strip. The reason why Hamas did this was because they wanted to do a show of good faith to the Trump administration, because the Trump administration was willing and able to talk to them separately from Israel. This is the reason why they did this. So if you're asking, like, what was the purpose of this? Like, Israel is still not allowing aid in. Israel's not allowing this. Israel's not doing anything. And Israel has said over and over again that we're not going to we're not going to change course here. We are in the business of ethnically cleansing the Gaza Strip. They have openly said it at this point, time and time again. You don't have to read the tea leaves, okay? You could just listen to Benjamin Netanyahu, who says, we do not give a fuck about the hostages. Hostages are low priority. The highest priority is cleansing the Strip, making it unlivable, okay? Understand this. Everything that we have said, everything that I have said for the past 15, 16 months, these guys are now openly stating. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu at the Knesset Foreign Affairs and Security Committee. The Gazans we remove will not return. They won't be there. We will control the place. There is no other war target. Any other target is just bluff. He has openly stated this. Okay? His only goal is to ethnically cleanse the fucking Gaza Strip. They are saying it actively. They're saying it openly. They're saying it in real time. It is no longer something that you can act like it's not happening. Of course, there's very little coverage in the Western world on this stuff, but you know, they have moved on to at least this kind of thing. New York Times doing 6 deadly minutes, how Israeli soldiers killed 15 rescue workers in Gaza. Like, there is a tide shift in mainstream media as well. There's a tide shift in the State Department, the way that they're examining their relationship with Israel, and there's certainly a tide shift that's accompanying that with mainstream press, because the New York Times is the #1 Hasbara operation that has legitimacy, right? And the reason their visual investigations team has always been fantastic. Shouts out to Eric Toller. Shouts out to all the people that work in visual investigations in the forensic department in both Washington Post and also New York Times. As I've told you time and time again, these guys actually do incredible work, real journalism, but their regular news reporting team on the Israel side has always been incredibly limited and always engaged in defending Israel, burying the lead, omitting key details, never really covering incredibly important things that are happening in Israel, like the rape riots or any number of different things. Like the other day, there was new CCTV footage that came out of concentration camp guards literally raping a Palestinian in front of cameras. That didn't get any sort of fucking coverage from the Western press. But this kind of stuff is new. Okay, and it's happening because I think there is a sea change. There is an attitude shift in the State Department. In the they're re-examining the relationship that they have with Israel. Okay. Also, here's a meme I posted. I said, "How do I describe it to an ICE agent what this means when he sees the meme in my photo library?" All right, let's get to the news reporting on American hostage Idan Alexander being released.
In Jersey. He also holds Israeli citizenship and was serving in the Israeli army when he was taken by Hamas during the October 7th attacks.
Yeah, by the way, they talk about him like they talk about this guy like, listen, I'm sorry. They talk about this guy as though he is like a hostage that was just minding his own fucking business. Like, brother, he is a volunteer war criminal. Okay, he is a soldier in the Israeli occupying force. I'm sorry, that's not the same as like taking a hostage from a fucking kibbutz. Okay, he was abducted from a tank. The very fact. Wait, no. This isn't. I don't think the guy. I don't think Idan was abducted from a tank. I think he was. Was he actually? Was this the guy that got abducted from a tank? I thought that there was another guy that they said was abducted from a tank. By the way, kidnapped from a tank is an insane statement. Okay, but no, I thought he was like at the. I thought he was as a gate guard or something. This is a prisoner of war, okay? This is a prisoner of war. The framing, I don't think he was actually taken out of the tank. Yeah, Matan Angris was the tank guy. This guy, hostage Matan Angris, decided in April to release the video of his abduction from his tank. You cannot be abducted from a fucking tank, dude. You're in a goddamn tank. You can't use the term abduction when talking about a dude in a fucking tank. Okay? That's not a kidnapping. That is a prisoner of war. Okay? That is a legal prisoner of war. You're fucking insane. But this is not that guy. This is a different guy. He was also a volunteer, okay? He grew up in New Jersey and volunteered to join the Israel Defense Forces out of high school and was reportedly serving near the Gaza border during the attack. Yes, he was a prisoner of war. He was captured from a concrete outpost near the Gaza wall. Exactly. So the idea that this guy was you know, poor guy, civilian, fucking these Hamas rapists like barbarically kidnapped him is fucking ridiculous. Words mean things, you know what I mean? Hamas released him in Adidas. First image of Hamas handing over hostage Eden Alexander to the Red Cross. This relates to how language is used to describe hostages versus prisoners. Yeah. Co-host of MSNBC's The Weekend, primetime Catherine Rampel, asked Pulitzer Prize-winning Palestinian author Mossab Abu Toha if he would like to clarify a Facebook post he wrote months ago about the Israeli soldier Emily Damari, who was captured by Palestinian resistance fighters during the October 7 attacks. Damari, recently freed, had expressed outrage at Abu Toha's Pulitzer. In a letter to the Pulitzer board, she wrote, "He posted about me on Facebook and asked, how on earth is this girl being called a hostage?" Abu Toha, a poet and survivor of the Israeli detention, was awarded the Pulitzer Prize for commentary for his dispatches from Gaza in The New Yorker, chronicling life under bombardment and siege. His recognition marked a rare acknowledgement of Palestinian narratives in U.S. media. Yeah, I'm sorry. You are a fucking soldier. You are an illegal enemy combatant participating in an exterminationist government's genocidal policies. You getting kidnapped is out of the question. You're not kidnapped. You are a prisoner of war in that process. If we can't consider Israeli occupying force soldiers to be enemy combatants, that when they get actually detained, we don't think about them as fucking prisoners of war, what the fuck are we doing? Anyway, also, this guy is awesome, and Martin Scorsese posted with him, which made me really happy. But that's totally separate. Let's take a look.
Congratulations, first of all, on your win. I'm very sorry for everything you and your family continue to go through. Your win is not without controversy, obviously, and in particular, some comments you've made in the past about the Israeli hostages have been very controversial, where you have said that most of the hostages...
Like, can you... Dude, imagine having a Holocaust survivor on a media broadcast to be like, hey, you said something really mean about SS troopers. You said, and the mean thing is basically that it is totally valid to fucking apprehend them and to stop them from doing murder, right? Like, can you imagine? What the fuck? After this person wins a Pulitzer for their dispatch as being a survivor of a live stream genocide, it's fucking insane.
Held by Hamas are not actually hostages. I believe you specifically singled out Emily Damari.
Yes, Amy Cesar is correct. What Europe couldn't forgive Hitler wasn't what he did, it was what he did to the white man, is unironically so prescient in this moment to think about.
A 28-year-old who was kidnapped from her home and held for 471 days and lost 2 fingers. I'm just wondering, is there anything you want to clarify about those comments?
First of all, I did not question her status as a hostage, because she's a hostage, but because what other Palestinians who were kidnapped. I mean, I don't want to name people, but I have people in my family who were kidnapped from checkpoints, from schools, from shelters, and they are named prisoners. So my question was, why should Emily and other hostages be named hostages while my loved ones should be named prisoners? So that was the question. I've never denied anyone suffering. I know that everyone is suffering, Israelis and Palestinians. But why are our sufferings not acknowledged? Why are we called terrorists? Why are we called prisoners of war, while the Israelis who were kidnapped from Israel are named hostage? Does this give them more humanity because they are Israelis, while my loved ones are being named prisoners and they are tortured? I mean, I myself, by the way, I was kept hostage for 53 hours. I was blindfolded and handcuffed and was beaten in my face and asked for the Israeli soldiers to see a doctor, and they denied me any medical treatment. So no one is talking about this. Why? They are not acknowledging my suffering. So I questioned, why are they given this privilege of being called a hostage, while I am called in all the social, in all news platforms, I was detained. I was a prisoner. Why? Am I less human?
Misinformation that Trump Allah awakened the people was an edit is misinformation. Yeah, no shit, chatter. Do you think that the Dune song started playing in the fucking auditorium after he said that? No, it's clipped because he's restating what Ilhan Omar had said. But we like to meme around a little bit around these parts. Like, that's crazy that you thought that was like something that he genuinely said. Like, sincerely said. That's hilarious. It's real to me, damn it. Okay, I will not have this question. Donald Trump genuinely said that. He said that, and he was actually being real when he said that.
Than anyone else. So that was the question. It was not the question that she was not kidnapped, that she was not tortured. I did not talk about any of this.
Well, you did criticize some Western outlets for humanizing the hostages.
Because we are not humanized.
Well, I guess my question to you is, wouldn't the better approach to be to humanize everyone, to treat all humans?
Do you know what I'm going through every day?
I cannot
do you know
even
how
imagine.
many members of my family were killed?
Oh, I can't deal with this. I can't, like, these people are fucking barbaric in the way that they shamelessly dehumanize people, dehumanize Palestinians to their faces. It's like, wow, why don't you have more grace for people who have participated in a military campaign against you? Like, all lives matter. All lives matter directly to the face of someone who is victim. Anyway, once again, Common Scorsese W. This made me really happy. To celebrate Mosa Bobotoa's new Pulitzer, the stars came out left and right. Himself and his wife Maram, Judith Thurman, unnamed filmmaker, and me. Many hoots were had. Unnamed filmmaker. Unnamed filmmaker. I mean, that's a joke. Obviously, she's saying that as a joke, but that made me really fucking stoked. That is cool as hell, dude. That is cool as fuck. Seeing Martin Scorsese show support like this, whoo, that is amazing. Yeah, that is cinema. Okay, that is fucking kino. That's cinema. I love that. All right, let's get back to Eden Alexander now.
Hamas is believed to still hold the bodies of 4 Israeli Americans. Let's get right to NBC's Hala Garani, who is live for us in Tel Aviv with the latest.
By the way, after Eden, there are still 20 hostages, prisoners of war, that are still in the hands of Hamas, and a total number of, I believe, 58 now. The rest are dead, and Israel is refusing to deal with Hamas, and also has implemented the starvation campaign, as we talked about already. It's more than 2 months now where famine has reached critical levels in the Strip. They're not letting in any fucking aid, and I think the reason why Hamas cut this side deal as a show of good faith to the Americans was because they think that Americans will actually put an end to this ethnic cleansing. Hopefully they're right.
We've seen cheers erupt in New Jersey, Hala, and in Israel, where you are, we expect to see this handover occur any minute.
Right. We understand that the Red Cross and Red Crescent convoy carrying Idan Alexander Halle is now on its way out of the Gaza Strip. From there, Idan will be transported to Re'im Air Base.
Dude, don't say dumb shit like this. Just finish watching the VOD to catch up with your detainment stuff. Just crazy. I'm deleting the Twitch app and Discord from my phone when I travel to the U.S. I'm Canadian. Don't want them associating with me and you in any way. Shut the fuck up, chatter. That is literally what the goal is here, okay? They're not going to do shit to you. Suck my dick. Calm the fuck down. Don't even joke about stuff like that. It doesn't work that way, okay? Like, that's insane. It doesn't fucking work that way.
Via chopper, and he will be meeting up and reuniting with his loved ones, Yael Alexander, his mother, as well as his father and other family members in that air base. He will then be taken to Ichilov Hospital in Tel Aviv. 584 days. The deal that led to the release of Idan Alexander, interestingly, was struck as a result of direct negotiations between the Trump administration and Hamas, bypassing the Israeli government and the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. We understand that there is a possibility that Idan Alexander, if he is well enough, will...
By the way, here's another fucking insane thing that took place. If you recall, Netanyahu freaked out when Trump's team initiated direct talks with Hamas for Idan Alexander, and then they fucking targeted the site where Idan was being held, raising new questions about its use of the Hannibal Directive to kill hostages in Gaza and thereby reduce the main priority of political leverage for Hamas. Since October 7, Israel has killed dozens of Israeli citizens in Gaza, and there's every reason to believe that it is done according to official Hannibal Directive orders. Like, now they're stating, oh, maybe Hamas was lying. Maybe Hamas was lying about that, that bombing campaign that took place. We don't know, but just letting you know, we'll find out. We'll find out now that Idan has been released if he actually was under threat or not.
With President Trump, who is starting today a tour of Gulf Arab states in Saudi Arabia, Qatar, as well as the UAE. Idan Alexander, the last living American hostage, and as you mentioned, 4 other hostages deceased are still inside of the besieged enclave. Their bodies have not been returned by Hamas to their loved ones. We believe that potentially there had been a possibility that these bodies would also be sent back along with Idan Alexander, but it doesn't appear to be the case. So Idan right now in ICRC custody, soon to be handed over to Israeli special forces and then reunited with his family, Hallie.
We're keeping an eye on that helicopter there in Reem in southern Israel, all as President Trump, Hala, as you mentioned, is getting ready to head to the region himself. To be clear, Hala, we don't know the condition of Idan Alexander, correct? Nobody's seen him. It's not clear how he's doing.
Correct, and it's interesting to note that we did not have these ceremonies that we saw in previous hostage exchanges with, the certificates given to hostages who were released by Hamas. This could be because the United States asked Hamas not to put on a propaganda show. We don't exactly know why, but it is very different to the previous hostage releases. We don't know what condition he's in. The last proof of life video came out last April. There was one in November where he directly appealed to President Donald Trump for his release. We know that if he goes to Ichilov Hospital in Tel Aviv, it means he doesn't need immediate care, because if he needs immediate medical attention, it will be given to him at the airbase, we understand, Hallie.
Hala, I'm going to ask you to stand by for a moment. I want to get to Gabe Gutierrez, who is live for us at the White House. And you heard Hala mention, Gabe, this is the result of apparently direct talks between the Trump administration and Hamas. And in just the last couple of seconds here, we've received a statement from Hamas confirming, in fact, that Idan Alexander has been released by them after contact with the American administration, with the Trump administration here. All of this essentially to unlock perhaps the steps toward a ceasefire and more humanitarian aid flowing into Gaza.
Yeah, certainly, Hallie. The administration is selling this as a major foreign policy win, and we heard from President Trump just a short time ago here at the White House at the Roosevelt Room where he was asked questions about this deal. The president saying that this hostage release was imminent. Now, he just departed the White House en route to that major international trip that you just mentioned, this trip to the Middle East where he's heading to Saudi Arabia, to Qatar, and also the United Arab Emirates. There was some talk about whether the president might potentially be going to Israel during this trip, but he said no, he was not. And Hallie, what you've been discussing is very interesting. In this hostage release, the president and his administration bypassing Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and from NBC's reporting, we have learned of the last several weeks, there has become an increasingly strained relationship between the White House and Benjamin Netanyahu. President Trump, according to sources, apparently frustrated with the military offensive that Netanyahu has started back up again in Gaza. And also, Netanyahu was apparently shocked when President Trump announced a ceasefire with the Houthis, of course, that Iran-backed militant group in Yemen. The White House coming to an agreement with the Houthis that they would no longer attack U.S. forces. However, the Houthis did not make that same agreement to Israel, and now Netanyahu has vowed to defend himself. But again, this comes after a big weekend that the White House is trying to sell after several developments, not just in this, but also a ceasefire between India and Pakistan, and also the temporary trade deal that was struck over the weekend with China regarding tariffs, Hallie.
I want to point out to folks what you're seeing on your screen here. The left side, Tenafly, New Jersey, you are seeing people applauding there, holding up the Israeli flag. We saw cheers erupt when word came through that Idan Alexander, who of course was born and raised in New Jersey, he's from there, was in Red Cross custody. On the right side, that is a live shot looking at that helicopter there in southern Israel. And Hala, the timing of all this is particularly interesting as Israel had been planning to ramp up its offensive on the ground in Gaza.
Yes, indeed. And Israel had said when the Security Cabinet unanimously voted to expand its offensive inside the Gaza Strip, it has to be said, not a decision that is very popular in Israel, and certainly not among hostage families, that they would hold off on executing that plan if a ceasefire deal was struck between Hamas and Israel. Now, this is not one of those deals. This is a U.S.-Hamas agreement that led to the release of just one American hostage. It is not a deal that calls for a ceasefire. In fact, Israel even said they are not going to stop bombing the Gaza Strip, that they would just facilitate some sort of...
Is it better now? I lowered the exposure myself, but I guess it wasn't enough because the lights keep coming in and out. But I think it's better, yeah. All right. Go for a walk? Okay. Yo, if you can... Well, no, I was going to say, can you give me Zins? Sixers, like get a sleeve. If I didn't have time to, well, you're going on a walk anyway. What's up?
You almost got.
What would happen if I got? What would happen if I got detained? What are you gonna do in that situation? You're like, I don't know this motherfucker at all, sir. I have no idea who this guy is. If you can give me a sleeve of Sixers of coffee or citrus, but coffee preferred. Oh yeah, here. Turn the angelic background back on. No, it's fine. This is good. Proper term for a sleeve is a log. I work with Cat's campaign. I can't go to Cat's campaign offices. I'm sorry. I can't do that today. I'm literally... in a couple hours, I'm going to be heading over to University of Chicago to do a speech. Okay, I love Kat. I think she's wonderful. She's fantastic, but I can't do that today. I'm barely getting through a couple news stories before.
Corridor to get Idan Alexander out. So we are not there yet. We don't know really. Certainly the hostage families and Palestinians, of course, as well, really hope that this is the case, that this will lead to some sort of hostage prisoner exchange and a long-lasting truce, Hallie.
And there had been some pressure on the Israeli government, Hala, for months now with these demonstrations in what's called Hostage Square there in Tel Aviv. I've seen them in my time in Israel.
The Israeli Air Force resumes airstrikes on the Gaza Strip. Palestinian media reports after a pause of several hours during the release of hostage soldier Idan Alexander. The IDF limited its activity in Gaza to enable the release of Alexander. That's fucking, dude. The other side of the story is that this lights a fire under the asses of all of the Israelis that have been protesting against Benjamin Netanyahu. The number of protesters that are against the genocide is growing as well, which is crazy. That obviously is super marginal. Let's be real. But the standing together style liberal Zionists have even started demonstrating for Palestinians, which is new. It's unique. It's certainly growing. It's still a, again, minuscule percentage of the Israeli Jewish population, but nonetheless, every day that number is growing, and it's important. Here, every damn day at Jerusalem, anti-war protests featuring images of Gazan children, even as the IDF is striking hard in Gaza again tonight following the release of Idan Alexander. And not only that, but the number of release the hostages people that hate Netanyahu is exploding. Okay, so there is a lot of anger and a lot of resentment as Benjamin Netanyahu actively states his overall goals for the quote-unquote war, which is just genocide and permanent occupation of the Gaza Strip.
I know you have as well, as people in Israel had wanted the Netanyahu government to do more to try to get these hostages out.
Well, it's interesting. I was at...
Guy who got released is refusing to meet Netanyahu. Yeah, I wonder why. Because Netanyahu tried to kill him, dude. What do you mean? Like, there's... yeah, I wouldn't want to either. Report, Idan Alexander suffered severe torture in captivity, was kept handcuffed in a cage, is what Times of Israel is saying. Like, and Al Jazeera is stating that he doesn't want to meet Benjamin Netanyahu. Who knows? Maybe he will. Okay? Maybe he will. We'll see. The most annoying type of person, speaking from personal experience, are those who support Netanyahu's war essentially unconditionally every step of the way, but also demand hostages be returned, basically saying the Hamas are the only ones responsible for what's happening, and Israel is both not doing enough, but shouldn't change anything that they're doing. Yeah. Can you show us what U.S. Customs saw on your phone? I didn't give them my phone.
Square today, and I spoke with the father of a soldier who is still in Hamas captivity inside of the Gaza Strip, and family after family has been telling us that they want President Trump to put pressure on Benjamin Netanyahu because they believe, many of them, that Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel, is restarting this war for political and not strategic reasons, that he believes that if he stops the war, the extreme right-wing members of his coalition government will abandon him and his government will fall, and he will have to face some of these legal problems and criminal trials that essentially threaten his political career and, in fact, his freedom, if indeed he is not in power anymore. And so that is kind of interesting that you have this timing.
Is it? They've been saying that. What's interesting is now you're covering it, American news. It's not interesting that Israeli society's been saying that. They've written letters. In the last ceasefire negotiations, there were hostage family members that wrote direct letters that were reported in Israeli media and got very little coverage in American media that stated directly not only that Benjamin Netanyahu was spoiling the fucking negotiations, but that his ambitions were for permanent war. And also on top of that, they literally singled out the policies, the spoiler provisions that Benjamin Netanyahu added last second. This wasn't like brilliant foreign policy analysts. This was just directly the fucking hostage families that wrote letters that were reported on in Israeli media that stated that Benjamin Netanyahu's last-minute erroneous decision, irresponsible decision to refuse to remove troops from the Philadelphia corridor is directly done so that they can never engage in real, honest ceasefire discussions to take the hostages out. They wrote this. They said it. The Israeli hostage family said it. It's not new. It's not unique. It's not shocking. And it's only shocking if you are in this insane misinformation bubble where you're not paying close attention to anything that's going on, or rather you're omitting key details in your coverage in an effort to make it seem like what Israel's ethnic cleansing campaign is actually seemingly a justifiable campaign in and of itself. It's not.
You know, this timing happen when it is, when you have this release of a hostage taking place without the prime minister having been involved in the negotiations, and only, we understand, informed of the result of the negotiations after the fact.
Let me go back to Gabe there, who is at the White House for us. And Gabe, it is still a question mark as to whether President Trump may meet with Idan Alexander, depending on his condition, may meet with members of the Alexander family who we know have traveled and made their way to the region here. Talk us through what we expect to see from the president this week, as his administration, his top envoy here to the Middle East, has described this as just a tremendous victory, not just obviously for the Alexander family, but for the president himself.
Yeah, certainly Steve Witkoff, that envoy to the Middle East, been extremely busy over the last several weeks and months, not just with the war in Gaza, but also the war in Ukraine as well. But as you said, Idan Alexander's family potentially could meet President Trump later on this week in Qatar. Unclear if that will happen or not. We understand that that will be up to Alexander's family, as well as the condition of Idan now that he's been released. But this is a major foreign trip, Hallie, for President Trump, the first of his second term. This international trip will include Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and also the United Arab Emirates. And as I was mentioning earlier, trade will be a big part of this trip. Also, we understand from White House officials that the president going there to seek deals with those countries in the Middle East, and we expect that to come up again through over the next couple of days. But there's a lot of controversy as well that we've been hearing over the last day or so. President Trump agreeing to accept a multi-million-dollar, hundreds of million-dollar jumbo jet from the Qatari government to serve potentially as the next Air Force One, and then be given to President Trump's presidential library. So we expect questions about that to come up over the next couple of days. Again, we just heard from President Trump a short time ago here at the White House. The president trying to make the case that he would be a, quote, stupid person to reject that jumbo jet because it was a gift from the Qatari government. Still questions, though, about whether there could be security implications as well from that gift. But back to this trip, Hallie, the White House is...
Yo, I love that. I think haters need to... yeah, what's good? I think haters need... Oh, you did? You are... Oh, I love you. Oh my God. Hell yeah. Damn, that's crazy. Worse timing not to have your MAGA hat? Bro, I know. This is... I need to pack a MAGA hat for security purposes anyway when I'm like getting through customs. But... I need it right now. I need it for this fucking moment. Like, I need it for this moment. Let me tell you something, okay? I do not give a fuck. I can't believe I'm saying this. I do not give a fuck about Donald Trump getting bribed by the Qatar government, okay? Straight up. Bribe away, my friend. Bribe the fuck away, okay? If it's going to play a formative role in Donald Trump seeing Arabs as human beings, and maybe even playing a role in him like managing this situation a little bit better, oh, I'm nutting, okay? Oh, it's so good. Oh, it's so amazing. Fuck yes. Please bribe away. I have never been more pro bribery than at this fucking moment. This bribe was just made public. That's the only difference in this issue. Oh, it's so good. It's so fucking good. How come Israel gets to fucking grease the wheels on a daily fucking basis, but Qatar is not allowed to? Suck my dick, okay?
thrilled to see this hostage release. This is something that they have been working for quite some time, the last remaining American hostage, and they point to what they see as not just they point to what they see as a successful negotiation on the part of the administration, and certainly we expect to hear more from the president about these developments as they unfold throughout the day. The president, again, currently on his way to Saudi Arabia as we speak. Callie.
Gabe, thank you. You are looking live now at a small gathering of people along the side of the road there in southern Israel in Reem. That is where the helicopter is awaiting the Red Cross, which is bringing Idan Alexander back from the Gaza Strip into Israel. He will then be taken to that hospital in Tel Aviv, which is where we find our Hala Garani. And Hala, what does this mean now for the potential for the chances of a ceasefire moving forward?
Well, it's difficult to say because this was more of a one-off, it seems, than the result of any kind of long-term strategic discussion between the two sides. After all, Prime Minister Netanyahu was not involved in this. His negotiators were not involved in this. The U.S. administration and the Trump envoys were talking directly to Hamas. Will this put pressure on the Prime Minister of Israel to potentially back off and cancel or postpone the offensive that his security cabinet voted unanimously to carry out? Or will he believe that for his political survival, this is something that he needs to do? Those are all open questions, Hallie.
Many questions still remaining as we continue to follow this breaking news from out of the Middle East. Hala Garani, live for us in Tel Aviv. Thank you. Our thanks to Gabe Gutierrez, live at the White House as well. We will continue to monitor, of course, as the last living American hostage believed to be held in Gaza is now on his way to freedom.
Trump takes reporters' questions at press briefing after U.S.-China deal. We'll obviously cover this as well. I actually watched this live today when I was at the gym. Oh my God. Oh my Lord. Oh my freaking Lord. Oh Lordy. So obviously we got the tariffs. I'm not done with this the U.S. Israel decoupling a little bit, but one more thing to talk about with Biden, because a lot of people are asking me, hey, what do you think? What do you think about like Kamala Harris now? And the reality of the matter is I've said the same thing that I said last time around, which is that, yes, Donald Trump being a brash room reading deal maker and his love for like deals that make him look good is unironically playing a role in him taking decisions that the Biden administration never took on purpose. And if the Kamala administration was going to continue along, as she signaled, with the Biden administration's agenda on Israel, on the genocide that Israel was doing, then so far, depending on what Donald Trump does going forward in the next week or so, I can confidently say that it might even be better. It could be significantly worse still, because as I've said over and over again, that Donald Trump is very malleable, he's endlessly persuadable, and also doesn't give a single shit about the Palestinians, but neither did Kamala Harris. And it's more so a matter of like, who is willing to buck the trend of unconditional loyalty to Israel. And Donald Trump's personal character flaws might have actually played a formative role in him bucking said trend in a way that I don't think Kamala Harris or any reasonable statesman ever would. Does that make sense? Didn't he get fooled after the ceasefire in January? He let it fall apart. He didn't get fooled necessarily. I said I was very cynical. While I was, of course, complimentary and excited at the prospect of a ceasefire, regardless of how it was being conducted, I still maintained the position that, you know, it was most likely for a sinister purpose of re-upping, rearming, and then potentially moving into the West Bank in a more significant fashion. There are a lot of factors here. There are a lot of factors here at play. Okay? There are a lot of factors here at play that that I think change the calculation for Donald Trump and cause Donald Trump to, what the fuck? Anyway, caused Donald Trump to do something that I don't think Kamala Harris or Joe Biden ever did. Joe Biden never did this, and Kamala Harris never signaled that she would do anything different than Joe Biden. Moin Rabbani, let's hear what his analysis is, says, it has been a day of dramatic developments in the Middle East, although their significance remains to be determined. Most importantly, we learned that Washington and Hamas are once again negotiating. The available reports suggest that these talks were conducted indirectly via Qatar and Egypt, and according to some reports, Turkey as well. We're at the table, shouts out, rather than consisting of renewed face-to-face meetings. It is a fair assumption that if direct U.S.-Hamas meetings had taken place, these would once again have been leaked by by Israel in an effort to scuttle them anew. At the same time, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu appears to have finally realized that under Trump and his Secretary of State Steve Witkoff, Israel's leash is considerably shorter than it was under his predecessors Biden, Blinken, and Sullivan. This is 100% correct, by the way. Like, regardless of Donald Trump's statements about like ethnically cleansing the Gaza Strip and all of the fucking ridiculous shit that he has said, you also have to pay attention to what Trump has done. And what Trump has done has been directly undermining Benjamin Netanyahu's confidence, directly undermining Benjamin Netanyahu's interests. Okay? The latter, it will be recalled, left their favorite proxy free to rampage through the neighborhood without either a leash or indeed any other restraint. Witkoff's assistant deputy for DEI affairs, Marco Rubio, holds views virtually identical to Biden on Israel, but has been kept preoccupied saving the U.S. from imminent destruction by locking up college students in the swamps of Louisiana. According to both U.S. and Israeli reports, Washington, wary of Israel's determination to sabotage U.S. diplomatic initiatives that prioritize U.S. over Israeli interests, didn't inform the Israeli government about these talks until after an agreement was concluded with Hamas. It seems likely that Israel's loyalists in the Trump administration were also kept out of the loop as a precautionary measure. Recent revelations that National Security Advisor Mike Waltz was scheming with Netanyahu to unleash a war against Iran that would serve Israel's national security at the expense of that of the U.S. appears to have landed particularly badly in the White House. The specifics of the U.S.-Hamas agreement remain somewhat unclear. This is important to note as well, because like Israel keeps saying, "Oh, we're not giving anything in this. These morons, they like gave away a hostage for no reason. We're not actually going to change anything." Isn't that literally treason? Ha! Cute. Why would that be considered treason if it's done at the behest of Israel? Hello? It's just seen as a difference in opinion in American foreign policy. It's about how hard you dick ride Israel, okay, or how hard you want to bomb Iran. Mike Waltz and other State Department loyalists actually have this attitude where they're just like, they have this open perspective where they want to bomb Iran super hard, and there are some people who want to bomb Iran less hard. Okay, that's it. It's just seen as a difference in opinion. And if it's, as long as it's for Israel, it's not considered to be treason anyway, because Israel is seen, at least at this point, you must understand, Israel is not seen as a separate entity. It is seen as a part of the American design in the region, okay? But even in that process, they can get out of hand in a way where they can actually compromise America's interests. Like America might say, hey, you know, you want to cut this out a little bit. You want to dial this back a little bit. You're fucking up the bag for everybody. And Israel says, no, I'm going to keep doing it. What can you do? We have a shit ton of influence. And then America can rein Israel back in by doing stuff like this. Okay? By saying, hey, no, we control all the cards here. Know your fucking place. How do you look at Jared Kushner's entire work in Trump 1 and think he's on your side? I never said that. I don't think that. Careful, reaching nuance overload, buddy. You're losing the libs. I know. I think what's really funny about this is that Trump is a malleable figure who has a hair trigger and is like gets annoyed easily, and that actually is, under normal circumstances, that plays, I mean, that can harm America's foreign policy interests. But in this situation, I think it's like causing them to decouple a little bit from the hand in glove approach that they've had so far with Israel. The specifics of the U.S.-Hamas agreement remain somewhat unclear. The only confirmed details are that Hamas will release Eden Alexander, an Israeli soldier who holds a U.S. dual citizenship, and that the Secretary of State Witkoff is traveling to Israel Monday to finalize the handover. I like that Moen Rabbani jokingly calls the real Secretary of State, Steve Witkoff, which is understandable that he's saying that. And he calls Marco Rubio the Deputy DEI Director. They're basically basically keeping him, they're giving him busy work to just like try and fucking detain US college students for writing articles and stuff, so that, you know, he stays busy with busy work like that. If matters proceed as planned, this will once again confirm that for Israel, the release of captives from Gaza Strip is a pretext for genocide rather than genuine political or military priority. It also visibly demonstrates that foreign governments are considerably more and more seriously invested in the efforts to repatriate their citizens than is Israel. This explains the subdued mood, to put it mildly, of the yellow ribbon crowd upon learning of the agreement to release a captive. Witkoff's statement: we want to bring hostages home, but Israel's not willing to end the war. In this regard, rightfully adds insult to injury. Steve Witkoff having that honest moment and stating that we are genuinely interested in bringing the hostages home, Israel is not, is significant. It's significant. Especially when he says that American media has to fucking report on it for once. Jesus Christ. Neither Washington nor Hamas have confirmed any of the agreement's other reported details, apart from a limited suspension of hostility so that Hamas can safely hand over its captive. Hamas's statement that it's releasing Alexander is a goodwill gesture, and statements by Trump, Witkoff, and U.S. hostage envoy Adam Baylor that the release is being conducted in good faith would appear to confirm that, formally at least, the Palestinians are receiving nothing in return. What they're receiving instead is direct talks in Qatar with America. Israel was not even interested in coming to the table until recently. Once this happened, now Israel is sending an envoy to Qatar to restart the agreements, to restart ceasefire talks. Why are they doing this? Because they don't want to let America cut a deal without Israel at the fucking table. They're gross pieces of shit. That's the reason why Eden Alexander was released today. Do you understand? So now, the very same Netanyahu that spent yesterday crying and saying like, oh, we got to really reconsider our security cooperation, we got to sanitize our security agreement with the United States of America, will now turn around and try to take credit for it. Okay? Netanyahu is claiming credit and saying, oh, we played a role in this. Meanwhile, he never actually played a role in this. He literally actively undermined this deal from happening. Don't forget. May 11th source: U.S. didn't brief Israel on efforts to free Eden Alexander until after a deal was reached. Oh my God. While Hamas's insistence that captives will only be released in the context of an agreement has once again been validated, receiving nothing in return would seem to make this a rather hollow achievement. From its perspective, it is presumably hoping to use this agreement with Washington to increase Israeli domestic political pressure on the Israeli government to reach a new deal, and hoping to generate renewed U.S. pressure on Netanyahu to the same end. It presumably also came under massive pressure from regional capitals to conclude this deal at any cost before Trump touches down in Saudi capital of Riyadh this week. There may be, however, also more to the story. Since the 2nd of March, Israel has imposed an unprecedented siege on the population of the Gaza Strip with zero objection from Washington. Since the 18th of March, Israel has additionally conducted one of its fiercest military assaults on the territory since October 2023, to which the Trump administration has responded with a mixture of support and silence. This was all made possible because Witkoff, who forced Israel to accept the ceasefire agreement in January, during February-March double-crossed Hamas by changing the terms of the agreement after the parties had accepted its terms, and giving Israel license to renounce it when Hamas rejected his machinations. It seems reasonable to assume that Israel convinced Witkoff and Trump it could make a short shrift of Hamas if given one more opportunity, but this time without the purported restraints previously imposed by Biden that prevented Israel from achieving a decisive victory. The problem for Israel is that its military once again proved to be an effective and efficient killing machine, but only a mediocre fighting force, particularly in ground combat. It's one thing to raise cities to the ground, murder scores of civilians, starve an entire population, and dress up in women's lingerie, and quite another to eradicate a well-entrenched guerrilla force, even one as poorly resourced as Hamas. Israel once again repeatedly proclaimed victory while failing to achieve it. From Washington's perspective, Israel has failed to deliver and failed to uphold its end of the bargain. I think this is probably one of the more restrained and reasonable assessments of the situation, because it recognizes that the Trump administration, time and time again, allowed Israel to do its death and destruction campaign. Moin Rabbani is brilliant. And I think that it showcases, because there are, like, people want black and white terms on this stuff, right? They want, oh, Trump no longer believes in Israel, he fucking hates Israel, or Trump got annoyed by Israel and like wanted to cut a side deal with Hamas directly. But the reality of the matter is you have to look at the totality of the decisions and what the American government has said and done thus far. And you have to also look at the actions. You have to look at the actions that they've taken place, or their inaction rather. And yes, they allowed Israel to do this insane big push for the past 2 months, bombing Gaza relentlessly while simultaneously starving the entire Gazan population. And they didn't say a single fucking thing about that, as everyone was screaming about this annihilationist principle that they were applying, that Israel was applying in the Gaza Strip. So that's important to take note of. So perhaps, maybe from the Trump perspective, this looks like the Ukrainian counteroffensive. Not to say there's no moral equivalence between Ukraine and Israel, by the way. I'm simply saying that it might have been seen from the Trump administration as like Israel saying that they're going to achieve their war goals and failing to do so with the time frame that was given to Israel, and therefore Trump was like, all right, I'm cutting a side deal, you're fucking done. What you're telling me is increasingly impossible. With Trump's state visit to several Gulf countries imminent, the images of emaciated and dying children in the Gaza Strip and of many more dismembered by U.S. Supplied high explosives on a daily basis needed to be addressed. That's where the agreement with Hamas came in. In this context, reports that Witkoff intends to resurrect the January agreement may well be credible. It is certainly plausible that Hamas received informal U.S. assurances to this effect, and plausible such assurances, if indeed provided, will prove to be worthless. The problem is that this could all prove a repeat of what we experienced in January, February of this year. This is a real fear. This is why I'm skeptical as well, where they come back and they say, oh yeah, we want a ceasefire actually. We're going to get Israel to the table. We're going to get Israel to do a ceasefire, and then tell them, you know, all right, go kill as many people as you want. We don't give a shit, right? That is a real fear here. I think that's a understandable and reasonable fear to hold on to in this situation. Back then, Trump forced the ceasefire down Netanyahu's throat, not as a part of a diplomatic strategy to end Israel's war, but as a temporary fix to ensure smooth inauguration highlighted by a political achievement Biden had been too timid to secure. Once the inauguration was over, the new admin quickly lost interest. In other words, it is entirely possible we'll be back to square one once Trump takes to the skies to fly back to Washington. Israel has repeatedly announced that it intends to escalate its genocidal campaign, yet further if no agreement is reached by the conclusion of Trump's visit. It will therefore be only a matter of days before we learn whether Trump and Witkoff will permit Israel to make good on its intention to prevent any new agreement so that it can escalate yet further. If Washington calls the Israeli offensive off, it would be a sign it's finally serious about bringing this horrific ordeal to an end. So we have to sit and wait for the conclusion of Trump's Middle Eastern trip to see if Israel will go full-scale bloody murder, final solution, and ramp up its final solution, which has been doing, or whether or not they will dial it back, and then and that will mean that Donald Trump is actually serious. The Trump administration is actually serious about scaling back Israel's atrocities. Trump's tea leaves are particularly difficult to read given the erratic and impulsive nature of the man. But in contrary to January, his relations with Netanyahu have clearly deteriorated, and Arab states are, since Trump's unveiled his harebrained Gaza Riviera proposal, more engaged than at any point since October 2023. Not much more, but enough to place it on Trump's radar. Israel's challenge is that Trump's Arab host can offer Washington a panoply of benefits, while Israel can do little more than to pay for the many billions of freebies it receives from U.S. on an annual. Not an ideal position to be in with a proudly transactional administration. The glass is both half full and half empty, while overflowing with Palestinian blood. Call me a cynic. I think he's going to get his plane, get his one hostage to try and help his ailing approval ratings, and then he's going to let Israel do whatever he wants and pick at what's left of the bones, i.e. the Riviera of the Middle East. Potentially. There's also the depravity of Gulf states here as well that you need to calculate, that you need to remember. The Gulf states and their leadership do not care about the Palestinians. They care about deal making. The only reason why they ostensibly care about the Palestinians is because the Gulf state populations, the Arabs living in the Gulf states, do care about the Palestinians. So you're actively getting clip-chimped? What? What? On what? And also, who cares? Dude, I'm getting clip-chimped every day, and my clip-chimps are actually unironically putting me at odds with federal agencies at this point. I don't care, okay? Maybe I'll get fucking apprehended and detained. Who cares? Jean-Luc Mélenchon just released your interview titled The Most Interesting American I've Ever Met. Oh my God, what an honor. Yeah, breaking news, dude. Breaking news. People are fucking lying and people are trying to actively dilute my perspective by misrepresenting my positions on a complex subject matter that requires nuanced thinking. Oh well, what will I do? Once again, as always, you need to here's what you need to do. Okay? When you encounter someone in the wild, when you encounter someone in the fucking wild that is like, that's been deluded by this kind of thing, just tell them to watch the stream or tell them to watch a fucking full YouTube video. They will be able to understand that they've been duped pretty easily. Okay? No amount of clip chimping is going to cause people to, like, no amount of clip chimping and bad faith smears is going to cause people to go, oh, if they watch the full video, to go, oh yeah, okay, this guy I was duped about, you know, I was lied to about this guy.
This morning I was communicating with a leader within the Palestinian armed resistance, and he was saying, look, Hamas is taking a gamble here by making this deal for Idan Alexander because they're not getting anything on paper in return that we know of. None of my sources have said that the U.S. committed to anything. And the calculus here on their part is relates to what I was saying earlier. They feel that their best shot right now is to try to accentuate the divisions on a tactical level between Netanyahu and Trump in the hopes that Trump then will ultimately force Netanyahu to end the war. That's the gamble that Hamas has taken. Their broader position is we will not release a single Israeli captive unless there is a deal that leads to a permanent ceasefire and the full withdrawal of Israeli forces. I spoke to a senior Hamas official last week about these aid plans that you're talking about. And he said, no one has consulted with us about this. We're not involved with this. And the dime's worth of difference between the Israeli position and Trump's position on how aid should be administered ultimately plays to Israel's agenda. Now, there's also discussion that there may be a summit involving the Palestinian Authority president, Mahmoud Abbas, who's 89 years old, incredibly unpopular, is viewed by Hamas and, in fact, many Palestinians as a collaborator with Israel. It's possible that Trump is going to try to make some deal that circumvents both Israel and Hamas and Islamic Jihad and try to say, well, we're going to make a deal with Mahmoud Abbas. There's a lot of complicated politics behind that. So I would say, Crystal, that what Trump is trying to do with his proposal for having a so-called NGO, which really isn't an NGO, it seems, as you indicated, it's more like a Paul Bremer Coalition Provisional Authority type Iraq 2.0. What Trump is sort of trying to do is get enough aid to say, I'm doing something into the country, but not really linking it to an end to the war.
Are we finishing the Context Puke fundraiser? Chatter, do you think I have time to do that today? No, not today. Maybe tomorrow if there is less news, okay? Sometime this week, potentially.
Which ultimately is what Netanyahu wants. So, let's see. I mean,
and yes, I will have Jeremy Scale on again. I talked to him this morning.
Hamas, I think, has shown an ability to really hold out despite the massive human consequences. And I don't see them just folding because Donald Trump wants photo ops in the Middle East. I think we're still in for quite a battle, both diplomatically and potentially militarily on the ground. Now, look, what Netanyahu has responded to all of this in public, all of these reports about Trump and Hamas, Trump and Ansar Allah in Yemen, as
I wound up talking about you when I got back in touch with old friend people who literally just repeat points from drama slop tubers. We'll walk them back once a reasonable person argues against them. Yes. Also, the greatest antidote to those vicious smears is just showing the full context. Okay, that's it. You remember that. Okay, Hasan in detainment. Okay, chill. That's not what it looked like.
As sort of saying, well, we're going to go in and conquer all of Gaza. We're going to take all of Gaza. We're going to force the Palestinians into the south, and then we're going to have to try to figure out what third countries are going to take them. So he's really telegraphing, I want to continue this genocide. The question is Trump willing to actually rein him in a serious way, or is Trump going to try to have it both ways, let it be a little bit calmer for some months, and then it all blows up again, which is basically what happened with the January ceasefire deal.
Hasanabi is a coward. Okay, chatter. I am streaming my speech today, yes. Clip chipping Hassan be like, socialist grifter makes fun of his illiterate father. Me and said I can't read this kid. Okay. All right, let's continue. Where was I? So, as far as my analysis on like what would be different under the Harris administration, I don't know. I mean, in terms of like a lot of the domestic affairs, yes, the Harris administration would not be as fucking belligerent as the Trump administration is. I don't think the Harris administration would be utilizing ICE in the way that like I don't think I'd be detained. Actually, I don't know. I don't know if I'd be detained under the Harris administration, but then again, I don't know, right? Because if you look at what Dana Nessel was doing, she actually prosecuted American citizens in Michigan, student campus protesters and activists in Michigan, which is a blue state under a blue rulership of a blue fucking governor, okay? And the reality of the matter is Harris never actively said that she would take a different role and change trajectory from Biden on this issue, okay? So even if she were to do so, it is a major mistake that she never revealed that she would, right? It was costly. It cost her the election. Straight up. So yeah. Well, Biden earned the cynical take. My sense is he wanted a ceasefire after May 2024, far too late to his outdated ideological hidebound view of the politics of the region kept him from imposing necessary pressure on Netanyahu to get it. Like, Matt Duss is being far too nice to the Biden admin here. I don't think he fucking ever was serious about this. Okay? Never forget that the Democrats actively handed the keys to the fucking castle to this like incompetent fascist administration because of how much they wanted Israel to keep doing death and destruction. Do you get deported now? No, dude. I'm an American citizen. The fuck do you mean? Where am I going to get deported to? New Jersey? Yeah, they actively lied to the American population to make it seem like they were working tirelessly around the clock for a fucking ceasefire, when in fact new reporting on the matter from the Israeli side shows that that wasn't the case. Okay? So, yeah, this is directly from the mouth of Hamas. This step comes after important contacts in which Hamas demonstrated positivity and high flexibility. We affirm that serious and responsible negotiations achieve results in the release of prisoners. However, continuing the aggression prolongs their suffering and may kill them. We affirm the movement's readiness to immediately begin negotiations to reach a comprehensive and sustainable ceasefire agreement, including the withdrawal of the occupation army and the end of the siege, a prisoner exchange, and the reconstruction of the Gaza Strip. We urge the Trump administration to continue its efforts to end this brutal war waged by the war criminal Netanyahu against children, women, and the defenseless civilians in the Gaza Strip. Islamic Resistance Movement, Hamas. So their statement was basically that we did this in good faith. We did a good faith hostage release because America kickstarted the negotiations. So, you know, who knows? But I do like that E.L. Jacoby is pissed. The people who obsess over AIPAC every day are suddenly silent on this. I support President Trump, but if this report is true, I'm deeply disappointed. Qatar isn't an ally. They're jihadists in designer suits who helped 9/11 masterminds evade U.S. justice. Bro, here's what I don't understand. Like, Saudi Arabia is a valuable ally to Israel. Like, they literally did 9/11. You know what I mean? I don't see you having this kind of smoke for Saudi Arabia for some fucking weird reason, you know? Also, whenever people try to play fast and loose with FARA designations, remind them that the reason why the Israeli foreign contributions do not show up in the same way that foreign lobbying money shows up for Qatar, for example, is because Israel doesn't have that FARA designation. Pro-Israel groups can operate inside of U.S. boundaries without registering as foreign agents. That is the reality, okay? Whereas Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and every other country has to register as foreign agents. Now, some people play fast and loose with that designation. It's common practice in D.C. to not register as a foreign agent while still working at the behest of foreign governments. They do it all the fucking time. And you know, sometimes they even get popped for it. But, you know, please don't pick up the soap in El Salvador. Do you get deported now? If you get deported, you could reenact One Piece in Somalia. Don't give Tyrone the opportunity. Dude, why are my fucking haters such insanely racist people? Please don't pick up the soap in El Salvador. Don't give Tyrone an opportunity. Like, why are you fantasizing about rape? Like, why is that in your mind? Why is that, like, you're such a fucking weirdo, dude. God damn. Anyway. The first for a U.S. In recent memory. One Trump advisor described Trump's treatment of Netanyahu as one notch above his White House meeting with Zelensky and said influential MAGA voices have worked throughout the spring to resist efforts by pro-Israel lobbying groups and neoconservative Republicans to install Iran hawks and others seen as overly sympathetic to Netanyahu in key national security posts. From the Washington Post. Trump repeatedly bypasses Netanyahu's stoking display among Israelis. Yeah. Anyone who speaks about Qatar this way should also simultaneously be calling for the United States to immediately begin the process of shutting down its military base in Qatar, the largest U.S. military base in the Middle East. Why should the United States have over 10,000 personnel in Qatar, along with some of its most sensitive and valuable military equipment, if Qatar is such an untrustworthy country? Harsh critics of Qatar rarely call for this. Anyway. All right, let's move on to our big, beautiful deal maker. Once again, making big, beautiful deals. Let's talk about China. Donald Trump, as I told you he would, has come to the table with China. And I told you China would also extend, as I told you, an olive branch to make it seem as though they could go back to business as usual. And that is where we're at now with Donald Trump and China. The tariffs conversation is finally reaching a manageable landing point, and the markets are screaming for it. Okay, let's take a look.
Forever, but over the last 10 years, they've been very difficult for other countries. Nobody was able to do what we did, but they stopped, and we take their word for it. Their surrogates and them directly said, we don't want to do this anymore. And so we were satisfied with that. In addition, yesterday we achieved a total reset with China after productive talks in Geneva. Both sides now agreed to reduce the tariffs imposed after April 2nd to 10% for 90 days as negotiators continue on the largest structural issues. And I want to tell you that a couple of things. First of all, that doesn't include the tariffs that are.
For the record, the reason why he's doing this is because, one, Trump loves fucking shit up and then trying to restore what he fucked up and then try to secure a victory that way. That's the art of the deal. That's a classic Trump. Okay? Like, you make a play, you destabilize, and then you fold, but in the process of folding, people go, okay, well, at least you didn't fuck up everything. Like, thank God he brought this back. And that's the real art of the deal, okay? That is the real art of the deal. That's how he is, I mean, that's basically how he's conducted himself over and over again, right? Luckily, he's saving the Labubu market for Cutie Cinderella, so shouts out to that. So there's that. Art of the deal, art of the steal. Now, with China, the efforts here are numerous. He wants to decouple our other trading partners from China. He does not want China to be a manufacturing hub. But the real stress point here wasn't necessarily the counter tariffs that China actually implemented to the United States of America. The real pressure point was China's effective trade embargo on key minerals that are necessary for American defense. That made things very unstable. That actually became a matter of national security. Okay? When China said, well, we have refinement capabilities, we have a monopoly on refinement for rare earth minerals that are necessary for all, I mean, a million different components that you need to build in the United States of America for your defense industry, all of a sudden, this became a real issue, okay? This became a matter of national security. So, for Trump, he had to fix that problem, a problem that he created for no reason, that nobody asked for. So here we are.
That are our tariffs, and it doesn't include tariffs on cars, steel, aluminum, things such as that. or tariffs that may be imposed on pharmaceuticals, because we want to bring the pharmaceutical businesses back to the United States, and they're already starting to come back now based on tariffs because they don't want to pay 25, 50, or 100% tariffs, so they're moving them back to the United States. I spoke to Tim Cook this morning, and he's going to, I think, even up his numbers, $500 billion. He's going to be building a lot of plants in the United States for Apple, and we look forward to that. I really do look forward to that. But the talks in Geneva were very friendly. The relationship is very good. We're not looking to hurt China. China was being hurt very badly. They were closing up factories. They were having a lot of unrest. And they were very happy to be able to do something with us. And the relationship is very, very good. I'll speak to President Xi maybe at the end of the week. We have some other things we're doing. But one of the biggest things that we're doing, and I don't know if people realize this, but we made a great deal with China, a great trade deal. But it was a much bigger deal originally, and then they canceled it right in the last day. Some of you faces I remember were there when that happened. I remember you. And we had a deal where they opened up their country to trade with the United States. And they took that away at the last moment, and then I canceled the whole thing. And then 6 months later, we ended up doing a smaller deal. But it was a big deal. It was $50 billion worth of product that they were going to.
Yeah, here's Charles Gasparino from Fox Business, by the way, the man who has been incredibly critical of Trump's tariff regime throughout this entire process, says, breaking, in talking to sources who run small business, the pause with China came just as their companies were on the precipice of disaster, since they sourced so much of their material from China, and the containers coming from China were coming back empty. If you want to know why we were as desperate for a deal as the Chinese, it's because small business, a key MAGA constituency, was about to get crushed. This is the other side of the story as well. This guy is still talking about Kamala. The entire chat is about hypotheticals such as massive labor movement when the guy in charge right now hates union labor. Yeah, hypotheticals about what could have made her won. But even hypotheticals are not absolute enough for you, so it isn't good. Look, chatter, take it up with the Kamala campaign, okay? Can you go on LOLCal Live tonight? What the fuck is that? Is that the Keemstar show? Don't you feel embarrassed to come in here and say that you're like an active participant? You're an active consumer of Keemstar's content? I'm gonna be honest with you, chatter. You should be. Like, you should be incredibly embarrassed. The fuck? God damn. So many fucking losers online. And what's worse is they feel emboldened. Where is the shame? Yeah, this is my favorite. I'm voting for Donald Trump for the economy and to own the libs. Well, there went my shoe business. I don't understand why the tariffs have to eliminate the de minimis exemption. Why does government punish small businesses in the country, knowing full well that Nike and all the big brands will be fine paying the tax, but Steffi and I get wiped out? All the crazies really are coming out lately, and common sense seems lost a lot of them time. Yeah, common sense not so common. So tariffs are still not gone, by the way. So these guys will still suffer, just not as much. It is no longer like a de facto trade embargo, but there's still issues.
The rest of the
okay. Every major trader and investor I spoke to today said markets are ripping, not because Trump crafted some great art of the deal with China on trade. Rather, we are back to square one with the country and kicking the tariff war can down the road that averts stagflation in the short term and maybe longer if we get a deal in 90 days. Yes, markets love trade capitulation. Yeah, it's the Trump fuck up / subsequent cleanup. This is precisely what's taken place. No U.S. citizen should be detained by law enforcement at the border or anywhere because of their protected speech. ICE and CBP are the enemies domestic that federal officials swear an oath to defend against. Okay, Ari Cohn, First Amendment and defamation lawyer, lead counselor for tech policy from the FIRE org. You were in the news in Puerto Rico for what? Just a question out of curiosity. Are you in any way, shape, or form scared for your safety given recent events happening in the U.S.? No. Stop asking me this question, please. No, I'm not. Attacks against me from the federal government for exercising my First Amendment rights is not going to stop me. Okay? It's not. It's ridiculous. Why the fuck would I capitulate? Fuck them. And you shouldn't either. Do not obey in advance. We still have some norms and a crumb of a crumb of institutional power here. So until the First Amendment protections are completely eroded, I will do everything in my power to keep speaking truth to power. Anyway, let's continue.
Purchase from our farmers, etc. And we agreed to that. People thought it was 15 because they were doing 15. We made it 50 because I misunderstood the 15. I said, you got to get 50. Because when I asked, if you remember the story, when I asked, what are we doing with them? My Secretary of Agriculture at the time, Sonny Perdue, said, sir, it's about 15 billion and we're asking for 15. And I thought he said 50. So I said, so they came back with the deal at 15. And I said, no way, I want 50. Because you said 50. They said, sir, we didn't say that. Anyway, bottom line, I said, go back and ask for 50, and they gave us 50. And they were honoring the deal. And we would call them up a lot for the corn and for the wheat and for everything. They were honoring the deal. And then when Biden got in, they no longer honored the deal. There was nobody to call. I would call on an average of once every 2 weeks to say, come on, you have to speed it up a little bit. And our farmers were doing great. I said to them, buy more land and bigger tractors, if you remember. That's what happened. But the deal was a very good deal. But the best part of the deal was that we opened up China. China agreed to open itself up to American business to go in. And it would have been a great thing, I think, for China. They would be able to see things that they haven't seen. They would be able to buy products that they have never been able to buy. Would have been great for American business. I think it would have brought unity between China, better unity between China and the United States. And the bottom line is that they canceled it the last day. We were all set to sign it, and I went a little bit angry. I got a little angry. I said they canceled the deal. The deal was done. It was all ready to be signed, and people went over. They came back to me, sir, they don't want to sign the opening up China. Well, the biggest thing that we're discussing is the opening up China, and they've agreed to do that. But it's going to take a while to paper it. You know, that's not the easiest thing to paper. But that's the single, I think, to me, some people would disagree. Some people would say we're getting a lot of money with tariffs or whatever. But, you know, especially when you add what we already have.
What the fuck are you saying, man? All right, I'm gonna skip this. Let's see.
To the latest on.
Let's get to the actual analysis because I can't listen to him fucking ramble on. All right. So some of the major goals here some of the stated goals here are obviously very different than what the actual goals were. The actual goals were to try to apply pressure to China's other trade partners that we also trade with in an effort to decouple them from China. And he did not reach any success on that as far as I understand, considering that everyone was like, well, okay, we'll buy your salmonella chicken, but like we're not going to fucking stop trading with a major manufacturing hub. Okay. As far as capitulating and dialing back the tariffs regime, I mean, he didn't really get anything in return. So this was an incredibly this was just an incredibly stupid thing that he did. That was an exercise in futility. And as I told you, China would come to the table to after a period of instability that every outlet is going to present as China caving to the brave and mighty American art of the deal guy, Donald Trump, as the New York Times did this morning, predictably. China is now coming back to the table to reassert stability in terms of global trade.
On the president's trade war, and news breaking overnight that China and the U.S. have reached a short-term agreement. Our senior political correspondent, Rachel Scott, is tracking the latest on this trade deal. Good morning, Rachel.
Michael, good morning to you. And this is a breakthrough in talks between the world's two largest economies, but it's also a dramatic retreat from President Trump's 145% tariffs that he imposed on Chinese imports. After all of the tough talk and hard lines, both sides agreeing to dramatically roll back their tariffs, at least for now. This morning, the Trump administration emerging from a marathon weekend of negotiations, announcing the U.S. has reached a trade deal with China to significantly lower most tariffs for 90 days.
We have reached an agreement on a 90-day pause and substantially moved down the tariff levels.
The U.S. agreed to roll back its steep 145% tariff on Chinese imports to 30%.
There is something really interesting about how the New York Times very quickly wrote a report on how China was on the verge of failure and on the verge of collapse, and that Donald Trump's actions actually caused them to capitulate and come to the table and backtrack on everything. And it's like, I don't know how you can see it as that. Also, you are the motherfucking New York Times. Why are you saying that? Okay, here's Bloomberg Business with a very different and clear-cut approach, and saying Xi Jinping's decision to stand his ground against Donald Trump could hardly have gone any better for the Chinese leader. He did. This is why, look, there are brilliant analysts who are incredibly well-read, but one thing actually ruins their perspective, and that is their inherent Western bias, their refusal to understand how the Chinese government operates, and their refusal to ever entertain China as a reasonable state actor instead of like this belligerent state that is constantly on the verge of collapse. I'm telling you right now, this is the reason why a lot of Western analysts who are incredibly well-read routinely fucking fail to call this shit in the way that someone, myself, not as well-read, total dumbass, himbo, can actually call ahead of time what is going to take place. Okay? I'm not like brilliant or anything. I don't have the gift of foresight. I simply am looking at the situation and not assuming that China is on the fucking verge of collapse as this like despotic there's this despotic dictatorship that's gonna crumble any day now. Okay, that's it. I'm not a fucking oracle. So why is the New York Times still doing this shit? Why is the New York Times still making it seem like this is a major W for Donald Trump? Because that's what they did. The Daily basically did that today. In at odds with the reality, at odds with everything that we have seen thus far, and also at odds with like other analysts that aren't playing this line. Yeah, this is the article title. This was the New York Times assessment. A vulnerable China comes to the table.
So, have you?
The negotiations between China and the U.S. have implications for a global economy rocked by President Trump's tariffs. What a stupid way to cover this. What a stupid and wrong way to just use the paper of record to do normalization for a abnormal president. It blows my mind, okay? New York Times journals also said Trump receiving a plaintiff in corruption. This is not specifically quid pro quo. It is corruption, and I'm here for it, by the way. Who blinked first? How the U.S. and China broke their trade deadlock? Wait, what did the Financial Times say? I want to see, because I do trust the Financial Times. Probably one of the best newspapers. I'd be shocked if they actually took an approach that said, like, do we have an archived paywall post for this? Hold on. Paywall remover. Let's see. Financial Times is probably the best newspaper, I'll be honest with you. Like, out of all of the major newspapers, they are the one that routinely has done fantastic coverage both on Gaza. What is happening here? Okay. All right. The first meeting to break the U.S.-China trade deadlock was held almost 3 weeks ago in the basement of the IMF headquarters, arranged under cover of secrecy. U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, who was attending the IMF spring meetings in Washington, met China's Finance Minister Lao Fuan to discuss the near-complete breakdown in trade between the world's two biggest economies, according to people familiar with the matter. The previously unreported encounter was the first high-level meeting between U.S. and Chinese officials since Donald Trump's inauguration and the launch of his tariff war. The talks culminated this weekend in Geneva with Bessent and He Lifeng, China's vice premier, agreeing a ceasefire that would slash respective tariffs by 115 percentage points for 90 days. Despite both sides warning that they are willing to dig in for the long haul, the truce proved easier and faster to agree than expected. One overriding question has significant implications for the negotiations to come. Did Beijing or Washington flinch first? Trump on Monday claimed victory, saying he had engineered a total reset with China. Bro, you started it. Dude, this is the same, bro, this is the same exact thing that Trump dick riders did initially, where Trump dick riders were like, oh, tariffs are going to be good actually. And then when he reversed all the universal tariffs that he had slapped on and like lowered them to 10%, he was like, art of the deal, sir. It's like, okay, why did you want the tariffs initially if you're going to say art of the deal when he dials back? Like, what the fuck? Meanwhile, Hu Zhijing, the former editor of the National Communist Party tabloid, the Global Times, said on social media that the deal was a great victory for China. The U.S. has chickened out, said one popular Chinese social media post of the deal. Economists agreed that the U.S. might have overplayed its hand by raising the tariffs too quickly and too high. The U.S. blinked first, said Alicia Garcia Herrero, chief Asia-Pacific economist at French investment bank Natixis. It thought it could raise tariffs almost infinitely without being hurt, but that hasn't been proven right. The U.S. and China had each argued that the other was more vulnerable to the tariffs, but the speed with which they unwound the levies in Geneva suggested the trade war was inflicting severe pain on both sides, she added. A hard decoupling of the world's two largest economies is threatening job losses for Chinese workers and higher inflation and empty shelves for American consumers. Craig Singleton of the Foundation for Defense of Democracies, a think tank. Oh, God, the worst, by the way. FDD is awful. A think tank in Washington said it was striking how quickly the deal had emerged, suggesting that both sides are more economically boxed in than they let on. While Beijing stood toe-to-toe with Washington in fighting Trump's tariffs, Chinese negotiators still have more work to do to level the playing field. The U.S. still retains much higher tariffs on China than on any other country. Capital Economics calculated that the total U.S. tariffs on Chinese goods would remain about 40% after the ceasefire, with Chinese tariffs on the U.S. would be about 25%. Experts also warned it would be a hard road to secure any agreement that would be more lasting. For the record, and I said this already, China, remember, I told you, China, after a period of instability, showing the rest of the fucking global leaders who is actually the unstable, belligerent, hegemonic power here, okay, will then come to the table and offer concessions to make Trump feel good. Give Trump a make nice, okay, in order to restore stability to global trade, which of course Trump is refusing to do regardless. He seemingly is still invested in like this decoupling. The U.S.-China trade negotiations are going to be like a roller coaster, said Scott Kennedy, a China expert at CSIS, a think tank. Markets can breathe a temporary sigh of relief, but we're nowhere near out of the woods. Ahead of the talks, Bessent had warned that the high level of tariffs was not sustainable and amounted to an effective embargo on U.S.-China trade. The ceasefire at least narrowed the gap sufficiently for China's extremely price-competitive manufacturers to remain in business with the U.S. Alfredo Montefar-Helou, head of the China Center at the Conference Board think tank in New York, said it would have been impossible for Chinese producers to offset 145% tariffs imposed by the U.S., but at 30%, I think most Chinese imports in the U.S. would regain their competitiveness. Before the talks in Geneva, Bessent had said the two sides were unlikely to reach a broad economic and trade deal, saying they needed to de-escalate before we can move forward. But on Monday, he struck an optimistic note, hinting that Washington might be looking for the type of purchase agreements that characterized the initial phase of the U.S.-China trade war during Trump's first term. These involved Beijing agreeing to buy quantities of commodities such as soybeans and the U.S. manufactured goods, but they were disrupted by the pandemic. There will also be a possibility of purchase agreements to pull what is our largest bilateral trade deficit into balance, Bessent said. Bessent and Greer also sounded positive. Like, what are they going to do? Buy all the soybeans readily available? Like, oh yeah, your pro-China propaganda is sickening. Oh yeah, keep getting sick, chatter. Are you saying the Financial Times is doing pro-China propaganda and it's making you sick? Should I lie to you and act like this situation was actually totally manageable and Trump was a brilliant trade deal maker? I don't understand. Like, what do people want me to do? Lie to them? Is that what you think is better to do here? To tell you a lie? To act like Donald Trump breaking global trade because he was bored was actually really good? Listen up, President Xi. I'm sorry. Based. That's the real. Yeah, if you want someone to fucking tell you, serve you a lie about how awesome and brilliant Trump is, Asmongold's down the road, you know? Next door. He's next door, serving that good slop that people want to hear. Seemingly, a lot of people would rather be deluded into believing in a completely alternative reality than to make a assessment on cold, hard truths. The upside surprise for me this weekend was the level of Chinese engagement on the fentanyl crisis. He said the Chinese delegation included officials who had very robust and highly detailed discussions with someone from the U.S. National Security Team. For Beijing, a fentanyl deal could erase 20 percentage points of remaining tariffs imposed by Trump, placing China roughly on a level playing field with other countries exporting to the U.S. China would still face the fentanyl stuff is the funniest. I know you seeing these, dude. It's my most annoying. Okay, here, take a week off. I'm sorry. One of the things that annoys me the most is like when chatters go, I know you saw my post. I know you saw my post. Respond to me. There's 40,000 people in here, man. Jesus Christ. Hasman briefly floated suing me. Wait, what? For what? He says you defame him about what? I defame him for what? Saying that he doesn't take a shower? No judge is going to look at that situation and go, yeah, this is actually defamation. Judges are going to look at that and be like, dude, are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious? Come on, dog. I don't think you take a shower either. What do you mean? Are you gonna sue me next? I'm the judge here. Yeah, judge is gonna take one look at that and be like, yeah, based. It's funny to see Asmongold also turn into Ethan Klein, like trying to be litigious and shit. Has your detention made you more empathetic towards the imprisoned? What are you talking about, dude? My conditions were not the same as someone who's in prison. Also, I'm already maximum empathetic to people who are in prison, so. Anyway. Where was I? Let's continue. Even with this the fentanyl stuff. The fentanyl stuff is extra funny. The fentanyl stuff is extra funny because, like, virtually everyone knows the fentanyl stuff is just bullshit. Like, it's not bullshit that fentanyl is coming into the United States of America, but it is like a bullshit reason to try and start a trade war. You know what I mean? So everyone is basically trying to be like, listen, big dog. We got you. We'll do this thing that you want us to do. We'll really deal with the fence stuff. Even with this respite, economists caution that the bilateral relationship will remain troubled, with Trump's unpredictable policymaking expected to drive China to continue to diversify its exports market and try to stimulate more domestic demand. Chinese exporters were also probably use the 90-day window for negotiation to front-load more exports in the U.S., which could lead to another surge in China's trade surplus with the country. A durable resolution remains challenging, given the complex bilateral relationship, said Robin Xing, economist at Morgan Stanley, in a note. Anyway. Yeah, China is Trump is doing expert level tactics. Congratulations, sir. Thank you so much for scaling back the onslaught of global trade for no discernible reason.
China agreeing to lower its tax on American goods from 125% to 10%. For weeks, the president has been defiant about keeping his tariffs in place, even as markets tumbled and retailers warned their shelves could go empty.
I know what the hell I'm doing. I know what I'm doing, and you know what I'm doing too.
China took a hard line too, insisting no matter how long the trade war lasts, we'll never yield. But just as both sides touched down in Geneva, Switzerland for those high-stakes talks, the president with a change in tone, suggesting he would be willing to drop his tariffs even lower to 80%. The deal the U.S. reached is much lower than that.
We concluded that we have shared interest. The consensus from both delegations this weekend is neither side wants a decoupling.
On Wall Street, stock futures surging as the U.S. and China return back to the negotiating table in hopes of reaching a long-term deal. So investors are rejoicing this morning, but the full economic impact of this on and off again trade war still remains very unclear at this point. That question will be answered likely in 90 days as these two sides continue their negotiations, Michael.
Yeah, still a lot of that is still unclear, Rachel. But Rachel, the president posting on social media that he will sign an executive order aimed at lowering prescription drug costs.
Yes, Michael, the president says he'll be signing that executive order in just a few hours before he heads off on this foreign trip. It is aimed at lowering the price of prescription drugs. The goal here to force pharmaceutical companies to charge the U.S.
This was, first of all, it's so funny for Donald Trump to try to do this through tariffs, which is, of course, inflationary. But also, dog. The reason why pharmaceutical drug costs are so expensive in America is because we don't have mass purchasing, and up until recently it was already illegal. Like, it was illegal for even the VA, which is one of the only nationalized healthcare structures that exist. It was illegal for the VA until Obama to even fucking lower pharmaceutical price at the point of purchase through mass purchases. We are the only country on the fucking planet that does not engage in this process, by the way, in the developed world and even in the underdeveloped world. So if you want to actually lower pharmaceutical costs, which I'm on board with, oh my God, 100%, you have to force the pharmaceutical companies to lower the costs at the point of purchase. You have to literally tell them, like, you can't do this. You cannot increase prices. China does it. Everybody does it. It's not unique to China at all. He has to implement, look, medicine is an inelastic, medicine has inelastic demand, okay? Which means, inelastic demand means that the price can be erroneously increased and people still need it regardless, because if they don't get it, they fucking die. So people will pay whatever price you set for it, or they die. So the only thing you can do in this process is either restructure the way that the American government purchases all medicine and you know, create some semblance of socialized medicine structure so that there is bargaining agreements at the point of purchase when you're mass purchasing for the country, as is the case with every fucking country on the planet, by the way. Virtually every country on the planet does this. Like, this is not a crazy socialistic, idealistic, fucking utopian communist argument, okay? Every country does this, except for the United States of America. Or, if you can't do that because you don't want to do socialized medicine, you have to implement price controls. That's it. Hold on. Hold on. I'm getting blown up by journalists that are all writing about the ICE detention situation. But that vid where the Chinese government walks in and throws their dick on the table and just tells them no is so good. Yeah, bulk purchasing of medicine is literally how 99% of countries get their medicine into the consumer market. It's crazy that the U.S. doesn't do that. And the only area where they actually do engage in bulk purchasing is the Veterans Affairs, because that is the only thing that is like resembling a nationalized structure. And there are a lot of complications for the VA, obviously, because like their entire insured pool is deeply fucking sick because they're veterans, right? You get fucked up during basic training. So there is no way to leverage the healthy pool that is paying into this process with the unhealthy pool, because the entire pool that needs care is unhealthy, and it's an ever-growing pool of unhealthy people. So it's not even a perfect representation of like how nationalized medicine would work. Having said that, it was illegal until recently for even the VA to engage in bargaining at the point of bulk purchase. Please understand how fucking psychotic this country is. For Europeans that are tuning in, think about how fucking nutty that is, okay? It is so crazy. Whereas every other country on the planet literally engages in bulk purchase at the point of any pharmaceutical entering the market. This is the reason why American drugs are 10x the cost of drugs elsewhere.
The lowest price that they charge other companies. Now, if implemented, this would likely have the largest impact on drugs covered by Medicare and that are administered in a doctor's office, with the White House not releasing any other details this morning, and implementing this could be very complicated, Michael.
All right, Rachel Scott, thank you so much.
We start with a Fox News alert. The United States and China have reached an agreement.
Anyway, one of the funniest Trump still got it moments was when he was talking about price caps potentially, and you know, I hate to fucking give it to the guy whose admin falsely detained me at the goddamn airport, but you know, I call balls and strikes, as I said in my detention interrogation, whatever you want to call it. He still got it. Okay, he still got that fastball, baby. Look, this is a fantastic example of a man who still got it. This 56-second moment. Let's take a look.
I mean, I'll tell you a story. A friend of mine who's a businessman, very, very, very top guy. Most of you would have heard of him. A highly neurotic, brilliant businessman. Seriously overweight.
Highly neurotic, seriously overweight.
He takes the fat shot.
He takes the fat shot.
And he called me up, and he said, President. He calls me. He used to call me Donald. Now he calls me President. So that's nice respect. He's a rough guy, smart guy, very successful, very rich. I wouldn't even know how we would know this, but because he's got comments. Said, President, could I ask you a question? What? I'm in London, and I just paid for this damn fat drug I take. I said, it's not working. He said,
it's not working.
I just paid $88, and in New York I paid $1,300. What the hell is going on?
Dude, fucking amazing. No notes. 10-10. Also, the other side of this story that I find insane is that, like, these fucking global multinational conglomerate owning billionaires are shocked at the price disparity in the European markets for what I already explained to you, which is socialized medicine, an important aspect of socialized medicine. It's like, really? That's what it took for you to comprehend that, like, shit is incredibly fucked up in America? Like, how? Like, are you that stupid? This is the type of story that reminds me that some of these guys are not, like, as I don't want to say they're not as evil, because their output is still pretty evil, but they're more stupid than they are deliberately evil, okay? Because you operate under the assumption that, like, everyone is aware of these things that I'm aware of, that you're aware of, right? And then you encounter a story like this, and you're like, what the fuck? Like, how is this news to you, man? How is this fucking news to you? God damn, how'd you become a fucking billionaire? How? How is this possible? Like, what a perfect demonstration that meritocracy is just a lie, okay? It's just an abject fucking lie that you can have a guy who is a multi-billionaire, a titan of commerce and industry, be this oblivious to just basic amenities offered by social democracies. Like, that's insane. Oh my God. It is crazy. It is crazy. I always forget that people in positions of power are just as stupid as people who are fucking YouTube commentary slop tubers, okay? Like, I sometimes fail for the position of authority fallacy, because deep down inside, I also, I guess, have some kind of commitment to institutions and their infallibility. So I assume that these guys are sharks and they're smart, and actually they're presenting themselves as like oblivious, but in fact they are completely aware of the unjustifiable structures that they have played a role in cementing. And then you hear a story like this and you're like, oh no, they're just dumb. Like, they're actually fucking dumb. They're actually fucking oblivious. And it blows my goddamn mind. Like, how did you live for as long as you did and become a titan of industry, a commerce giant, and just completely remove yourself from normal day-to-day existence that caused you to be this oblivious to the basic things that social democracies afford? Wow. Incredible. Would I be canceled if I named the person he's talking about? Wait, what? I want to know. I wonder. X-based? I mean, why would they know? Elon for sure? I doubt that it's Elon. Trump is likely referring to Elon Musk. No, I don't think it's Elon. It's not Elon. It's funny to think it probably is, but I don't think it's Elon Musk. There are a lot of people that are on Ozempic in the admin, so it could be any number of people. It could be any number of like Trump adjacent billionaires too. There's a fuck ton of people that are taking Ozempic now. What do you think like happened to Mike Pompeo? You know what I mean? Or even like a Bill Barr. Like they all have lost hundreds of pounds. Collectively, they've lost like 1,000 fucking pounds. How do you think that happened over the course of 1 year? Fat shot. Do you take Ozempic? No, but I fucking probably should after this goddamn trip to France. Holy shit, I ate so many baguettes. Oui. It's actually pretty nutty how much weight I've gained. I don't even know. You've been ousted? What is this? Rumors are true. We have replaced Hassan Piker effectively immediately. This was not an easy decision to make, but ultimately, yeah, that's true. I'm no longer a part of the podcast. Fear and. I'm no longer a part of the Fear and podcast. Defending rights and dissent. Our policy director, Chip Gibbons, on the detention of streamer Hasan. We are deeply disturbed that CBP is stopping political commentators at the border to interrogate them about the First Amendment protected activities. Such an abuse of power is an affront to press freedom. Hell yeah. I don't know why the fuck they did that. It's so dumb. I still think about that. I assume it was so that they can just like, I assume it's so that they can say like, that I tell the tale and then like there's more of a chilling effect on speech, but I feel like this is going to backfire on them. You know what I mean? Like, why the fuck would I get intimidated by this? You know what I mean? I'm one of the worst people to do this to. Especially because I'm a high profile person. Like, people are gonna fucking write about this. Do you weight gain quickly? Yes. Is there a chance you're overreacting and this was a normal process? Or maybe not, but the people reacting to it? Yeah, it's a totally normal process to stop someone and ask them if how they feel about Donald Trump, an American citizen, at the point of entry into the fucking country. Do you think it's a normal process, chatter? Like, they didn't ask me. They had nothing. They had no reason to stop me. I'm a U.S. citizen walking into my own country. What the fuck are you talking about? It's the least normal thing you can do. It wasn't normal when they were doing it to like random Afghan nationals with American citizenship, but it's certainly not normal to do it to an American citizen. You know what I mean? I traveled internationally and was asked a few questions. I was like 15 years old. What? Bro, the questions they asked me were not normal questions. They were all directly related to protected First Amendment activities, okay? As a political commentator. It wasn't a random stop either. Asking me about fucking Twitch bans and shit. Have you been in contact with Hamas? Do you think that Hamas's resistance is honorable? Do you think Hamas's resistance is good? You know what I mean? You think these are fucking normal questions to ask a random person that they randomly stopped? Do you think that's what happened? That's crazy. Anyway. Yeah, also they didn't like stop me. They literally took me to a detention area.
To slash tariffs on each other's goods, complete with a 90-day pause for future negotiations.
Lucas Thomason is live in Saudi Arabia ahead of President Trump's visit there with the details. Good morning, Lucas. What can you tell us?
Well, good afternoon from Riyadh, guys. Before President Trump arrives here in Saudi Arabia tomorrow morning, big news on the trade front. A trade deal has been announced with China, an agreement to slash tariffs.
People are going to try and minimize it now to pretend these things aren't happening. I know. All of the media is going to write about it. Meanwhile, all the slop tubers are going to be like, oh, it's fake. It's normal part of the process. It's perfectly normal, perfectly valid. More of it should happen. He should go to CCOT. You know what I mean? He should go to fucking CCOT, actually. He's a terrorist. Did you say you don't like Donald Trump as you believe? Yes, I did. And on the question of Hamas and the Houthis, I kept saying they're recognized as terrorist organizations by the State Department. That's what just kept repeating that over and over again. And whenever they ask me about like how do you how do you see an end to Israel's war in Gaza or whatever. I was like, I don't care. I'm on the side of humans. I'm on the side of humanity. I'm on the side of fucking civilians not dying over and over again. I have global entry, by the way, which means that like the DHS is aware of me to begin with. Like I got stopped at global entry, not even like regular entry into the country, global entry.
Here's President Trump's trade rep Jamieson Greer speaking in Geneva.
We come to agreement that our reciprocal tariff rate will go down to 10% on the United States side, so it goes down 115%. We enter into a 90-day pause period for negotiations, which both the Chinese and the United States are very committed to. And the Chinese on their side also go down 115% to 10%, and they remove the countermeasures that they have in place.
So tariffs are being slashed, and here's President Trump's Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent speaking alongside Greer in Geneva.
Neither side wants a decoupling. And what had occurred...
That's weird. That's news to me, because it felt like this entire process was so that we would do a decoupling. You should have live streamed it. Chatter, it's a fucking Faraday cage. When you go into the interrogation room, it's a Faraday cage. There's no service in there. Yeah. I like that these guys are like, there's no decoupling. We didn't mean that when we said it over and over again. And when we made those demands to our trade partners, that was just a joke. We were just memeing about that.
With these very high tariffs, as Ambassador Greer said, was the equivalent of an embargo, and neither side wants that. We do want trade. We want more balanced trade, and I think that both sides are committed to achieving that.
Now, after European leaders traveled to Ukraine over the weekend to support a U.S.-led 30-day ceasefire effort to begin today, it was supposed to, Russian President Vladimir Putin appeared to stall, holding a hastily arranged press conference early Sunday morning about 3 a.m. local in Moscow to propose something different. A meeting with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky in Istanbul, an offer President Trump says Zelensky should accept, posting, quote, President Putin of Russia doesn't want to have a ceasefire agreement with Ukraine, but rather wants to meet on Thursday in Turkey to negotiate a possible end to this bloodbath. Ukraine should agree to this immediately. At least they will be able to determine whether or not a deal is possible, and if it is not, European leaders and the U.S. will know where everything stands and can proceed accordingly. Starting to doubt Ukraine will make a deal with Putin, who's too busy celebrating the victory of World War II, which could not have been won, not even close, without the United States of America. Have the meeting now. Zelensky, responding to Putin's offer, said, quote, we await a full and lasting ceasefire starting from tomorrow, meaning today, Monday, to provide the necessary basis for diplomacy. There is no point in prolonging the killings, and I will be waiting for Putin in Turkey on Thursday, personally. I hope that this time the Russians will not look for excuses. Now, here's President Trump on the India-Pakistan ceasefire mediated by the White House, led by Vice President J.D. Vance and Secretary of State Marco Rubio. The president posting, quote, while not even discussed, I'm going to increase trade substantially with both of these great nations. Additionally, I'll work with you both to see...
He's trying to put W's on the board so bad. Probably not a Faraday cage. They use jammers. Okay, whatever. Jammers.
If, after a, quote, 1,000 years, a solution can be arrived at concerning Kashmir. God bless the leadership of India and Pakistan on a job well done. So President Trump will be arriving here in Saudi Arabia tomorrow.
You are so canceled for comparing Israel to India to Israel. Suck my dick, dude. Canceled by what? I'm over here getting canceled by the fucking federal government, dude. What are you talking about? Oh my God, dude. Shut the fuck up, please.
Tomorrow to begin the signing of billions of dollars worth of deals. And before he leaves the White House this morning, guys, the president will be sitting down to sign an executive order to lower the cost of prescription drugs. Guys?
Well, Lucas, it's almost impossible to think that we're looking at 5 major stories at one time. Right from the region the president's about to go to, right?
There's no question, Brian. Very busy day yesterday when these were all announced. And also something to look at on this trip is Syria. You know, the Trump administration wants to keep Iran out of Syria. Doesn't want it to be a forward operating base like it was for 50 years under the Assad regime. That's one more thing. So maybe we're up to 6 now, Brian. But President Trump's going to arrive for tomorrow. We're expecting billions of dollars worth of deals to be announced, including artificial intelligence and, of course, arms sales as well.
Yeah, I'd rather not be a Russian hub either. That would certainly help. Appreciate it, Lucas.
It's incredible what President Trump has done over the weekend. He brokered that India-Pakistani ceasefire. He got Zelensky and Putin to go to the table. Putin said, I want to...
Why didn't you stand on your principles more firmly when questioned at the border instead of opting to dodge the questions? I missed the beginning of the stream. Can you explain detail your detention? Do you stand on your principles and just say the cause of Hamas are honorable? Did you say you don't like Donald Trump as you believe? Why didn't you stand on your principles more firmly instead of trying to dodge the question? This actually reminds me of Russia now. You can no longer say what you believe in. Even if it's a great cause, you will be imprisoned. Why didn't you stand on your principles? I love Redditors so much, dude. Yeah, I should have debated him further, which I did. Unironically, I did. Is this your interrogator? I think dealing with dumbasses in my chat and drama baiters in my chat have actually trained me for this very moment. Like having to constantly engage with debate lords makes it easy work to deal with like a fucking ICE or CBP guy. You know what I mean? They're having a rough time because they wanted to punch the air and celebrate that you got held, but realized, no, wait, that's fucking terrible optics, so they're coping so hard. Yeah. Yeah, if I was Ethan Klein, I would be like, Ethan is the reason why I got fucking stopped by Customs and Border Patrol. Like, I'd make a YouTube video complaining about how Ethan Klein directly called Customs and Border Patrol on me. No evidence whatsoever necessary. You know, my way or the highway. If you don't actually agree with me, then you love that I got detained. TVP. I literally think he is. Why do you think they had specific questions about your bans and shit? What are you, fucking crazy? They had those specific questions because I'm sure I have a fucking document somewhere in the Department of Homeland Security ready to fucking rip at any moment of detention or apprehension. Yeah, they have a bunch of they have a bunch of notes to hit. What was shocking is that would be a part of the questioning for ICE or Department of Homeland Security. Like that in and of itself is shocking because it's like they're getting their notes from fucking Redditors and Reddit drama, which is crazy.
With you, Zelensky, on Thursday, and President Trump encouraged Zelensky to do that on Truth Social, and then they both agreed. And then also the U.S. and China trade deal. Lucas didn't mention that the 20% duties on Chinese imports relating to fentanyl will remain in place, meaning the total tariff on China stands at 30%.
And of course, you got the last living American hostage as well.
Absolutely.
That has finally been negotiated, and he's going to be released. So, I mean, he's firing on all cylinders. Maybe we finally get the market.
Yeah, same way they used Twitter to bomb that quarry in Yemen. Exactly. It actually is shocking that they would, like, CENTCOM using fucking random Twitter OSINT people to find like priority targets is also shocking. Just like this shit.
Americans are responding positively to this trade deal being done. It's a framework. There's still more negotiation to go. But it's a step in the right direction.
So, you know, a lot of times when they come out of meetings, they have different interpretations of the meetings. And I was just seeing, I listened to the presser live at 3 in the morning. And then it was hard hearing all the audio, so I was just jotting down hand notes. And then I'm listening to the Chinese delegation. They had one soundbite, and he sounded just as positive. You know what it shows? All the manufacturing, the trouble they have, making their payments, getting people unemployment. The fact is, a lot of these cargo ships are leaving with nothing on them because the U.S. is canceling their orders. They came to deal. And you know what I also like? Not like, they came first, they came second. They said that. It's just, hey, we're at 145, 125. Now we're at 30 and 10. And these are some of the details. And one of the things that Scott Bessett said in particular, China brought up to them, we have not had talks about trade in 4 years. The also thing that they brought up too is he brought up, says, you guys got to become a consumer nation. All you do is send stuff out. Now we have $295 billion of trade imbalance. It's gone up 5% this year, 40% over the last 5 years. It is unsustainable. Of course we're in this spot right here, right now. The question is, why wasn't there more of an urgency before?
And then also the hostage to be released, it's Eden Alexander. We've talked to his family before on the show. He was held for 550 days. And this is thought to be a gesture because our president is going to the Middle East for the week. And this was a gesture from Hamas to say, you're going to send him in America.
So we got the president firing on all cylinders with all these major international and domestic stories, but the Democrats are still.
Are you coming back to France in the future? Yes. I will be back in France for GP Explorer that my friend Squeezy Lucas is putting together. I'm going to be the American host of this international event that is going to be televised on French television, and it's going to be a massive event. So yeah, I will be in France for that, unless I'm in jail at that point. If I'm not in jail, I will be there. Okay. Yes, I will be hosting it alongside Pokimane.
Almost everything they said on the Sunday shows is null and void because everything's been moving forward. But what I thought was interesting is, as far as Netanyahu says, I didn't give up anything to get Alexander back. So Witkoff just arrived at the Jerusalem Post about an hour ago. So what's he going to say? He's going to clue them in. Now, Israel and the U.S. are a little bit disjointed now because we cut a deal with the Houthis not to bomb us, but they continue to go after. Israel says, we wish we would have known about that ahead of time. This hostage thing, I'm not sure they were clued in this time, but they do plan on going in full bore into Gaza and holding land this time. But it would be good, I think, for the world community to get some aid in there. It would, at the very least, just get some humanitarian aid to the areas that we told the Palestinians to evacuate to.
There's Eden's picture. His mom found out on Mother's Day her son's coming home.
I'm Steve Ducey. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page.
Zelensky challenges Putin to meet in person for peace talks.
Russia and Ukraine are edging closer towards negotiating table, but points of contention remain. In a post on social media, Volodymyr Zelensky called for a halt in fighting before any direct talks, before adding,
I will be waiting for Putin in Turkey on Thursday, personally. Turkey, not only at the table, Turkey is the table, once again. Don't you have to go soon, big dog? Yes, I will be making my way to... I'll be making my way to the university in a little bit, and we will of course be breaking down. We will of course be breaking down the whole thing while that's happening. So you should take the red line. Chicago has great public transit. I will not be taking the red line to go to University of Chicago because I have a car. The university has hired a car service. Everybody, please stop trying to fucking manage my. Please stop trying to backseat produce. I am a 33-year-old man. Okay. This is a professional event. I will be bringing a shit ton of bags with me to this professional event. I have all of my equipment. We will be breaking down the equipment here in a little bit. Okay? Please stop. Don't know why you guys do this, okay? I don't understand it. You can't help yourselves.
That he would be waiting for Putin in Turkey on Thursday, personally. Afterwards, he doubled down on his message during his nightly address.
Tomorrow, we expect a ceasefire. This proposal is on the table. A full and unconditional ceasefire. Long enough to provide the necessary basis for diplomacy, which can bring peace much closer.
Yes, I know the Chicago Jewish Coalition will be there to protest. I know. They've said that they will be doing a counter demonstration or something. I know. I am familiar. As far as I understand, there was no. That's an external group, by the way, and not even a part of the school. And also, there's an external group. It's not even a part of the school. And from what I understand, there wasn't any like internal dissent from school groups.
But the likelihood of a truce before talks was diminished earlier on Sunday. In a press conference, Russian President Vladimir Putin effectively rejected a European ultimatum for a ceasefire, before suggesting Kyiv and Moscow representatives meet in Turkey. US President Donald Trump then weighed in, urging Zelensky to accept.
Ukraine should agree to this immediately. At least they will be able to determine whether or not a deal is possible. And if it is not, European leaders in the US will know where everything stands and can proceed accordingly.
The unconditional 30-day ceasefire was put forward in Kyiv on Saturday by Polish, British, French and German leaders and received backing from the United States and the European Union. They told Moscow to accept or receive a fresh wave of sanctions. The group reportedly spoke again on Sunday night before French President Emmanuel Macron released a statement insisting on the necessity of a ceasefire to allow a Russian-Ukrainian meeting to take place at the highest level.
I mean, I'll tell you a story. A friend of mine is a businessman, very, very, very top guy. Most of you would have heard of him. Highly neurotic, brilliant business.
We already covered this part, which was incredible.
Some prescription drug and pharmaceutical prices will be reduced almost immediately by 50 to 80
Fat
to
shot.
90%.
Great big fat man told him Ozempic is not working. Oh, Zhijing, ex-editor of CCP tabloid Global Times. This is a significant victory for China in preserving the principles of equality and mutual respect. So far, no other country has reached such equal negotiation terms with the U.S. An equal agreement between China and the U.S. is a victory not only for China, but also for international trade rules and the rightful order. The China-U.S. agreement is a model and will undoubtedly inspire other countries to defend their rights. Old Hu refers to himself, gives a big thumbs up to China's negotiation team. I'm proud of the unity and resolve shown by the Chinese government and people over the past month. It is a true embodiment of, I am not going to read that, I don't know how to read that, where collective will forms an unbreakable fortress. I take pride in the courage and resilience this nation has displayed in the face of coercion. Treatler writes, screaming. Oh, this is breaking. Trump officially maintains 120% cheap goods tax on China, hitting Shein and Temu per Axios. Yeah. Why do you only own gas cars and refuse to use the red line? Because I fucking love destroying the planet. I don't own gas cars. I have an EV. Labubus are good. All the TikTok girlies are screaming. Yeah, no more Temu, no more Shein, but Labubus will not get hit with a tariff, I don't think. Cutie paid 130% in fees last week for Deco. L Nerd should have waited for JD Pondon. Oh, speaking of Chinese EVs, I got into my first BYD Seal. I got into my first BYD in France, and I think it's all right. It's not like, it wasn't all the rage that I thought it was, but it's like the most basic model, I think. So it was fine. But it was like, you know, it's affordable. That's the point. Yeah, the Seal is like the cheap one, I think. Retract that statement. I mean, it was all right. It was like cool, but it wasn't like, it didn't actually blow me away, you know? Hassan, can you please talk about the hoodies at UCHICAGO today? Maybe. Bro got questioned by ICE one time and is now shitting on China. Yeah, that's what it is. I'm famously not a stubborn and brutally honest person, and just demonstrating that regardless. Hold on, I need to start breaking down the fucking stream shit. Was everything computer? Everything was computer.
Government will either abide by this principle voluntarily or will use the power of the federal government to ensure that we are paying the same price as other countries. To accelerate these price restrictions and reductions, my administration will also cut out the middlemen. We're going to totally cut out the famous middlemen. Nobody knows who they are, middlemen. I've been hearing the term for 25 years, middlemen. I don't know who they are, but they're rich. That I can tell you. We're going to cut out the middlemen. And
someone said, what the hell is wrong with his nose? I don't know. His face looks extra fucked up. And I don't know what that's about. I noticed that too, though. It's weird. Marge? He said he's here, but I don't know if he's in the room or not, and I just didn't see him.
Facilitate the direct sale of drugs at the most favored nation price directly to the American citizen. So we're cutting out, Bobby, the middlemen. It's so important, right? We got to do that. They're worse than the drug companies. They don't even make a product, and they make a fortune.
They don't make a product.
So today, Americans spend.
This is also the most fucked up thing. Trump being a fake friend to the EU, as always, saying that the European Union is in many ways nastier than China is crazy work. Okay, he is cooking the EU with these trade agreements, and then also shitting on them aggressively. That's good. Where's the bag? Oh, word. All right. Well, let's start the bag and then switch over to the bag, and then we'll stream the process of us breaking down the stream and putting it in the other bag, in the streaming bag, and then we'll move on. Because the car is supposed to be here at 4, which is so early. Yeah, it's like overkill. I'm gonna tell David to come later. Like tell the car to like leave at 4:30 or something. I think that should be better, right? Because what the fuck are we gonna do on college campus? I don't want to be on the campus. What about traffic? Chatters, it's a 30-minute It is a 30-minute fucking drive, dude. I'm pretty sure. Actually, I don't know exactly where it is. Do you have the address? Can you look it up? You mean you don't want to interview college kids? No, I don't want to be there. Yeah, it's fucking 24 minutes away. I don't want to be there. Chicago's busy this time. Yeah, it's 24 minutes away, okay? I don't want to be on campus ahead of time and then like invite more controversy than is necessary, if that makes sense. And I want to keep covering the news. I have this one. Yeah. I think this one is better because it doesn't wobble and you can put it on the ground. But this one is good enough, isn't it? Yeah. It says 24 minutes now. At 4:30, we'll say 50 minutes. Okay. 40,000 micro backseat drivers.
70% more for prescription drugs than we spent in the year 2000. Think of that. Our country has the highest drug prices anywhere in the world by sometimes a factor of 5, 6, 7, 8 times. It's not like they're slight.
So you're not going to do an encampment? No, dude, I'm not. I'm not. No, I'm going to a fucking speaking engagement. Goddamn, chatters. Holy shit.
Higher than 6, 7, 8 times, or even cases of 10 times higher.
Y'all are, I've realized, unironically, y'all are fucking more annoying than the ICE agent at the detention. Like, you are literally, I prefer that guy. I prefer having a fucking conversation with that guy who holds my freedom in his fucking hands than some of you dumb fucks in the chat. Oh my God. Seriously, fucking micromanagers. Oh my Lord, shut the fuck up.
So that you go 10 times more expensive for the same drug, that's big numbers. Even though the United States is home to only 4% of the world's population, pharmaceutical companies make more than 2/3 of their profits in America. So think of that. With 4% of the population, the pharmaceutical companies make most of their money, most of their profits from America. That's not a good thing. Now, I think, by the way, pharmaceutical, I have great respect for these companies and for the people that run them. I really do. And I think they did one of the greatest jobs in history for their company, convincing people for many years that this was a fair system. Nobody really understood why. And I figured it out. For years, pharmaceutical and drug companies have said that
Let's see if they let us.
development costs were what they are. For no reason whatsoever, they had to be borne by America alone. Not anymore, they don't. This means American patients were effectively subsidizing socialist healthcare systems in Germany, in all parts of the European Union. They were the toughest of all. They were nasty. And I see that. I see that with trade, too. European Union is, in many ways, nastier than China. Okay? And we just started with them. Oh, they'll come down a lot. You watch.
Mr. President, what is Mr.
Price controls? So how do you respond to that? It's not price control. No. What was price control is before. If you want to talk about price control is what they were doing. They were making us pay. They set a price, and they said, "Here's what we're going to pay, and anything else charge America." Because at that time they had a very stupid president, and it really went crazy during the last 4 years. And remember this, the Democrats are the ones that allowed this to happen. They were the ones that were the protector of this pricing system. And I think it's going to be very hard. You'll have to ask Democrats, are they going to vote against the one great, big, beautiful deal that's being negotiated now, tax cuts, etc. When now on top of the tax cuts and regulation cuts, all the things, now you're going to say that the price of your medicine is going down by 60, 70, 80%. You're going to vote against it? I think a lot of Democrats are going to be forced to do something that their leaders are going to beg them not to do. And that's vote for the bill. I don't see how they can vote against it. How can they vote against it when drug prices, drugs and pharmaceuticals are going to be down 70, 80%?
And return to the controversy now over President Trump preparing to accept a luxury jumbo jet from the government of Qatar. The plan is for it to serve as Air Force One, then for Trump's personal use. It's raising serious legal and national security questions. Chief Washington correspondent John Carl broke the story. He joins us now. Good morning, John.
Good morning, George. This is a move that is already raising serious ethical, legal, and national security questions. But the Trump administration is poised to accept that luxury jumbo jet, which has a value estimated at $400 million, as a gift from the government of Qatar. Sources familiar with the proposal say that the aircraft would be used by President Trump as a new Air Force One and then transferred to the Trump Presidential Library Foundation shortly before he leaves office.
It would likely be the most valuable gift ever given to the U.S. government from a foreign power. Multiple sources familiar with the proposal say this is the airplane, a 13-year-old Boeing 747-8 known as a Flying Palace. It was toured by Trump himself back in February. The aircraft is larger and significantly more luxurious than the current Air Force One, an older version of the 747 that has been in operation since 1990. The Qatari plane has 2 fully furnished floors, complete with plush carpet, leather couches, and 2 bedrooms. The plane's current value...
The only time where I say, yeah, based. Also, it's such a funny scheme because obviously you can't just like have the president fly around in a regular commercial jet or anything like that. It has to get significantly beefed up, right? And they are going to do incredible things to this plane. The company that will basically take it over and completely recreate it to look like Air Force One. And then all of those big upgrades, the tens of millions of dollars on an already incredibly expensive fucking plane, will then be gifted to, I believe, the Trump Library at the end of Trump's presidency. Now that's, of course, if he actually ends up, if he even ends up leaving the presidency at all. But it is an incredible scheme. An incredible scheme for Donald Trump to have, for the first time ever, as a citizen post-presidency, a fucking Air Force One replica. That is, why don't you call the gifted airplane as it is a Trojan horse? What do you mean a Trojan horse? They're literally, they are doing what every other fucking leadership has done. Every other country has done, which is bribing the Trump administration. They are openly bribing the Trump administration. It's not a Trojan horse if the government is openly doing this. Like, it's only a Trojan horse if you have some other nefarious purpose and it's not transparently a bribe. Security reasons? Yeah, dude. The fucking... Yes, the Air Force is not going to go up and down to try to figure out if it's bugged, dude. You're right. I'm 100% sure they bugged the plane. Guys, do you think if you have this attitude that they don't? Like, you think security officials are going to not look at every fucking inch of this goddamn plane? They will literally disassemble and reassemble it in its entirety, okay? What are you talking about? Also, I don't give a shit if it's bugged into oblivion. Like, what do you mean? Wow, for once it's not Israel that's like directly bugging our administration. It's now another country. Okay, great. Who cares?
It was estimated at $400 million, but it will need millions more worth of modifications to meet the Air Force requirements to operate as the presidential aircraft.
It raises many eyebrows to have this sort of deal at all, to be accepting Air
Air Force One from a foreign government.
Under the terms of the proposed gift, sources tell ABC the plane would be transferred to the Trump Presidential Library Foundation no later than January 1st, 2029. That's shortly before Trump leaves office. The Constitution prohibits anyone holding...
Why didn't you talk about the price caps? I want to know your perspective on it. I did earlier before Trump revealed it. It's good. I love price caps. It's great. Fantastic. More of it, please.
Federal office from accepting a personal gift from a foreign head of state. Sources say Attorney General Pam Bondi has concluded that this gift is, quote, legally permissible because the plane is not being given to an individual, but rather to the U.S. Air Force and then to Donald Trump's foundation.
Yeah, no, it's totally different. He will have it gifted to his foundation after he's done being president. Yeah, Bloomberg already wrote about it. I saw political pundit Hassan Piker questioned by U.S. Customs at airport. Yeah, the articles are rolling in for all the article heads. Let's see. Let's do the paywall. Let's do paywall remover. Working on video now, Lamau. What do you mean? Here you go. I was able to breach the paywall. Political pundit Hassan Piker questioned by U.S. Customs at airport. Hassan Piker, an online political commentator, was stopped and questioned by U.S. Customs and Border Protection agents after returning from the country from France, he said on his Twitch live stream Monday. Piker, a vocal critic of Israel's Palestine policy, said he was taken to a private room in Chicago O'Hare's International Airport on Sunday and asked about his political views. Piker has millions of followers on YouTube, Twitch, and X who listen to his wide-ranging commentary on American politics and social issues. While describing the overall interaction with agents as cordial, Piker said an officer asked him about his views on President Donald Trump, whether he's been in contact with Hamas, the Houthis, or Hezbollah. The officer, he said, kept saying stuff like, do you like Hamas? Do you support Hamas? Do you think Hamas is a resistance group? Piker said he responded that he is on the side of civilians and a pacifist. Piker is a U.S. citizen born in New Jersey, who said he's enrolled in the government's global entry program, which normally expedites travel. The CBP didn't immediately respond to a request for comment. Piker was traveling to the University of Chicago to speak Monday at its Institute of Politics. Yep. Sorry you didn't get better Midwest hospitality. It's all good.
Are calling the proposed gift illegal and are demanding an investigation. I don't know who needs to hear this. Senator Bernie Sanders posted on X,
this.
But no, Donald Trump cannot accept a $400 million flying palace from the royal family of Qatar. Not only is this farcically corrupt, it is blatantly unconstitutional. In response to the outcry, Trump confirmed he plans to accept the airplane, calling it, quote, a gift free of charge of a 747 aircraft to replace the 40-year-old Air Force One, temporarily in a very public and transparent transaction.
In addition to the obvious...
I mean, it is definitely quid pro quo, by the way. That's so stupid. Like, it's just, yes, it is transparent bribery. That is precisely what's happening. That is what's going on.
Ethical concerns. There are significant national security concerns about this, about using a plane given by a foreign government as Air Force One. Qatar is considered an American ally, but it is also an ally of Iran and China and even Hamas. The massive plane would need to be...
Qatar is the Switzerland of the Gulf, okay? That's it. That's what it is. And there needs to be a Switzerland of the Gulf because, obviously, there needs to be a place for, you know, these kinds of talks to take place. Doha is that place. So everyone that makes hay about Qatar in this regard is being ridiculous. Like they're like, oh, they're aligned with everybody. It's like, yes, they are literally, they play that role. They have American base. They're a major ally to the United States of America. They have Turkish military stationed in Qatar too, if I'm not mistaken. They are firmly on. You mean Oman? No, Doha is where a lot of these fucking talks take place. Oman is when Oman is where some of the other talks take place, like the Houthis one took place in Oman.
Fully vetted for listening devices and tracking devices that can be incredibly small and hidden just about anywhere on that massive aircraft. George?
So, John, among all the questions you raise, above everything else, this is not going to be free of charge. It's going to cost millions, if not tens of millions.
Israeli media reveals roots by Qatar funds to Netanyahu's inner circle. Representative Richie Torres seeks Inspector General review of any Trump acceptance of the Qatari jet gift. Yeah, I'm 100% in support of the big beautiful boy Donald here, for the record. Like he gets to have a jet if he wants to. If this leads to Donald Trump taking a more favorable position to Palestinians in this process, I do not give a fuck. Yeah, great. Keep doing corruption, King. Fuck it. Who cares?
Dollars to retrofit it for it to serve as Air Force One, and of course American taxpayers are going to pay that.
Yeah.
What? Why don't you talk about Puerto Rico? I know there are people suffering all over the world. You speak about Americans and the effects Trump's policies will have, but we will be affected much more. Why the silence? You can't talk about us as a voting bloc, or when Trump talks about us. We're a colony. We can't vote. I'm gonna stop reading all the fucking dumb chatters, dude. Like, I'm done. I don't know why I do this to myself. It's like, brother, what do you want me to do? There are a million different things happening every fucking day, okay? I have to choose. I have to pick and choose. I'm sorry that I'm not talking about Puerto Rico every day. Holy fuck. What is the accusatory tone? Like, what is this? What is this accusatory tone that, like, I'm like specifically avoiding talking about Puerto Rico or something, or I'm not sufficiently covering the plight of Puerto Ricans for your liking? Yeah, I'm sorry. There's, you know, I'm a one-stop shop, one-man operation. There's not really much I can do beyond it, you know?
Absolutely, George. Will have to be retrofitted to serve the Air Force requirements. And George, also in this agreement, the transfer costs of going to the library will be paid for by the United States government.
Which means the taxpayers.
Yes, the taxpayers, yes.
John Call, thanks very much, Michael.
By the time it's done, it'll probably be time for him to be out of office. Okay, thank you, George.
On Qatar, has Qatar asked for anything in exchange for that $400 million luxury jumbo jet? And how can the American people be so sure that they will not in the future?
Well, I think what happens with the plane is that, you know, we're very disappointed that it's taken Boeing so long to build a new Air Force One. You know, we have an Air Force One that's 40 years old. And if you take a look at that compared to the new plane of the equivalent, you know, stature at the time, it's not even the same ballgame. You look at some of the Arab countries and the planes they have parked alongside of the United States of America plane, it's like from a different planet. And it's close to 40 years old, might be more than 40 years old now. And we, when I first came in, I signed an order to get it built. I took it over from the Obama administration. They had originally agreed. I got the price down much lower. And then when the election didn't exactly work out the way that it should have, a lot of work was not done on the plane because a lot of people didn't know. They made change orders that were so stupid, so ridiculous. And it ended up being a total mess, a real mess. And when I came back, I said, by the way, what's going on?
All right, we're gonna start breaking it down, chatters.
Well, sir, they're way behind, and they are. They're way behind. Yeah. They were way behind. Another mess that I inherited from Biden. And it's going to be a while before we get them. And I think Qatar, who we've helped them a lot over the years in terms of security and safety. I think that, and very, very nicely, and I have a lot of respect for the leadership and for the leader, Qatar. And I think they knew about it because they buy Boeings. They buy a lot of Boeings. And they knew about it. And they said, we would like to do something. And if we can get a 747 as a contribution to our Defense Department to use during a couple of years while they're building the other ones, I think that was a very nice gesture. Now, I could be a stupid person and say, oh, no, we don't want a free plane. We give free things out. We'll take one, too. And it helps us out because, again, we're talking about we have 40-year-old aircraft. The money we spend, the maintenance we spend on those planes to keep them tippy-top is astronomical. You wouldn't believe it. So I think it's a great gesture from Qatar. I appreciate it very much. I would never be one to turn down that kind of an offer. I mean, I could be a stupid person and say, no, we don't want a free, very expensive airplane. But I thought it was a great gesture. And I think it was a gesture because of the fact that we have helped and continue to. We will continue to. All of those countries, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Qatar, and others, we keep them safe. If it wasn't for us, they probably wouldn't exist right now. And I think this was just a gesture of good faith. And I don't get it. Someday it'll be like Ronald Reagan. They decommission them. You know, they get to a certain age, they decommission them. It'll go to my library. They're talking about going to my library in years out. But I thought it was a great gesture. And it's something that was done by Ronald Reagan. They actually decommissioned the plane and he put it in his library. And it actually has made the library, I think a Boeing 707, it's actually made the library more successful. So it was good.
Do you plan to use the plane after you leave office?
No, I don't. No, it would go directly to the library after I leave office.
Cap.
I wouldn't be using it. No.
Cap.
Mr. President, what do you say to people who view that luxury jet as a personal gift to you? Why not leave it behind?
You're ABC fake news. Right?
Why not?
Only ABC. Well, a few of you would. Let me tell you, you should be embarrassed asking that question. They're giving us a free jet. I could say, no, don't give us, I want to pay you $1 billion or 400 million or whatever it is. Well, I could say, thank you very much. You know, there was an old golfer named Sam Snead. Did you ever hear? He won 82 tournaments. He was a great golfer. And he had a motto, when they give you a putt, you say, thank you very much. You pick up your ball and you walk to the next hole. A lot of people are stupid. They say, no, I insist on putting it. Then they putt it, they miss it. And their partner gets angry at them. You know what? Remember that, Sam Snead. When they give you a putt, you pick it up and you walk to the next hole and you say, thank you very much.
Another Palestinian student activist who was detained and threatened with deportation.
What a legend, dude. What a fucking legend. He's so crazy with it. Take the putt and say thank you. He's not wrong. Dems are pro losers, and this is why he wins. I mean, it is a very direct quid pro quo situation. Okay, he is currying favor, like he's giving favor to Qatar. Like that is what he's doing. There's no doubt in my mind. I just don't give a shit. Like that's it. Why you miss Firan? Because I was in France. Also, Donald Trump is to meet Islamist leader of Syria amid report a Trump tower could be built in Damascus as a part of a desperately needed investment. That's it. There you go. There you go. There you have it. More of that sweet deal making, baby. You want Donald Trump to take you off the terror watch list? You just gotta build a fucking Trump tower. All it takes is one Trump tower, baby. Simple. Okay, what we're gonna do is I'm gonna keep playing this because the laptop is the last thing that needs to be put in the bag. So just, you know, give me the camera, I guess. And I'll keep talking while we while we break shit down. All right. We're gonna swap it over, chat. We're gonna swap it over, and we're gonna break down the setup. I have all my bags ready to go because I'm gonna be leaving directly after the speech, and we're gonna get in the car. We're gonna drive over to. We're gonna drive over to University of Chicago. It's a black screen. Oh, okay. No, but it doesn't even look like a... Looks like the camera's not on. Wait, move it. Let me see. The ingest... oh, yeah. Okay, you're right. Okay. Do you have any deep dish? No. I do not have deep dish. But we're going to the University of Chicago. Here, you can just put the camera on, like, behind me, like, directly this way, and then I'll swap over. Oh, it broke. I don't know. Yeah, here, I'm swapping. No, put it, like, yeah, put the tripod in. Yeah, so that we can... That way I can, like, keep reacting. You know what I mean? I mean, I feel like it's a good way to keep going about it. All right. Inception, go deeper. Yeah, chatters, look at how my screen is busted. Do you see that? I don't know what happened. Yeah, it's out. What? Nope. Wait, hold on. I will. Yeah, we got kicked out of the fucking DNC. How could I forget? Yeah. Everything, except for the laptop.
The agents were hiding in the lobby of the office, and others were hiding in cars in the parking lot.
Everything except for the power for the laptop.
I believe that
for the time being.
their plan was to shift me to Louisiana, so I would be isolated from my community and from the rest. They had the air with my name.
That's crazy. He would not have been out if he actually was placed on that commercial airline. He would not be out right now. Like he would have had to be dealt with in Jenna, and we know that that's a deliberately hostile territory to send him to. So many of these, because what ICE is doing is like in a legal gray area, so much of the stuff, so much of their insane actions can simply be avoided if you're lucky, or if you are just not at the place that they want you to be. Like Mohsen Mahdawi would not have been apprehended by ICE if he just stayed at home and they couldn't find him at home, or if they had no way of facilitating a search warrant that a judge would offer them, which is pretty crazy to think about. And it goes back to like the ridiculous, undemocratic actions of this administration that has no care or consideration for due process and is not doing anything by the book. Ay, ay, ay. The food is here. He's wrong, I think. I don't know if he's entirely correct on that. I'll just say. I'm gonna try and eat this as fast as possible. I think so too. Okay. Sleeve gets the three main cables. Pretty easy. Boom, boom, boom. I don't know how. Yeah. Probably. Come on, let me. Yeah. Over there. What? Easiest. Socialist, by the way? Yeah. Fucked up. Here's your phone. Thank you. So you're gonna take the camera bag back. All right. Yeah. All right, chat. I'm gonna guzzle this as quickly as I can. Yeah. I have 3 minutes to eat this. Oh, there's can you grab the protein shakes in the fridge? There's 2. I got 1 for you as well. And the top shelf. No, inside of the fridge, but in the top shelf is like stuck above the Pepsi. Which one do you want? Give me the toggle. And I got you a Gatorade. Do you have a mic on or no? It's a shame that I'm in the most Michelin-starred city on the planet. Highest Michelin-star restaurant density. And yet, I am unable to consume all of the delicacies because I don't have time. You can fix that later tonight? No, I can't. Just take a break from streaming. Dude. I'm going to an event that I'm live streaming. Maybe. I think so. I'll give one to ASTEAD and maybe we can give one to the people asking questions. Or like put it on the mic stand or something. Dude, there are chatters backseating me eating fast right now. Yeah. I'm surprised I haven't heard criticisms about mouth noises yet. Oh, you were popping off with misophonia? I don't care. I can't wait until Pepsi is on the fucking BDS list too, so people can chirp at me for drinking a Pepsi after it's placed on a BDS list. From people who do not even follow the BDS list. club sandwiches are on the BDS list. I found a BDS list that says club sandwiches are on it. You know? Yeah, Vision. Glasses are on this BDS list that I found. Is this Hasanabi mukbang hour? Yes. Almost done. I think what we're doing is cool. I know. One day. My Chicago experience has been 2 for 2. Third time is the charm. When we come back, maybe I'll get fucking shot. Got kicked out of the DNC. You know? Raw dogging the food with no YouTube? I know, dude. I'm making do by reading chat. Oh yeah. I get it, it's too heavy. But also, I think we gotta get at least 10,000. Honestly, that thing collapses so well that I don't give a shit. Like, it don't get any better than that. Hold on, let me wash my hands real quick. That BB No Money song is stuck in my head. March. Boom, 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 boom. That's BB No Money, right? It's his new song. Boom, 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 I don't listen to music, so I'm so susceptible to like getting earworms from one catchy beat, which is really dangerous in this day and age with the Kanye West Adolf Hitler song. Anytime I hear it, even in the periphery, it just like gets stuck in my fucking head. And then I'm like worried that I'm accidentally gonna sing it. You know? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Pretty sure. If not, you're responsible for it. So it is what it is. All right, we're gonna lose elevator. Most likely gonna F in the elevator. So get excited for that chat. How am I gonna fucking lug this across the... I hope so. Yeah. Is it effing? That's crazy. That's technology, baby. All right, I have no idea which car it is. Do you know? No, I'll figure it out. Hold on. Thank you. It's got to be the GMC, right? Or is it the... No. No. Piker. Thank you. All right. Yeah, it's chilly, bro. Chicago. Yeah, for real. Thank you. All right, you want to get in first? You want me to hold the bag? You got it? Damn, bro, you got acrobatics. Hi. Oh, nice to meet you. Yeah, that's it. Thank you. Have a good one. Damn, we got drive-by shooters out here. Yeah, it is. Yeah, but it's fine. Thank you. We got drive-by fan shooters. Yeah. The funniest was when I was leaving detention. When I was leading ICE detention. And hi. Nice to meet you as well. Oops. We're going to like a back entrance, right? All right, perfect. Why are you still? You can show it. I'm not gonna be here anymore. Yeah, you're doxing your own location. Marge is gonna be staying in my room tonight. Getting it on. Getting it at home.
He's not gonna be there for what it's worth.
I'm gonna be there. I lied. I'm not even going. I'm not even going to. I'm not even going back to LA. That was a lie. I'm gonna be doing sex with Marge. Culture. We have guests in the chat. We have guests. Let's behave. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and beasts, we are on the last leg of the broadcast today. We're on our way to University of Chicago, where I am going to be talking to, I guess the politics program? the Politics Institute and my friend of the show, ASTEAD of the New York Times, invited us to come and speak in front of the students. Even though it's cleverly titled Off the Stream and Live in the Flesh, I will be on the stream still. So, what is this? Lolo just sent me this. Smartest YouTubers. Ranked through AI analysis of podcast appearances. Number 1, Mr. Beast. Number 2, Mark Rover. Number 3, I Show Speed. I'm number 4, MKBHD. Number 5, Smarter Every Day. Number 6, Veritasium. Number 7, Stokes Twins. Number 8, I don't know who this guy is. 3 Blue, 1 Brown. I'm number 9. And I'm right next to FaZe Adapt. What is this ranking? Dude, Adapt should be number 1. What do you mean? Have you heard this man speak the truth about birds? And how they're surveillance technology and they're not real? He's on it. What a wild list. Number 11, Kaisenat. Number 12, Moist Critical. What is this article, man? That's crazy. I miss my daughter. My friend has been taking care of her. It was like talking about Michael. He's saying he's gonna keep her. He's dog napping her. Oh really? Oh nice. Joey Salads responded to Hasanabi Productions, says, dude got probably randomly selected and due to his support of terrorism, they asked the correct questions. These guys make no sense because it's like, okay, but then they released me into the fucking wild. You know what I mean? Like, what do you think is going on? Like what is this argument? I mean, I know these guys don't think too much, but it's fucking crazy. The amount of blue check marks that are like, yes, the government should apprehend you for what you are saying is insane, because every single one of them, if you trace back, if you go back long enough on their profiles, like, you arrive at how much they love defending free speech and how much they abhor cancel culture. And it turns out, I mean, we already knew this was the case, but it freaking turns out that their defense of free speech was simply saying slurs, being able to say slurs. A surprise to no one. Free speech, in parentheses, slur, exactly. Free speech, absolutism, until you say something about Israel and that hurts my feelings. Asma Gold's dad was on his son's stream today and told him to lighten up on you. Then Asma responded by saying, but he interviewed a terrorist. Asma dad was defending me? Hell yeah. My goat. Oh my god, you drove past my work. I'm so happy when you're streaming in Chicago. I'm back in Chicago. You already have obligations. You're not even staying here. Are you going to stay here if I stay longer?
Absolutely.
Then why the fuck are you... You're just baiting chat.
I'm just going to go see sports for 5 hours.
You're literally baiting chat. You're baiting chat. You're not even going to be here. I'm only here because of the Pope. Ma'am, what do you think about the Pope being from Chicago? That doesn't excite you? Yeah. You're not? You don't care that the Pope's from Chicago?
I'm kind of a neutral party when it comes to religious type
I respect that.
You know.
Religious figures.
Yeah. There's a lot of controversy against a lot of things, you know.
The Catholic Church, you mean? You think? What if he wants to rebuild the Vatican here? What would you say to that? No, no, go for it. Maybe bring some tourism here. He could bless the bears. What about the bulls? What if he blessed the bulls? Who do you support? Are you from Chicago?
I'm actually more to hockey, to be honest.
Okay. How long you lived in Chicago? You're from here, born and raised. That's cool. This is my second time here. It's a beautiful city. Yeah.
That's the main event lately.
Okay.
It's called the Buckingham Hockey.
They got those all over Europe.
Yeah?
Chicago.
That's supposed to be a Olympic, I think that's called Buckingham.
I assume, yeah. Chicago, the crown jewel of the Midwest. Very similar in vibes and aesthetic to Buckingham Palace, I think.
Well, all the names here are based on
The Paris.
I've noticed. Hyde Park.
Uh-huh.
You know?
I've noticed that actually.
Yeah. Hyde Park is where a bunch of people that I know, a bunch of journalists and people that I know, activists have come out of. That's where Farrakhan lives too, right? Farrakhan? Yeah, he's still alive. He's still kicking. Yeah, that's where we're going. Ah, okay. Okay, cool. Yeah, we got a sold out event that we're going to right now. Yeah.
Awesome. Here's the home of the Bears.
The Bears. Why? Wait, why? Are they leaving?
They're looking, they renovated it once, so they put like a spaceship on top.
They put a spaceship on top? I can't see from here.
Doesn't it look like a spaceship to you?
I can't see it from here, unfortunately.
For a long time. You have to look at it in an aerial view. It goes like this. They put a lot of box offices in there.
Uh-huh. That's cool.
They were looking to move up in the suburbs, and now, they've been going back and forth for 2 years, so. And this is McCormick, the world's largest conference center.
Oh, wow. That's fun.
It has 4 of those size buildings. McCormick East,
Wow.
West, and West.
Chicago, the city of dreams. That's what the concrete jungle where dreams are made of.
Oh, yeah?
There's no amount of conferences that you can't go to in Chicago.
We lost a lot of it against the unions.
Oh. Okay. What do you mean? What happened? What did the unions do?
They're expensive. You can't plug in your own flight.
Uh-huh. They got unions there too, though.
Yeah, but it's cheaper to operate there, from what I understand.
Don't you feel like it's the companies that moved that were being disrespectful to Chicago, the Chicago roots? Not the able-bodied, hardworking men and women? Yeah. We got to bring him back by force, Trump style. Trump's going to bring him back. Me too. That's what he keeps saying. He keeps saying he's going to bring back industry to this country. What do you think about the tariffs? You think he'll bring back manufacturing?
That's the song.
Yeah. Oh no, I think.
This country was based on manufacturing, when you think about it.
Yeah.
President Clinton that opened up the open trade and
Yep.
lost a lot of jobs.
Yep. You know, not dissimilar to the conference trades moving to Las Vegas, where the bosses, the company owners, moved manufacturing to China and overseas so that they could get a cheaper alternative. Whoa! Oh my God. Whoa, that was crazy. 3 baby ducks were running on the road. I've never seen it. Chicago.
You know why? Because they come by the lake. See the lake?
Yeah.
That's the deepest of the Great Lakes.
Yeah. What's the beef that you, what beef do you have with any other state? Which is the least favorite of your Midwestern states? Wait, really? You don't have like an insta-lock? You don't have like Idaho, fuck those guys. Anything like that?
I've never even been there.
Okay. I mean, that'll, okay, what about Wisconsin?
It's our neighbor.
Yeah, you fuck with Wisconsin?
Cheeseheads.
What's not to like, huh?
Call them cheeseheads.
Yeah.
Like when they come for the games. Big baseball rival teams, Chicago versus. They play at the Miller Stadium up there, where the Miller beer's made.
Yeah.
So.
What about Indiana?
Keep going, you'll run into it. It's cheaper to live there.
Yeah.
Less taxes, and it sits along the lake too. This lake neighbors 2 states, Michigan and Indiana.
How do you feel about Michigan?
It's nice. We like to go bowling.
Yeah.
It's a little, anything north of here is a little colder,
Yeah.
Michigan's colder.
It's kind of cold here too. It's like sneaky cold.
That's because they spray the sky with chemtrails. They change the temperature. They control it.
You think so? That's what they're doing? I was saying more like I was saying more like they say they it's like 66 degrees, right, on my phone, and then I come outside and it don't feel like 66 degrees.
Yeah, I know.
You think they're you think they're manipulating that too?
You just look up and see the lines. See those lines?
Yeah.
Those aren't lines.
Yeah, they're like planes that are flying around, I think.
Warmer climate. They spray more in warmer climate areas.
Uh-huh. Like Chicago?
Like Texas, Arizona.
What do you think they do, the chemtrails?
Just being honest about it. I mean, there's a whole, if you Google it, you'll get a whole readout on it.
I'm gonna look this up. I'm gonna.
You get allergies from it. It's affecting people with health issues and stuff.
Yeah. You got any allergies?
I do.
Wait, really? What do you got? Let me guess. Wait, hold on. Gluten. What? Like pollen?
Like chemtrails.
No. Oh, so you don't have like.
Jet fuel for 25 years and never had a problem.
You think the chemtrails are new, is what you're saying?
They've been going on for over 25 years. People just aren't doing it.
But it didn't like create any specific allergies. You're saying like you're just allergic to the environment. Okay. Yeah. You don't believe in the doctors? They might be in on the chemtrails thing. hopefully it doesn't impact us as well in March.
Well, I read
But-
to the professor once that was found in Arizona, and she, when he got her blood test started, it came out that she had over like 10 different chemicals in her blood. She was a retired senior professor, and it was off of the chemicals.
I feel like
They had a big meeting on it.
so you don't trust the government at all, I assume.
I'm just saying, they sprayed smack.
But do you think it's like both parties are doing it, like Democrats and Republicans, or do you think like Democrats are doing it less and then the Republicans are doing it more, or vice versa? Okay. Uh-huh. Yeah.
Sometimes the car would have like a film, like antifreeze on it. And then if you look up in the sky, you would see the boards, you know, they call them checkerboards because they spray. The thing that's happening here is like it would be nice and sunny in the morning.
I don't see none right now, but
And then they right around.
they might be hiding.
What?
I'm looking up right now. No, I'm saying I don't see the chemtrails.
Because they spread out. They light. It's not like they're doing it.
So when you, what about like when you see commercial airliners also spraying, like also leaving like a trail?
The chemtrails. They spread out and they block the sun. You watch. Don't be surprised when they come out. It'll be cloudy.
I'm gonna be paying close attention to this, I think.
But I mean, it comes out already.
Yeah.
I mean, look at that. It's not already. They spray in the morning. They spray almost every day.
What other things do you believe that we might not be aware of, like chemtrails and stuff, that you think the government might be?
Down in Central America or South America, you know, they have those really big floods where, like, complete villages just wash away.
Do they? I don't.
And that's been going on for a while. You know, that's part of bioengineering.
You think someone's like making big floods to wash away villages? Like the HAARP, like the weather machine? Is that what you're talking about? You know about that? You should Google that one. HAARP. It's when massive earthquakes and stuff happen, people speculate that it's because of Whoa, I didn't know about that. Whoa, you are spitting game right now. That's what are the underground tunnels? Like across the entire country, or just in Chicago? Wait, do you say Chicago or Chicago? Shush, like Chicago. Why do I hear people go Chicago? Oh, okay. What is this? Is this the Obama Library? He's building a museum, huh? The Panopticon. You nailed it. It's beautiful. Yeah, that whatever that monstrosity was that the Obamas are building is not exactly the best looking thing I've seen. It is a beautiful campus. College campuses are beautiful because they're 15-minute cities, you know? It's walkable, there's public transit. But I guess Chicago already has public transit too. So there's that. How does Chicago feel about Obama? Yeah. And then he lost touch with his roots. I think so. You know Jeremiah Wright? That was his pastor, and he sold him out when he became president because people were complaining about Jeremiah Wright saying, you know, God damn any country, including America, that has enslaved its population, which I think was a correct assessment that he made. And Obama was like, oh, I don't know that guy. Fake friend. I stand with Jeremiah Wright. That's in the Bible. That's what he said. Wait, really? About Obama or Jeremiah Wright? Oh no, is he bad? Has he done some crazy stuff? Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. I think I know what you're talking about. There was a conspiracy theory that he had like a gay lover or something, right? Oh, you're not even talking about that. You didn't even unlock the deep lore. Oh, okay. Damn. Well, I don't know enough about Jeremiah Wright. I'm gonna do that. What do you think about fluoride in the water?
Poison.
Okay. I did not know that. I've heard some. Uh-huh. That's true. Operation Paperclip. That's real. Ah. There are a lot of dentists. So do you vote, if you don't mind me asking? So you know all about all of the machinations, the evil machinations of the government, and you're still like, you know what, I'm gonna vote for one party over the other? That's crazy. Okay. I have never been to Portugal, no. Oh, come on. This guy is like trying to come up with it. What, are you gonna pick me up after this?
Yeah, you can leave your luggage in the car. I'm taking you all here.
Oh, perfect. Okay, I'll just leave it in the car. Yeah, we'll do that. I think I have your, not sure. Yeah, I do have a USA number. Hold on one second. I think I have your number that my manager gave me. Okay. Here, is this your...
I'm not going to the airport. I can just grab it right now.
There it is.
Not again.
Wait, so, wait, 6:45. It's gonna, yeah, it's gonna be too early, right, to go to the airport if my flight is at 10:37.
Yeah. No, it'll all be in the camera and stuff already. The main thing I need is just as clear of a shot as I can to prop up a camera, as like close and centered, I guess.
What? There's a little bit of filming. Why?
Sure.
I mean, I didn't show you.
Great.
I didn't show you. I didn't show you.
I'm pretty flexible.
I didn't show your face.
Like,
don't worry.
It's pretty low profile, so
your secrets are safe with me. Yeah.
Sure.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, of course.
No, it's fine. I'm good with this. Real peppermint.
Amazing. You have somebody on the inside already.
No, I'm good. Thank you. No, I'm good. Thank you. I do not speak Spanish. All right. Whenever it's over, like 6:30, I guess. 6:45. Maybe we'll go back to the hotel if that's the case. If it's too late, it's fine. We'll figure it out. We'll freestyle it. Hi, Hasan. Nice to meet you. Of course. Thank you for having me. Oh wow. It was great. The warm reception in Chicago was not so great when I got detained by Customs and Border Patrol, but
I'm very glad you made it through.
yeah.
And it was good content, of course.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
We might lose you guys, chat. That was an incredible car ride. That was better than I expected. Oh, well, yes. Oh, we did. Oh. Hell yeah. Okay. Which way is it? Wow. Yeah, you should. Crazy. Obama. What? Oh, so that's the Obama Center that they're building. So the library is somewhere else, right? No, the Obama Library. Hi. We're filming, by the way, already. We're live. Yeah. Nice to meet you, Hasan. Hi. Hasan, nice to meet you. This is March.
Thanks for coming.
It's
I
cute.
did that for the preview. I said I don't get into this ever. There's such a like. They were the HAMAS. But it's, you know, like when I was that age, apparently.
Yeah. Yeah.
They may not listen to it. But they have an awareness. It's like, I'm pushing out.
Yeah. It's the internet. It's so fast.
But so popular.
Yeah. I feel that way all the time. I'm 33. I feel that way all the time whenever I find out about some new TikToker and they have like 35 million followers and I'm like, I've never seen this person in my entire life.
And then do they say
Yeah, I can't keep all of that information up here. I'll go crazy.
well, I'm glad you got a nice day.
Should I go just talk?
No, don't talk.
Because we're, we want to get as close to the...
Yeah,
Actually,
we have
you know
a long time.
Maybe I can go just check it out.
Yeah, you can just leave the camera here and then...
Not yet, but I'd like to take a look. But I don't want to take the whole setup. So... Okay. No, I know, but just we're live.
What's going on? Is it...
This is perfect. No, you're good.
No, this is great, yeah. Is there issues, chat? Or is the stream fine?
It's good.
Yeah, I'm gonna go use the restroom. You want to stay with them for a second?
Okay, yeah, I can do that.
Okay, you stay with them for a second. I'm gonna go use the restroom.
I'll wait till he comes back. So I'll just take care of them for now. There's always like the awkward transitionary period where like, because it's all live, we can't turn it off and put it back on. So we've been live for like 6 hours already. We did like a full day of like news coverage and stuff, and we just broke down the set in his hotel room and went mobile and everything. I wasn't with him, so I don't know the exact time, but apparently it was like 3 hours. I don't know. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Hi chat, how we doing? March stream. Shirt is fire, thank you. Undercover. Just a little undercover, something like. It's a beautiful campus. Yeah, it's insane. I'm gonna show the chair actually. So you can see the photos. Oh, no, no.
So, I heard that there was some controversy with the Chicago Jewish Coalition thing. Oh yeah. When I did a USC, when I spoke at USC, a professor invited me, and there was like a massive, apparently, I didn't even know about this until later, but there was apparently a massive letter writing campaign. 27,000 emails were sent. And, I mean, it's always like, it's also ridiculous things, like it's just untrue. Or they'll say stuff like, I got banned for racism from Twitch, which is true. But it's because I engaged in anti-white racism. I said cracker. So like they won't say that part when they write an email. They'll just simply say he got banned off Twitch for racism. But if you were to investigate it a little bit further, you're like, oh, that's not like a real thing. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah. Would love to see the DHS guy. I just got apprehended, detained. Yeah. Yeah. They just asked me about, I mean, they pulled me to the side, put me in a detention area. And yeah, and then, well, the first detention area was where there were a lot of people, mostly non-citizens with visas that were just traveling into the United States. But then they take you to a second room where they interrogate you. And they asked me about like whether I like Trump or not, like really insane things. Yeah, I'm an American citizen. I was born here. Yeah. Isn't that crazy? Yup. They asked me about my opinions on the war, on Israel-Palestine. They kept trying to get something out of me where they were like, do you like the Houthis? Do you support Hamas? Do you support Hamas? Do you think they're just like resistance or are they a terrorist group? Do you think they're resistance or they're a terrorist group? It was pretty wild. So I looked around to see if there was anyone with a passport, and they were coming out and like holding up passports. And I also asked some of the people that were around me if they had American passports or not, and none of the people around me had American passports. There was only one other person in the room that I saw actually had a blue passport. I assume it was an American one, but everybody else was non-American. They just questioned me, kept me in there for like 2 hours, and yeah. Oh, I just straight up told them no. I was like, no. That was one of those questions where I responded, but I was like, what does it have to do with anything? Like I literally was like, why are you asking me this? And there was no real like follow up to it. France. Yeah. Yeah. I went from Los Angeles to France with my family for Mother's Day, and I came back early so I could do this. And yeah, I got stopped at the point of entry, and I have global entry too. Yeah. Yeah. Once a year. No, once a year we have. Yeah. Yeah. We go somewhere once a year. Okay. Is it packed? Okay. What's up, man? Nice to meet you. I love your pants. I live in West Hollywood. Yeah. I think it's good. It looks a little red. Oh, it's blown out. Yeah. 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 I've never been to Chicago. I've never been to University of Chicago campus, no. The only time I've ever been to Chicago was for the DNC. And I was in and out then too, so I didn't get to see the city. Yeah. No. I'm staying at the Langley. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I see the boats and stuff, so that's cool. It's sick. No, the campus is beautiful. I saw a little bit of the outside of this building. This is a new building, right? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, but I guess they made that design decision to make it modern. Yeah. Were you aura farming? You were aura farming. You went out there to look outside so you could be in the backdrop. That's crazy. Yeah. Yeah. No, nothing. We don't. Yeah, we're always live. I mean, it is a little bit like a break for sure. I think it's a break because then I don't have like 40,000 micromanagers constantly trying to get my attention. So in that regard, it's like, yeah, it's much easier to perform. I never used to do them. I got invited a lot, and I would just say no until I did the USC one, and it was like really good. It was well received, and on top of that, we were able to film the whole thing, so it's cool. So now I do it more frequently. I did Oxford and Cambridge, and then this is my fourth one, I guess, technically. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it is most of my audience. Yeah. Thank you for saying that. Yeah, I do have white beard hairs, which give it away. But no, I'm 33. I'm an old man now by the standards of being an internet. I want to say superstar. On status. So we're starting at 5:30. Okay. Yeah. See. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna give ASTEAD. We're gonna give ASTEAD a microphone. Yeah. Yeah. No, they won't interfere. I've been getting blown up with the news reports coming out. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I feel like it's such a stupid decision for them to do that to someone like myself. You know what I mean? Because I'm going to talk about it. And I'm somewhat of a high-profile political commentator. Oh, no, this has been happening. I knew that it was already happening. Yeah. Hey. So this March. You want to mic him up? I'm live, yeah. Okay. So you guys are also live streaming? Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Is it, which one am I signing? Do I have to put an address or anything on it? Okay. What's the date? May 12th. Oh, this is my gift? Let's see what we got. Let's do an unboxing, chat. What is that? Oh, I thought the previous thing that you were showing was like some scary shit. What did you write? Oh. University of Chicago Institute of Politics pen. It's heavy. It's heavy. And we got a Yeti. Wow. This is swag. This is, yeah. Wow. So I can lower my carbon footprint and not drink as much plastic water bottles. I definitely do that. It's a problem. No, I chowed down on a club sandwich. I think this is I will give it another try because I have Portillo's, I think. Yeah. I'm so scared to say my opinion on this. Yeah. I'm worried that I'm gonna reveal something here and get character assassinated by ASTEAD. I feel like the Chicago hot dog is unorthodox. Yeah, and I'm a New York water dog kind of person with the ketchup and mustard. I don't even go with relish. I feel like Pinks, yeah, they do like crazy stuff. Oh, the cards. Outside of events. Yeah. Those smell amazing, but I feel like the things it does to my stomach, afterwards, I feel like is just, you know. Yeah. No, I think LA Pizza's gotten better. I will say that. This man doesn't even know what he's talking about. He's been to New York like twice. A collective total of like what, 5 days spent in New York? Yeah. 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 There's really good, yeah, I mean, the Japanese food especially is very good. So Chicago, I've tried the deep dish. That one I also was like not too fond of.
Yeah, it's like not a thing I feel strong about. Yeah. He was in the real deals and I don't know, he was really flexible like that.
That's crazy. So we're rocking with the Pope. We're rocking with Chicago Pope.
I'm like, and I
Yeah.
I have an opinion.
Yeah.
Supporting it from afar for the vibe.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, is it hard to hear? Okay. Yep. It's just very, my chatters are yelling he's Peruvian. That's Cope. I mean, he became...
We can all claim him.
No.
Oh.
No.
I feel like Chicago and Peru have real claims. Everyone else is just lying.
Yeah, no, he is. He is from Chicago. No, it's Cope because like he lived in Peru, and I think he's like half Peruvian as well, and he has a citizenship now, but he got it after. He got it like after living there for a decade. It doesn't count. He's from Chicago.
The thing I don't like is American Pope. Like, I'm like, I want Chicago or Peru only. Like,
Yeah.
Hours for
Tough
days.
affair. That makes sense.
That's what I like about I guess, Francis in this book is just like, it's not really about, it's like very unconventional. It's not like,
The fact that he hasn't lived here, is that what you mean?
no, I just mean like he is not, I think, even talked about in the first book. So, like,
I saw like, Justin Hope did something like, that's in fact, or yesterday, talked for like 5 seconds and said,
He didn't even speak English at his ceremony. He only spoke Spanish and Latin. Yeah, why? Speak American, Pope. What the hell?
The picture of him in the Realios was within the last movie.
No, he definitely speaks English. It's just
More importantly, he speaks baseball.
Yeah.
That's the whole standard.
But I like that he doesn't speak English. Like that's good. He's trying to he's trying to shelter that side. He's trying to hide that side from the public, which is I respect that. Yeah, he wrote about JD Vance. I love. Oh God, that's so awesome. Nobody likes JD Vance. As also like an adult convert too. Yeah. Yup. He's an adult convert to Catholicism, and he's like one of those guys that's like the current teachings of the Catholic Church focus too much on like the poor. Yeah, yeah. The zealotry of a convert.
But in their case, or weaver.
Yeah, yeah.
But in the case of God, they also not necessarily indoctrinated as forms
Yeah, you need lifelong guilt and like, you know, drinking problems. Otherwise, you're not a real one. You can't just get indoctrinated to it.
Interaction with Catholics, and like black folks who are Christian, white folks who are and when I went to Marquette, which is a Catholic school, Ash Wednesday, I've never seen people. I literally called my parents. I was like, wow, these white people have stuff on their heads. Like, what is going on?
Yeah. I never saw that until I came to America as well. Protestants don't do that? They don't have like traditions like that?
Yeah, but they don't. Yeah, not the same way. And it's not as like
it's not as
rigid.
It's not as ritualistic.
Yeah, it's not as ritualistic. It's not as uniform.
I like that though. I like that about Catholicism.
I think there's power to that.
Yeah. I think it's fun. And also the churches all have like pieces of bone from the saints. Hi. 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 Nice to meet you as well. Hi, Hasan. Nice to meet you. I'm live, by the way, just so you guys know.
No, it's okay.
Interesting. Interesting introduction. No, I have not. I heard a lot about it from my buddies that grew up here, though. Oh wow. Okay. What made you want me to come on?
I think it was probably like at the peak of the craziness of the election. I was like, okay, just hearing from like women's they're deciding that they're
Wrong.
on things.
And they were so wrong. Whereas I was not.
It's time we hear about, someone from like who their opinion.
You're saying they can
Give their opinions to like relate to a group of the community. Cool. I think we're young.
Yeah. No, the olds got it wrong. So, sorry. Sorry, Anderson. I get to speak in Chicago now. Why do I think the olds got it wrong? Oh, don't worry. I can speak for hours. It's not a problem. Why do I think the olds got it wrong? They are too insulated in their bubbles, like the DC punditry, and it's the same as like the politicians in general too. Like they're so insulated from like normal people. I think maybe there was more. I mean, it depends on which era that we're talking about, but there was more of a direct line of communication between like different interest groups, like efforts from unions, for example, that I think kept at least like the Democrats a little bit aligned with the values of the working class. But if we're talking about like now as opposed to the 90s, I would say that there's no more monopoly on information coming from mainstream sources, and I think that probably plays a role in whipping votes in different directions. Yeah. Yeah, I think I have a belief that yes, most Americans, I mean, there's a duopoly. They don't have any real option for making genuine change in their lives. And I feel like more and more people are just completely tapped out of that process in general. But there's no real material change that they can vote for anyway. So it's enough for them to be swayed by whatever their media diet is telling them. But nowadays I feel like there's more access and people can make up their own conclusions, for better or for worse, and in most circumstances for worse, for sure. I mean, we were driving up here and the lady that was driving us was immediately, I love talking to drivers, like Uber drivers. It's like become like a running bit on our broadcast. And this lady, I would say like 3 questions in, started talking about chemtrails very seriously and about how she has, yeah, no, I was like, do you fuck with the Pope? Like, what do you think, the Pope's from Chicago? She's like, I don't care. And I was like, oh, cool. Like, she has an interesting perspective on this. And then out of nowhere, she was like, chemtrails are making me sick. And I went to the doctor, and the doctor told me I am allergic to the environment, and it's because of the chemtrails. And it's like, you arrived at that because you're doing too much online. Like, you are too online. And it got, somehow it was in your algorithm, and now this is like a firm part of your belief system. So, like I said. No, it. Yeah, by the way, this wasn't even, no, but this wasn't even like, this was a random driver. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So what I do? It's the map on the back.
On the back.
Yeah.
Cool. Cool. Oh, wow. It's beautiful. What are you doing? Oh, no way. Yeah, it's sick. Okay. What's your thesis? Ah, okay. Yeah, Djibouti. Okay. That's cool. Yeah. Okay. It's not an easy language, and there's no use for it. I'll be honest. I'm a native speaker. I like the only time I ever use it is if I'm in Berlin.
Cool. Hi. How are you?
That's it. Oh yeah, no, you can, if you learn Turkish, then you, like, Azeri people can understand you. You will have a hard time understanding them, but they can understand you. Wow, you are very well traveled. God damn.
Got it. I mean,
that's cool.
That's
There's
great,
worse
though.
things to major in. Yeah. Oh no, how we're gonna do the mic for me? Because I got a sweater on. We'll figure it out.
What year are you? Cool. No problem.
Of course. All right, it's almost game time.
Sure.
5 minutes.
Belt, maybe? Yep, thanks.
Okay. How are we gonna do this?
Great.
You can put it on my collar or something?
Here, closest to the podium right here. Okay.
Oh, perfect. That's perfect.
It is magnetic.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, I'm just gonna like do a little intro and tell them we're gonna go to audience questions by the end, and when they see the mics, they can start lining up. Okay.
I'll put it in my back pocket. Okay. What's up?
Okay, cool.
My stuff? What stuff? No. I just have the bag, the goodie bag that you guys gave me. Yes, please.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I'm gonna, here you go.
Sounds good. Cool, let's do it.
Oh, let's take a group photo, right? Do you want to?
Yeah, let's do it. Yeah.
Yeah, no, the lights don't work, so here's
We should get in the middle.
Which camera?
That one.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, that's just film.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Those are great pants.
Oh, thank you. Doichi was wearing them. Am I saying Doichi? She has them too. They're J.W. Anderson parachute pants.
All right.
Listen, I wore it before she did. They're very comfy. It's got like this massive pocket that I put my Steam Deck in. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think once we go downstairs, you can split. Yeah, we've done this before. Pants look bad. Okay, chatter. You got no swag. You're swagless.
Yeah, I was like,
My hair looks crazy. All right.
Before I could say Happy Mother's Day, we know what for Mother's Day. That was on brand.
I asked his mom.
She did. I mean, you want to
Yeah, we were trying to make sure that.
You're going in, right?
Yeah.
Bye, Chad.
I'm gonna grab you. Okay, and I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab Yasmin and back.
You're still mic'd up, by the way.
Yeah, I was. Thank
So
you.
they can hear you. Just letting you know.
That was about to. Thank you.
People forget sometimes, you know?
No, I was just about to forget.
What?
It's second nature to me. Camera all the time.
He rose to prominence during the pandemic and gained further attention for his coverage of the 2024 election cycle, all with an ever-evolving media environment. Hasan will be in conversation today with ASTEAD, national politics reporter at the New York Times, host of the podcast The One-Up, and a member of the Institute of Politics Board. Some quick housekeeping before we begin. First, please remember to silence your phones. Second, when it's time for Q&A, 2 microphones will be placed in the audience, so please line up for that and remember that priority for the first questions will go to students. Finally, please make sure to check upcoming IOP events, including Opposition in Very Difficult Times, featuring former IOP Pritzker Fellow Hasanabi VODs tomorrow, May 13th at 12:30 p.m. at the IOP, and Chicago Styles is From Downtown to Electric, Tracing the Chicago Blues Legacy, on Friday, May 16th at 12 p.m. at the IOP, which will be a great opportunity to explore and celebrate one of the city's most iconic musical traditions. You can register for both of those events on the IOP's website. Now, please join me in welcoming to the stage Hasan Piker and ASTEAD.
Wow. What do you think of that music?
That's the perfect intro music. As soon as there was an Ethan Klein mention, I was like, oh, I'm surrounded by fans. This is...
Yo, I'm so excited to be here. My name is ASTEAD, as they mentioned. I'm a politics reporter at the New York Times, and I am on the board of advisors of the Institute of Politics. And I'm super excited for us to be here with Hasan Piker and to lead this conversation today. I know they went over some of this stuff before, but I will re-emphasize a couple things. You know, this, like a lot of IOP events, is meant to stoke political discourse, to engage in discussion, and even a little good-hearted debate, and I think that we're going to see some of that today. But it's also to engage with students. So there will be student questions at the end, and when you see the microphones come out, you do not have to wait. You can start lining up at that time. But I'm going to jump in here, and I think my questions are really going to go in a little bit of an arc to learn more about kind of where your career, how you found yourself here, and then get to some political stuff more towards the end. I think we broadly know your path, going from Young Turks to one of the biggest Twitch streamers in the country. But what is the origin of your interest in politics, and what was the moment where you decided to break off of the Young Turks and go off from yourself?
Oh, okay. So I was always interested in politics because I grew up in Turkey, and it's you kind of get thrown into the realm of politics in Turkey because it's way more impactful, way more consequential than the way that a lot of Americans view it. And I grew up in the Erdogan regime taking power as well, and I saw a lot of that social conservatism and the immediate ways that it changed my life. I was a big fan of political cartoons, and I remember these political cartoonists that I used to read were getting sued by the Erdogan administration, which is not so dissimilar when you think about what Donald Trump is doing right now, and there's definitely a direct analog there. But it was little things like that and life-changing and meaningful ways that always kept me interested in talking about politics and keeping up with the discourse from an early age. And then as far as like how I transitioned from the Young Turks to go out on my own, in 2019, I had a unique moment, let's say, on stream. I had a heated gaming moment where I said America deserved 9/11. And the thing is, when you're a leftist commentator, when you're in politics and the leftist space, like you always get doxxed, swatted, death threats. It's something that has been, a part of the job, unfortunately. But this time it was different because it was on Fox News, and Dan Crenshaw was crying on Laura Ingraham, and all of a sudden, the death threats became way more prominent, and they started yelling at like other random people that worked at the Young Turks as well. Like the key grip was getting doxxed, and I was like, this dude is not, this is my dumbass. Like don't dox the key grip. And I didn't want that kind of unwarranted attention to go towards other people for things that I was saying and doing. So that was my first foray into wanting to go out on my own. And yeah, I went full-time in 2020, and I started live streaming every day. And by the end of 2020, I had become a fairly sizable content creator on the platform, one of the biggest content creators on Twitch. And I'll say, since then, I've also invited a lot more negative attention to myself, but at least it's just me this time. So.
We hear a lot about how these new internet spaces are apolitical. A lot of your kind of colleagues in the Twitch space stay away from politics. I'm wondering what made you, I know it's kind of natural to your interest. Why do you think talking about politics works for you on the platform? Like, what are the ways that you have learned to kind of crack that space if others haven't?
Yeah, at first I wanted people to talk about politics because I thought like there were a lot of progressive people out there. I thought it was like good to show that progressive politics is not shameful, that people shouldn't be afraid of speaking their opinions on these matters. And then Asmongold became the largest political content creator on the platform, and some people know who that is, but he's a right-wing commentator now, the biggest right-wing commentator in North America, actually. And now I'm like, maybe don't talk about politics. It's better if they stay apolitical. But for the most part, I think like the apolitical nature of this space is just a way to shelter your more reactionary tendencies in general. I think people say that they're apolitical, or they say that they're operating off of common sense beliefs, but usually that just simply means you're right-wing and not open about it, at least in my experience.
Yeah, but obviously there's been a bigger discussion kind of since Democrats have not been in that space, and there's been some thought about how do they find themselves more naturally there. But when I'll talk about that later, actually. I want to ask more directly, do you consider the line between like entertainment and activism? Do you think of yourself as a journalist? Like, how do you actually see your role?
Yeah, I don't. I see myself as a political commentator. Like, depending on who I'm talking to, I'll explain it as like Rush Limbaugh without the brain rot, literally and figuratively, because he had brain cancer. And also
saying you don't have brain rot. I'm impressed.
Yeah, and also brain cancer, and also I think holes in his brain from prescription drug overuse. He's dead. He can't. What was he gonna do?
We're focusing on now, though.
So anyway, but like it's basically like AM radio, but for Zoomers. So that's the way I describe it to people. And I do find myself to be more of an entertainer than an activist. even though I do engage in activism, I always stress that, you know, I'm simply an entertainer and I'm trying to urge others to go out and organize as well, because like, I'm just one person and I would be saying these things even if I had 30 people watching me. But when I have 30,000, 40,000 people watching me, that means there are 30,000 to 40,000 people that can go out and organize and then build a movement that way. So yeah, I see myself as a political commentator and not an activist, even though I do engage in that.
One of the things I think that folks have found, obviously your audience, you know, testament to this room, skews younger, skews folks who are highly online. I wonder, and it's, I mean, is that false? But I guess I'm saying, I think it's also capturing an audience that legacy media has missed, right?
Yeah.
What do you think is working in terms of why people are coming to folks like you versus why places like even the New York Times are struggling to reach some of those people?
I mean, I think there is a personality aspect to it for sure. But I think the medium that I'm in is so interactive and people are looking for that. There's a sense of community building that exists online, on Twitch and live streaming in general. And that is not exactly replicable by traditional media outlets. And they're never gonna be able to do that regardless. Like, it'd be really funny if Jake Tapper was trying to, if Jake Tapper had like parasocial stands, that'd be weird.
I think he does.
Doubtful. But I think that's definitely one reason for why I have these audiences. I'm also at a place, like, I speak the language. I'm from a different generation, and I'm also not in the same traditional media orbit, so I wasn't put through the ringer to develop a certain way of speaking and develop an attitude that is like very DC media bubble oriented. And I think that is genuine and people appreciate that.
To the point about the community, I found it really fascinating. Like, it's very obvious, you know, kind of the power that like folks like you hold. I could say I could add up every CNN hit I did of all last year that did not derive enough interest or followers or conversation as doing one of those streams. But I also wonder if that creates a kind of feedback loop. Like, when I'm doing a story, I don't have to really think about audience or immediate kind of reaction. Do you feel kind of a pressure because you're in a kind of continuous relationship with audience? I mean, do you worry about saying some stuff because the chat won't like it?
No. I yell at them all the time. Trust me, there's gonna be dudes on the microphone today that I'm gonna be yelling at, most likely. It's normal. It's a normal part of the process. Like, some people, I think there are certainly people that are audience captured in that regard, but like, for me, I care. I'm way too stubborn and way too brutally honest and maybe a little autistic. So it's just like, I don't care if someone is disagreeing with me. Like, I will take a position that I believe to be true, and obviously I'll arrive at that position by analyzing the facts. And even if it's unpopular, my goal always is to educate people. And that's the thing, like, I wouldn't necessarily say that my perspective that is fairly closer to a more orthodox Marxist perspective is all too common in American media. Most people have never encountered someone who is speaking about these things from the angle that I take. So I already assume that everyone that's listening in, that's tuning in for the first time, is not immediately on board with the way that I see the world. So I have no expectation that people are going to be in agreement with me. It's my job to make a convincing argument and to also instill some sense of class consciousness in people that are tuning in.
You know, I want to stick on this question of kind of like community and how you kind of moderate that community. You mentioned to me when we were talking the other time just about the efforts that you all go through in terms of chat moderation. And I found it really interesting because, you know, those type of spaces has been home for bigotry, slurs, things like that. How much time do you have to spend curating that community and moderating?
I mean, it's an ongoing process. It's always, it's something that I always have to work on, because I have, a lot of other places will safeguard their community. They'll have like a paywall, like membership only access if you want to communicate. Some places will add like, you know, additional checks. For me, I want to have discourse. I want to have back and forth with people. I want to be able to educate people if they have questions on certain things. So I have a 10-minute follower mode, which means if you follow me for 10 minutes on my Twitch, you can say anything you want in the chat. And surely, some people abuse that. You know, they'll come in and they'll try to antagonize or say heinous things. But in that process, like, I use that as an educational moment, and I also use every opportunity like that to basically say, like, these are the well-defined boundaries in this community, like what is permissible and what is not. And that's one way that we moderate the community.
You know, to the point about the kind of audience capture, particularly around young people, so much of the discussion has been around young people's disillusion with the political process. I think you speak directly to that. You know, I wanted to see, like, do you consider yourself trying to overcome that disillusion, or are you just kind of relating to it and kind of wallowing it? Or do you see that kind of education piece as you trying to move people out of their disillusion?
Oh, for sure. I think that disillusionment is a huge problem because everyone has a tendency to fall to the whims of nihilism. And I feel like that's really bad for political progress in general. It's really bad for political mobilization in general. And so one of the things that I try to instill in everyone in my audience is, like, one, self-development for sure, to create some confidence in yourself, achieve short-term victories for yourself so you feel more confident, and have a little bit of control over things that are in your life that you have control over. But overall, I think I try to push everyone towards political activism for that reason, organizing, community organizing, or labor organizing with unions, because it's one way that I think people can immediately impact their material conditions in a way that's meaningful, and that I think inspires them to keep pushing for more and more, and hopefully build a larger network that can resist against certain things that this administration is doing.
You know, you become a voice for Democrats really asking the why they lost question since the election. I just wanted to start by posing that to you as we start talking about change in parties. Why do you think Kamala Harris won?
Oh, where do I begin? I mean, I've talked about this so much at this point, but I mean, Democrats are zealots. Like, they are they're so married to the idea of maintaining institutional control, maintaining the infallibility of institutions, and third-way neoliberalism, where they think that, you know, a little bit of market regulation, maybe with a lot more deregulation down the line, is how we're going to magically improve people's material conditions at a time when we have incredible wealth disparity and 600,000 people sleeping outside every night in the richest country on the planet, and the richest country throughout history. And I feel like people see these inequalities, and while mainstream media and many other resources that people rely on are constantly telling them, no, this is normal. Like, everything that you see is actually normal. Like, I think there is a great sense of discontent and anger, and if left unchanneled, you have right-wing reactionary movements that can take that anger, recognize it, and then move it to an unproductive place that benefits their political purposes, as the Trump administration so correctly did, by taking the anger and animosity that people felt and then saying, you're angry not because your boss is fucking you over. Can I curse here? I don't know. Is that loud? Okay.
It's too late for that.
Yeah. You're angry not because your boss is screwing you over, but you're angry because of trans people. You're angry because undocumented migrants exist on U.S. soil, and they're able to build on that anger. Whereas the Democrats, I think, were so uninterested in recognizing that, where they thought, like, oh, it's a vibe session, like, oh, people are not feeling the pain in their wallets, it's going to go away. And no matter how many think pieces you write on that, like, the average person is not, like, that's not going to change the average person experiencing negative real wage growth for almost 2 years under the Biden administration.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is where there was a lot of overlap in how, in our work and what you were talking about, is because, you know, that kind of 2021, 2022 moment when Democrats were trying to talk people out of their concerns really sticks out in terms of the reasons why they lost. But I guess I'm just want to clarify, am I hearing that you think more Democrats lost, more so than Donald Trump won? Because there's another argument you could say, which is that, you know, he was affirmatively kind of shifting the electorate rather than it was the Democrats' failures essentially.
No, I think there's always a push and pull. And yes, for that reason, I think the Democrats were definitely responsible for their own defeat, for their own demise. And they were responsible not in the campaign cycle. They were responsible early on. I went back and looked at my earlier reporting in like the month of February in 2021, where immigration was becoming a problem. We had that image of Customs and Border Patrol on a horseback, like whipping Haitian migrants at the border in Texas. And I remember even back then saying, like, if they don't actually go along with the mandate that they had, with the mandate that Biden had on his first 100 days of immigration, where he was talking about building pathways for amnesty and all these things, if they don't actually fulfill those promises and they don't counter message against the Republicans on this issue, they're going to keep hammering this button over and over again, and the media is absolutely going to go along with it. And lo and behold, that's precisely what happened. 3 years after that, you had Biden on October 6th coming out and saying that they were unveiling this incredibly draconian, incredibly right-wing, white nativist, anti-immigrant agenda package that they said that a Oklahoma senator wrote, and it was basically Trump's 2020 immigration agenda, repackaged and being sold to the American public as a Democratic bill after 8 years of constantly yelling at Republicans for being racist, for wanting to build a stupid border wall. Now they wanted to fund the border wall. And that is at the heart of the Democratic Party's failure, that they don't actually showcase a vision for a better future, and they shy away from policies that will improve people's material conditions. And obviously part of that is because they're captured by the same corporate interests as the Republicans are. But Republicans and the social issues that they can hammer on, the culture war issues that they can hammer on, are way more appealing than the culture war issues that the Democrats try to engage in a defensive posture over, especially because they're not earnest in that defense either. They're no more earnest on defending trans people than like Target is when they roll out, LGBTQ-friendly baby onesies once a year in the month of, is it July? I don't even know when Pride Month is. June. I'm never defeating the allegation.
Yeah, I'm like.
I say I'm an LGBT foe all the time, and there you go. But it's just, for them, it's hollow. It's not real. It's not a real battle that they want to fight. And they constantly find themselves in this defensive posture, and they allow the Republicans to dominate discourse. They allow Republicans to lead on issues that they can win.
Yeah, but I'm going to push there because isn't there also a public opinion problem here? Like the reason that Biden was moderating on immigration was not just because of Republicans, but because of a legitimate shift among public sentiment that Americans were growing more conservative on the issue. The reason they had, you see the Gavin Newsoms of the world kind of flipping their opinion on trans women in sports is partially because there is numbers that tell you that that's where the country is. Like, sometimes I hear leftists talk as if there's this like unrealized mass of leftists that just hasn't been activated. Is that true, or is that a matter of convincing the public?
It's a matter of convincing the public. It has nothing to do with like how woke everyone is secretly deep down inside and like activating their potential or whatever, and everything to do with the fact that you have to constantly engage in counter messaging, and you have to constantly engage in messaging, and also on top of that you have to have a unified agenda that touches every single person. And that's why class politics is so important. And I think that's the reason why now you see the Democrats actually leaning on the Bernie Sanders style of commentary, where they're trying to do a fake class first politics as well. But even Bernie himself is actually he's 800 years old, no disrespect, but even he finds himself like coming across as a little bit right wing on some of these issues as well. Yeah. But I'm of the belief that I want to talk about two things when it comes to immigration. Number one is there's always two different polls that people never actually react to when talking about immigration. Even at a time when you had the highest approval rating for Trump's mass deportation agenda, right? I mean, this is straight Hitlerian policy. Like mass deportation of 20 million people, that's insane. You're gonna put them in concentration camps? What are we doing? Even at that point, when Americans were consistently asked mass immigration or mass amnesty, they still chose mass amnesty. But no one ever presents that second option as a viable solution to this problem. And that is at the heart of the issue from the way I see it, where if you don't present Americans with the other option, if you don't constantly counter-message, if you don't actually do your very best to showcase the humanity of migrants and how much they contribute to these communities, then of course Republicans are going to constantly counter-message and talk about some of the most heinous, some of the most violent things that have taken place and attribute that to migrants across the board, even though there's no evidence that shows that undocumented immigrants are responsible for a larger share of crime than natural-born U.S. citizens, and only evidence to show the exact opposite, that they're responsible for less crime per capita than natural-born U.S. citizens are. So Democrats never make that argument. And I think it's because they're afraid. I go back and forth. I sometimes think they're controlled opposition, and then other times I realize whenever I talk to a Democrat or a staffer, I'm like, oh, you're just stupid. Like, you just don't know. You just don't believe in yourself, and you're just posturing as a somewhat progressive figure on certain issues in an effort to win votes, but that's it. Like, it's not genuine.
You know, you mentioned the kind of primacy of class politics, which obviously is a theme in your work. I remember when Bernie was making some of these arguments in the 2016 and 2020 race, and also remember when he ran into big problems in places like South Carolina and others where that argument wasn't really landing. How much does the left need to, win over working class folks of color who haven't really come to them in the same type of way? And what is the balance between recognizing class politics and the importance of identity politics and representation to some folks?
Yeah. You and I actually had this conversation on my stream where we were talking about like the Democrat machine and how strong it is. I also had another conversation similar to this with my friend FD Signifier, shouts out, he's a wonderful YouTuber, about how like the black aunties are the backbone of the Democratic Party, right? Like, and they are—
And the world. Basically.
Yeah, yes, exactly, for sure. And what I was interested in understanding is like, I think a lot of people of color understand that it's about survival, and it's about the demon that you know as opposed to the demon that you don't. And in most circumstances, they make this decision knowing full well that like the people that they're voting for are not, I mean, they're maybe marginally less racist than the other side that's like overtly racist, right? And I think that because there's so much strategic voting that takes place in that regard, I think as long as you can make it out of the primary structure, like a figure, no matter how populist they are, no matter how like left-leaning they are, no matter how predisposed with class politics they are, will be able to captivate the attention of like the base of the Democratic Party. Like people that find themselves in a position where they're voting for Joe Biden, whether because they love Joe Biden or because they think that he's a safer bet, are definitely still going to vote for whoever the Democrat is. And I think that's the base of support that we can bring over rather than try to craft a message specifically for that base of support.
Got it. You mentioned the scenes in first Trump administration, specifically I remember the whip and the immigration moment. I think about that time too because there was so much public pushback on some of those things. I remember folks going to the airports when the Muslim ban dropped and things.
Yeah.
Do you still see that same level of engagement? I imagine like you're on the pulse of the resistance maybe. Like why aren't people in the streets?
That's actually a really great question. I think that there's two problems. One is the disillusionment that people feel because I think in the aftermath of the Black Lives Matter protest that took place in 2020, where a lot of people in this room did all of the right things. Like you did it by the book. You went out, you protested in the streets, you yelled at your congresspersons, you tweeted, okay? You did it all. And then when the election came around, you went out and you voted, you held your nose and you voted for Joe Biden, even though he was very visibly deteriorating. And it didn't matter because it was like, it's better than Trump, right? And then nothing came of that. And I feel like that creates a lot of disillusionment amongst young people and just virtually any American that participated in this process that looked at that and went, well, we saw no reforms whatsoever on policing. And as a matter of fact, most of the Democrats were predisposed with like positioning themselves as against these organic movements that were born out of Black Lives Matter. And surely there was people going maybe a little too far in terms of maybe not putting their least radical positions out there. But overall, I think that created a lot of nihilism that we haven't really examined thoroughly. So that's one reason why I don't think a lot of people are even protesting Trump to the same degree as they were last time around. Because last time around, he was also seen as an aberration. Like, this is not us, when this definitely was us. Like, Trump is a perfect beacon of American stupidity. And
it always bothered me when people say, like, this is not, I'm like, what is democracy otherwise?
This is
us.
No, that was definitely us. And it still is us. But I think in terms of the immigration, like, the conversation definitely shifted to the right due to very little interest from the Democrats in terms of counter messaging. And they got completely captive to white nativist sentiment. And if you recall, you and I had another conversation when you brought up your follow-up on the Run Up podcast, where you talked to these people and you were like, what are you worried about right now? And if you told me that immigration was not at the forefront of anyone's mind, pretty much. And I told you then, and it started to happen already, that eventually it will, because people are going to start developing too much resentment towards this administration's unjustifiable immigrant detention policies. And since we had that conversation, he's underwater even on that issue as well. And the reason why that happened is because they made a major mistake with Kilmar Abrego Garcia. They detained and refused to do due process for virtually all of these migrants that they had captured and sent to CICOT into this like slave labor prison structure in El Salvador. And yet, an immigration attorney of the Trump administration accidentally revealed that they had made a mistake. And when that happened, the media seized on that. They started covering it. And then it became a major issue of consequence. I mean, a major issue that people were demanding some sort of restitution for. And the Trump administration, being hard-headed, refused. And it led to Chris Van Hollen actually going down to El Salvador to get proof of life for this person. And in that process, I think a lot more Americans started realizing what was truly happening. Because they're busy. Everyone is busy. They're focusing on their own lives. They've completely checked out of politics. But like, when an issue becomes noteworthy enough that like a lot of outlets are covering it, Americans still do have a collective conscience where they go, okay, that's really messed up, and we shouldn't let that happen. And that momentum is only going to build from this point on, because it's not like the Trump administration is going to back away from doing these unjustifiable detention policies. And it's only going to escalate further, and then you'll start seeing more protests in the streets.
One more question on Democrats before we move on. There's another argument I've heard some folks say, that like it wasn't a matter of message, it was just that they weren't in the right places, right? Like they actually bring those to people. That Democrats have kind of lost culture more than it is a need for policy shift. I know your team, they need to change their policies, but if we're just focusing on kind of where they deliver their message, how do they get back into culture?
They should just go on Call Her Daddy. That was good. I mean, no disrespect to Call Her Daddy, but it's just I don't think you can.
I mean, to that point, I remember that interview as like a moment when Democrats were bringing their same message just to a new place, right? Yeah. That seems like part of the problem.
Yeah, but if the message is shit, it's not going to resonate with people. Like Kamala Harris's brilliant campaign message was like $50,000 in tax breaks for small businesses. Like she kept saying, like, I am a small business. I love small businesses. It's like, that doesn't resonate with people that are having a hard time struggling to pay their bills. You know what I mean?
You really think people vote on policy first?
I think people vote on an earnest communicator that can promise them a better life. And that is not what the Democrats do in general. They never come across as earnest. They come across as entitled, smug, elitist. And also, two, the policies are far too technocratic in their approach. Like, look at Elizabeth Warren versus Bernie Sanders as an example. Elizabeth Warren and she's done fantastic work with like Lina Khan, for example, And on the back end, on the policy side, like CFPB is brilliant, it's fantastic. But Elizabeth Warren as a campaigner, unfortunately, is a freaking nerd. It's just not, that's gonna resonate well with like people on Twitter. That's gonna resonate well with like college educated people, but you're not making an impact with like regular Americans. You're not, if your messaging discipline revolves around this technocratic approach, then it's not gonna work. Sometimes you have to engage in this kind of populist sentiment in the way that Bernie did, which is why I think he saw a lot more success.
I wanted you to talk, you mentioned you being detained in O'Hare yesterday. I wanted you to talk about that story and tell me about that experience, some of the questions I asked you.
Okay, great reception from Chicago. I will say, last time I was here, I got kicked out of DNC. This time,
Listen,
this time I got apprehended.
We're the Pope's country. We're blessed. You can't bring us down right now.
They're gonna arrest the Pope when he steps foot. They're gonna be like, "What'd you say about JD Vance?"
But tell us what happened.
So I knew that this was probably gonna happen. I'd seen a lot of TikToks of people talking about how like they got detained as American citizens at the border, and I was like joking about it, but deep down inside I was like, this is probably gonna happen to me eventually. And this was my first entry into the country with global entry as well. So I have global entry. For those of you who don't know, you go to the Department of Homeland Security and they let you it's like a fast pass, which is crazy. We've Disneyland commodified everything. But yeah, I'm supposed to be like a good traveler, which is why I'm supposed to cut the line, right? And I did that. I went through global entry, took my photo, everyone's getting waved away, and then as soon as I got to the Customs and Border Patrol, the lady was like, "Step aside, sir." I was like, "Oh, here we fucking go." Okay. I did. They took me to the back room into a detention center. I asked around when I was inside, like if people had American passports. Most of the people there did not. They were traveling from outside of the country. They weren't American citizens. I saw one American passport in the detention center for one of the people, and they would basically periodically come out. Agents would come out and be like, "All right, your name, and then you can leave." But I was sent to the back room. An agent came out and took me into the interrogation room, and it was a very creepy fluorescent light bulb environment where like everything was steel, like all the seating arrangements were steel and bolted into the ground. And they started asking me about crazy shit, like, do you like Donald Trump?
They asked you directly, do you like Donald Trump?
Yeah, they were like, "What do you think about Donald Trump?" And I was like, "Why are you asking me this? What does this have to do with anything?" And they just kept asking and prodding and asking me about Hamas and do I think Hamas is a resistance group, or if it's actually a terrorist group? Are they bad guys? What do you think about Israel? What do you think about the war? What do you think about the Houthis?
Now, are you engaging in like a discussion here, or what?
Well, I just kept repeating. Whenever he asked me about Hamas, I was like, they are designated by the State Department as a terrorist group.
But like, I mean, the substance doesn't really matter. I'm just asking about like, what is the pretense of why that is restricting you from getting in?
Yeah, I mean, it's illegal for him to even ask me those questions. Like, they can't deny me entry into my own country for, like, even if I was like, I love Hamas, they can't do that. Like, what do you mean?
How long did
this
it last?
America.
How long did it last?
The whole process took over about 2 hours. And they went back and forth. Like, there was a point where he asked me all these questions, like, including drama, which was crazy. Like, he was like, "Well, it says here you got banned off Twitch." It's like, bro, you're an agent of the federal government. What do you mean I got banned off Twitch? Like, what are you, a Redditor? Like, it was insane. And he's like, "Yeah, care to explain that?" And I was like, "Yeah, I got banned off Twitch for, describing the concept of blowback." And that's the most positive way that I could tell him that I said America deserved 9/11 without him apprehending me. And then he's like, "Well, it says here that you wanted to kill a senator?" And I was like, "No, that's not what I meant. I was talking about like the Republicans being hypocritical."
So how did it end?
Basically, he left, he came back, and then he asked me like the hard-hitting questions. Like, if you say yes to those, you're going to jail. Where he was like, "Have you ever been in contact with someone in Hamas or Hezbollah or Houthis?" It's like, "No." I was like laughing at this point. I was like, "No, I have not been. Do you have their number?" after that, basically at a certain point, I was like, am I being detained? Like, what's going on?
Yeah.
And he was like, no, not at all. I was like, so I can leave if I want to? He was like, oh, well, you know, and then he didn't even ask me for my phone after that, which was, because that was my red line. I wanted to test the boundaries. I didn't like immediately lawyer up or anything, because I wanted to see like what they were going to ask me, because I do have a decent amount of privilege, as opposed to like a random college activist, you know what I mean, who can be bullied in that situation. So I wanted to test like what they would ask and what they would prod about, and it was shocking. Like it was shocking that these were questions that they were asking me, as though like they're going to deny me entry into the country.
That is definitely worth entry. We have 10 minutes before audience questions, so y'all keep that in mind. And I think we're going to start putting some of the mics out. You all can start lining up as you have them. You mentioned some of your previous controversies. I want to ask, oh wow, we're getting mass movement. Well, let's chill out. Let's walk, y'all.
I told you I'm gonna yell.
Let's calm down, friends. Okay, I want to ask directly about some of the controversies you referenced.
Hit me.
And, you know, I would love an earnest response here. I mean, you mentioned some of the back and forth. There was a statement from the Chicago Jewish Alliance I'm going to read to you and would love for you to respond to. Piker has a history of making inflammatory statements, including America deserved 9/11, a remark that trivializes national tragedy, referring to Israelis. Don't laugh. Sorry. I'm serious. Referring to Israel as inbred and a dehumanizing stereotype that echoes historical anti-Semitic stereotypes, dismissing reports of sexual violence in the October 7th Hamas attacks, stating it doesn't matter if rape happened on October 7th, it doesn't change the dynamic for me. Such statements have prompted concern for public officials, and they mentioned some other folks. By inviting Piker to speak, the University of Chicago risks endorsing a narrative that endorses views as harmful and divisive. I'm posing this to you partially because I wanted a direct response, but also I think it's important for folks to hear a real answer to this stuff. We're not going to run from these things. We're going to talk about them directly.
Yeah.
I want you to, what do you, like, just respond.
Okay. Yeah. The fact that like people still use that quote when I say like it doesn't matter what happened on October 7th, that doesn't change the dynamic for me, is like so revealing, because Israel is committing a genocide, and my position on this is clear, that like whatever happened on October 7th, the atrocities that took place on October 7th does not justify genocide, and it's really. Thank you. Well, I mean, this isn't a brave position. I don't think. Like, and that's what's so alarming, that like people will say that all the time. Like people will put that in like the Free Press or Daily Mail or whenever there's like a hit piece written from the smear rags in general, and I'm always confused by that, because I'm like, what are you saying? So you're saying that it does justify genocide? Like it's always come across very confusing to me. And overall, yeah, I am someone who is firmly committed to combating anti-Semitism for my past decade of work. I've been doxxed and swatted by neo-Nazis in perpetuity for this reason. But I also happen to be a committed anti-Zionist, that I believe in the emancipatory cause for Palestinians. And I've never shied away from that position, no matter what.
But something like America deserved 9/11 is obviously at least inflammatory.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Like, do you ever think about the impact of those words? And do you have to, you know, I know it's an informal forum, you're kind of rolling with it live. Like, how do you wrestle with, you know, something that could be offhand, but actually be more meaningful? You know, actually be more hurtful, I should say.
Yeah, I mean, I think that America deserved 9/11 in general was probably one of my most vindicated takes. Maybe I'm delusional about it, but in terms of describing the concept of blowback and explaining like how we got to 9/11, a lot of people were unaware of the machinations behind the scenes from Operation Cyclone, or even before that, even prior to that, in terms of like arming and radicalizing the Mujahideen and using them against, using them in the Afghan Civil War against the USSR, and what that turned into. That is a common thread in American foreign policy, is that people that we give arms to and offer a lot of training and support to inevitably turn on us for understandable reasons. So I don't shy, like, even if I say something that is hyperbolic in that moment, because I get passionate sometimes and I have what people call a heated gaming moment, it's ultimately, my message is clear. And does that get in the way of me reaching a broader audience? Certainly. I understand that, but you know, it happens. It happens sometimes.
So I hear you more have made peace with it than think it's a thing that you're gonna. Because I'm saying like a heated gaming moment for a lot of folks is just a heated gaming moment.
Yeah.
For you, it's a big audience.
Yeah.
So I'm saying, have you
Yeah.
changed the way you think about those things?
For sure. Especially because like I don't really appreciate all the doxing that comes afterwards and the swatting that comes afterwards, but it's definitely something that gets away in the message that I'm trying to present. And so for that reason, I do try to moderate every now and then, or try to regulate my temperature every now and then when I find myself saying something that might easily be misconstrued or is like explosive, right? But overall, mistakes still happen. I'm a human being. I own up to it, you know? And that was one of those moments.
Last question I have, and then we'll go to the audience questions. So much of your life is lived publicly. I find it kind of shocking, like just how much is just, you know, how much just living out there you do, and how folks, you know, really come to understand you, have a relationship with you because of that. I wanted to ask, what's something you don't know? What's a misunderstanding about you? What's something you've kept to yourself? And how have you regulated that?
Ooh, that's interesting. That's not a question that I thought I'd be answering. I mean, everything is online except for, I guess, like personal relationships that I have. I try to keep private to the best of my ability because I don't want to invite, you know, unwelcome attention to other people because, you know, I can deal with it, but not everyone is like equipped or should be equipped to deal with that sort of stuff. In terms of like something about me that people don't know, I don't know. I'm drawing a blank. I would say that I've never had a position where I think people should not have nice things. That's like the number one thing that people always be like, oh, rich socialist, what a hypocrite. But it's like, no, I want everyone to be able to have like enough disposable income so they can buy stupid shit. So that's, I guess, like one of the most common misconceptions. But I think people in this audience probably already knew my position on this because, you know, you guys probably tune in every now and then.
You're pro nice stuff.
Yeah, I think, and stupid shit too. Like, not just nice stuff, like things that make you feel good.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you this question again in a little bit. I want you to give a better answer.
Okay.
We're gonna go to audience questions. So remember, questions have a question mark at the end. They're not statements. And we're gonna try to keep them as brief as possible, but please, let's go.
Hello, my name is Alex Matos. I'm a second year at the college. I am Salvadoran American, so the immigration issue is very close to me. I'm going to shoot you a softball. So the issue I face with like working within the city is a lot of people have felt not very invested in, or other communities that have not been very invested in. So when we look at homeless, you're looking at these programs for immigration, they face a lot of pushback. So what do you say to that kind of person? How do you fight the immigration issue as a Democrat when talking to those kind of people?
Yeah, that's not a softball. It's a tough one. Because unfortunately, you're not wrong. I think a lot of people, like I said, are so busy with whatever is going on in their lives that they sometimes will be very selfish. And they refuse to contend with the reality that migrants, undocumented and documented alike, are all around us, and there are very important parts of our community. And I feel like the best you can do in that regard is to showcase the humanity of the people that you're talking about and try to present that as to the best of your ability over and over again and keep hammering on that point. And this isn't the best time to be able to do that either, because like understandably a lot of undocumented migrants especially are trying to hide to the best of their ability to not invite unwelcome attention and potentially some kind of federal regulation, you know, ICE, Gestapo agents coming and knocking down their door. So it's additionally difficult to do so right now, but I think community organizing and community programs would probably go a long way in that regard. You know, getting together and showcasing the different cultures that make up Chicago what it is. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Cole. I'm a corporate immigrant. So you kind of touched on this a little bit, but your radical stances and very public-facing identity has led to a lot of continuous pushback and outrage, which seems like you're at least reasonably confident beyond that. But I was curious about how do you deal with the emotional turmoil when this affects people close to you, like friends or family? How do you deal with this emotionally, and also what steps do you take to prevent this from happening?
Great question.
Yeah. As far as, I mean, I can't speak to like people close to me, like my former podcast co-host or whatever, if that's what you're asking about, because like they're content creators, so it's different. Like it's a totally different beast. But in terms of disagreements that I have with people in my life, I try to manage that to the best of my ability by talking about other things, especially if it's a relationship worth preserving, especially because I know in the long term, I can convince them on some of these positions as long as I maintain this relationship without severing that tie. Because if you sever that tie, then you're basically losing that battle. That person will probably succumb further and further into reactionary ideology. So, you know, it's good to find mutual interests that don't revolve around politics and try to hammer that on to the best of your ability. And like I always say, be normal, you know? Because in my normal day-to-day existence, I don't talk about, you know, the Ansar Allah militancy in the Red Sea against the Israeli genocide, right? Like that's not a normal conversation that's taking place all the time. Having said that, there are certainly disagreements that I have in groups of friends, for example, with respect to trans issues. Like someone will say an off-color remark, and I'll be like, "Don't do that." You know, come on, you're being whacked. Like there are subtle ways of moderating people in your life to make sure that they understand that that's not something that you find to be appropriate or funny. And also be cool. I think that goes a very long way, I promise. Being normal and being cool goes a very long way to make your politics more palatable to everyone around you.
Thank you, appreciate it.
No problem.
I love like coolness as like a thing that's just be cool, you know?
Well, I mean, I know, maybe it doesn't come natural, but it is important.
Yeah. That's next question.
I'm Hayes, I'm a fourth year in college. So my question, Hasan, is that you've for a long time identified as a Marxist, or you've identified with Marxism in some capacity. Earlier you raised Orthodox Marxism. This was in large part what distinguished you in the Young Turks, but you're also something of a sort of critical left figure within the Democratic Party, something of an opposition figure. And so I want to ask about that, because there's a way in which the question of like capitalist parties for the left is like the most traumatic sort of legacy or inheritance of the 20th century. I remember back in 2018, and Spears kind of jinxed some years on the internet, there was an old meme that went like, Barney Rose killed Rosa Luxemburg. I don't know if anyone knows, but the spirit is that like it was social democrats in Germany which murdered communists in the 1920s, 1910s. But it's like, it sounds insane, but it's not insane because it's not true. It's insane because Marxism is like off the table in some sense. And so it's kind of crystallize, but also the people who are saying that by and large support Bernie, right?
Yeah.
So to crystallize this dilemma, there's some sense in which like the political thrust of Orthodox Marxism is that capitalist politics and capitalist parties are utterly inadequate to achieve socially necessary, possible, desirable goals, but nonetheless, independent socialist politics are impossible and off the table. So my question is, like, how do you understand the relationship between Marxism and Democratic Party politics, Marxism and capitalist politics more broadly?
Yeah, great question. Well, Nancy Pelosi is obviously a communist, as everybody knows. No, I think that in order to build an underlying base of political education necessary for Americans to develop class consciousness, you still need to engage in some semblance of entryism, where you have to work with the tools that are readily available at your disposal. This doesn't mean that you cast aside your political message or your ideology or your movement, but it's simply to use the pre-existing use the pre-existing readily available platforms that are given to you. That's why I'm on Twitch, I'm on Amazon, right? Like it's a wholly corrupt monopoly that abuses people around the planet and even abuses small business owners in their predatory pricing schemes that they've developed. So they're even destroying petty bourgeois people. But having said that, it's still a viable platform to communicate a message, and that is always my goal, is to develop class consciousness and to develop a mechanism of pushback that is still backed by the existing labor force, with the hopes that eventually this could bring about a movement that could resemble a vanguard party, or at least turn the Democratic Party by force into a labor party, into a workers' party.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you for being here and taking my questions. So as I'm sure you know, you have a fairly large audience, probably more reach within younger people in the Democratic Party than politicians like Kamala Harris do. And with that comes a lot of responsibility, especially with statements that might be considered by some to be anti-Semitic or sexist, or reactions like laughing in a circumstance where it's not appropriate. That might signal to college students that it's appropriate to laugh. And so I'm curious what kind of steps you're taking to ensure that as a messenger who's trusted by so many young people, you're not engaging in any sort of discrimination or anti-Semitism, and really engaging in a productive discussion.
Great question. I try to stress the importance fairly regularly of, especially at a time when anti-Semitism has exploded, from Kanye West's latest song all the way down to some of the most prominent conservative pundits openly agitating towards anti-Semitism, using cynically what is going on in Gaza to develop a heinous message that attributes all of those crimes to Jewish people. I find myself virtually every day speaking out against that and decoupling Zionism and Judaism on a regular basis in an effort to educate people that might find themselves on the whims of unexamined anti-Semitic tendencies. In terms of like laughing at certain things or coming across as anti-Semitic, there are a lot of groups and a lot of people that, especially in the online space, that predispose themselves with drama. So they're always going to try to find the most nefarious frame to present me in the worst light possible. But I always say the antidote to all of that is to simply pay attention for an extended period of time to what I'm saying, and you will very quickly realize that you might have gotten duped into believing a certain thing that I believe that I definitely do not. So in terms of nefarious clipping or things that get clipped out of context, there's not really much I can do about that. Unfortunately, it's just the name of the game. And I just try to put my best foot forward to the best of my ability, and hope that people can still maintain charitability and understand where I'm coming from. But yeah, as far as education goes, I think it's a very important part of my commentary to constantly talk about the growing dangers, the canary in the coal mine of anti-Semitism, which is usually a first step towards growing fascist ideology.
Thank you. Great question.
Hi Hasan, my name is Danny. I'm a third year at the college, and I don't know if you're aware, but the university recently received a very hefty free speech fund. And when I told my roommate that you were coming here, she said that you were a product of that free speech fund. And this university has made itself a reputation for handling student movements on the needs of Palestinian struggle in a very particular way. And I was wondering if you ever felt like tokenized by the university as a way for them to be like, oh look, we care, like as a gotcha moment, like for you.
Well, just as a fact point, he's not here from the fund or from other, he's here from the IOP. And because...
Are you tokenizing me instead?
Yeah, and because I asked him to come.
No, he asked.
No, I think that this is actually the opposite of that. We're here to engage in an earnest point of that discussion, and so I would just want to say, factually, that's not how we can. But you might answer that yourself.
No, I mean, I don't know anything about the free speech fund. What are you? Where's my money?
If you're not, we're both asking the same question.
Yeah, no, I love ASTEAD. He's great, and he wanted me to come and speak to you guys, so I was like, yeah, I'll do it. It wasn't like a...
And very earnestly, I think it's just an effort for places like the Institute of Politics to be where students are and to engage in those type of discussions. So I think it's the opposite of tokenization. I think it's earnest.
Thank you.
No problem.
Thanks for speaking with us today. My name is Robbie. I'm a second year at the college. So a few weeks ago, I witnessed a student put down a poster on campus that said, "Come learn about Judaism." Simply that. When I told the individual to stop me, he told me, a Jewish student, that I was sympathizing with Nazis. So my question to you, do you think anti-Semitism on college campuses is a problem, and how should we work to combat it?
Oh, anti-Semitism is absolutely a problem on college campuses. It's a problem everywhere. It's like any other bigotry. If left unexamined, and especially at a time when material conditions worsen, it's going to get significantly worse. In terms of the packaging of Israel's actions with Judaism, I think that this is a common issue that at least Jewish members of my community are always struggling with, where they talk about the unfortunate fears that they feel as far as like people associating them with the actions of Israel. And this is a great example of that, where this person absolutely was doing that, where this person thinks like, oh, you're a Nazi, you love Israel because you're defending a sign that says come learn about Judaism. Like, Judaism has nothing to do with Israel. Judaism has nothing to do with Zionism. And I feel like the more we educate people.
What do we say at the end of Passover? We say next year in Jerusalem.
Okay.
We're trying to actually engage in some question and answer. Can we? You're skipping all the folks who stood in line and are patiently trying to ask their question. No. We don't need to boo y'all. It's okay. It's okay.
Is bro about to rap? Let me ask you something. Let me ask you something.
Wait.
Not that person.
Okay.
Not that person. The student who raised
asking the question. Yeah.
Raised the question about the Judaism sign. Like, do you feel comfortable being associated with that dude?
Israel is a very important part of Judaism. I do not agree with what the Israeli government is doing, but Israel is very important to Judaism as it is home of democracy in the Middle East, and is a safe place for Jews after the Holocaust, and Jewish people need Israel to exist. That is what I believe.
I appreciate that. Now we're going to focus on questions, y'all. So next question.
It's my bad. I asked the question.
No, I get it.
Okay.
Thank you for asking the question too.
Last thing I want to follow up. Hi, my name's Colton. I'm a first year at the college. My favorite part of your ideology has always been your incessant focus on charitability, and I guess it's what you talk about all the time. But for the average American voter that we talked about in this talk, who only votes on emotion, who doesn't have the time to engage in that, they are more susceptible to the conflation that Sam Cedar just talked about in the conversation you had with your former co-host. So when you lead your examples by case studies and evidence and all of these things that those voters whose vote counts just as much as everyone in this room aren't receptive to, how do you adjust your framework to supply evidence that is less academic but still combats that inflation and still showcases that charitability?
Good question.
I think it doesn't have to be rigorous and academic. Like when we're making an argument, it doesn't always have to. You can rely on emotional appeals. Like, you don't have to be a robot. Like, there's no debate moderator that's going to tell you like that's an ad hominem. You're not allowed to do that. Like, you can do whatever you want. It's like a cheat code, really. Like, you can use all the logical fallacies at your disposal if you want to explain something to people. It's very effective. That's what most people online that love debating do. They try to rationalize those sorts of things, but that's pretty much what they're engaging in. And as far as like maintaining endless charitability, my starting position on this is that I understand that this is a a settler colonial nation that was designed by slavers and was built on the fundamentals of erasing the indigenous population. And a lot of social conditioning plays a role in our everyday existence to normalize that sort of thing. And therefore, of course, people are going to have a starting position that is reactionary on a lot of these issues. So as long as you remind yourself of that and take on that emotional labor, you'll be able to overcome this. You'll be able to make a convincing argument. Like I said, if you're normal and cool and try to talk to people and meet them where they're at and recognize some of the common points of struggle and pain that they experience, you can always package that back up to whatever kind of social malady that they are representing and move them away from that.
I'm also from college, fourth year. I remember you guys both mentioned, or there was a topic that was raised about disenfranchisement, feeling like hopeless. You know, we bought into whatever campaign, and then another campaign on the left and the right, both sides or whatever. And then there's also the question, the topic of, do people actually vote on policy? I wanted to ask what extent do you think the populist movements, your Peter Thiel, your David Brooks, you, for example, to what extent do...
I feel like that was an interesting... That is a crazy spectrum.
It is kind of crazy. To what extent do you think it's kind of like a response to a global phenomenon, but then maybe like projecting on something else between those different groups? To what extent do you think, we can avoid some big disaster before, people actually start voting on policy, start thinking about what we can do together, not just blaming somebody else?
Well, I don't think that there is any way to vote on policy right now. That's at the heart of the problem with the Democratic Party, especially, is that they're not crafting a message that revolves around discernible policies that you can point to. Like, you can do that for Bernie. You could say he's for Medicare for all, he's for free college. He said that for 80 years, right? But you can't really pin down the Democrats on issues like that. So then, because they do not have a coherent, policy-focused message like that, no like tangible legislative action that you can associate them with, they are associated with whatever the Republicans present them as. Kamala Harris doesn't care about you because she's too busy trying to do transgender bottom surgeries for Guatemalans, and it's like, all it takes is like one clip from an ACLU seminar that Kamala Harris answered that question on for Americans to go, oh yeah, that is weird. Why does she care only about that? I don't think she cares about anything. If Kamala Harris had policies that you could associate with her that truly address some of the issues that people are experiencing in this country, everyone could just go, oh, shut up, that's nothing. Like, okay, that's one answer that she gave. Why do you care about this? She cares about Medicare for all. Do you not want health care? So that's what I want the Democrats to get to, so that they can actually more successfully be a counterbalance towards growing fascism. But you're right, if they don't do that, then we're cooked, and we're just gonna keep spiraling towards barbarism.
Yeah, I mean, recognizing that some people don't just vote on policy and some vote on vibes, there's one answer to change that. The other answer is to have better vibes, like
that too.
Yeah, like Barack Obama spoke to people who were voting for all of a whole bunch of reasons. No, but I'm saying a successful electoral politician does all of the above, is what I'm saying. So that's the only example I'm doing. Thank you.
Hi, Hasan. Thank you for doing this. My name's Lance. I'm a second year of the college, and growing up in a rural area during this time, I've seen the polarization of young men particularly, and I was wondering how the Democrats could begin to activate some of these young men or bring them to their side, and also when is the Subnautica playthrough going to get finished?
I don't even know what that second part
Subnautica is a game I played, but I got too scared to finish it.
Oh, okay.
It was very scary, in my defense. It's a very scary game. It's underwater horror. It's anyway.
Young men.
Yeah, about young men, I think that there are a lot of people that are genuinely incredibly insecure in the manosphere space that present themselves as this like hyper masculine idea of like what a 14-year-old would think is like a cool person, and the best antidote to that is to focus on hobbies that are productive and you know, improve yourself, improve your body, engage in the act of constantly choosing to better yourself and be a positive figure for people around you. And that's what I try to do, at least. And I think if more people were to do that, young men in particular, would be more responsive to that.
Gotcha. And how can the Democrats
Can we only have a couple more minutes. Can we
Yeah.
just stick with one question? Thank you, though. I appreciate it.
This is the last question.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. My name is Cassidy. I'm a second year at the college. There's a to be a real leftist, you have to read X, Y, Z pieces of literature. You have to know the centers, whatever. But I've also seen a lot of attribution of the growth of the younger right-wing base with the, decades now alt-right pipeline, and its modern incarnations as we spoke on. I was wondering how you think it would be possible to cultivate more spin leftist spaces online when there's such high perception of barriers to entry.
I mean, I don't think I engage in dense literature, and I don't think anyone should really do that, because the entire
incredible sentence at university.
Yeah, well, I mean, like when you're communicating, when you are engaging in the act of propaganda, not as like the way that people understand propaganda, but as just like telling a message. I think it's on you to simplify said message rather than try to point people in the direction of dense literature that's like very hard to tackle. And I try to do that with everything that I engage with, whether it's like me doing crime reacts or reacting to a YouTube video. This is what I believe, so this is my worldview. So I try to bake that understanding of the world into everything that I do, and slowly but surely hope that people develop this different perspective. And I think everyone can do that, but it does require a little bit of reading ahead of time in order to get there, because to be able to describe difficult to broach concepts in simplified terms, you have to develop a very good understanding of said concepts. So it's good to read. Sorry for saying, but when you're engaging normies, you probably shouldn't point to dense academic literature, but instead try to summarize the positions that you know from these places.
Y'all, thank you so much for being here. We had a great time. And make sure you follow some more events at the IOP and stuff. Cool. Are we going this way?
Okay.
Deal.
There wasn't like a lot of issues.
No, I'm not gonna get sworn.
We gotta grab this mic.
Bye, guys.
Thank you.
Can you grab his bag from behind the
Appreciate it. Yeah, all good. Where's it at? There we go.
Thank you so much. You're in my hands now, chat.
Instead, you're still mic'd up. Oh, you took his mic? Oh, this way? Okay. All right. What did chat think about that?
He loved it.
Okay, hell yeah. Oh, this? Yeah. Hold on. There's a magnet.
I think it was super good. I think you did a great fucking job.
Okay, boom. Thank you. Oh, so we just go out to the car now?
Yeah.
I think Astead might have wanted to say something to you real quick, but
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. It's up to you.
Yeah.
Astead out there, we can be in that like that.
I mean, people are probably going to walk up to the back.
Yeah, actually, yeah.
It's got a key.
Okay, wait, let me see. ASTEAD.
It's to the right.
ASTEAD. Is he? Hi. Sure. I can take a photo. No, it's fine. Oh, you're. Oh, okay. It's good?
Yeah.
Okay. No, I know. I can take one photo. It's fine. Here, quick.
Over here.
Do it. Here.
Down here. Yep, sounds good.
Yes. I'll make it.
Hell yeah. Nice to meet you, man.
Thank you so much.
No problem. Nice to meet you guys.
Have a good night, guys. Thanks for coming. Hi there. I'm
Hi.
Amy Heitkamp. I'm
Yeah.
the director
Nice to
of the
meet you.
Institute of Politics.
Also, obviously,
So one of
focusing on
those
those
horrible
politics.
Democrats.
Yeah.
But no, she's been really encouraging of us having these events and such. So
Hell yeah.
make sure
Thanks
y'all
so much
enjoy
for
it.
coming.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for having me. That was good?
Good job.
Are you happy with all that?
I think this is what we need to lively this. We need to go directly at it.
Yeah.
I was hoping if I asked the anti-Semitism, every question would not so be about it. But
Yeah.
you know, it is what it is. Yeah.
I wish I would have talked to that one student more, but I felt like we needed to keep going.
But I'm glad there was at least, some ability to go by that.
And not the one rapper guy. That was awesome.
Yeah, it's crazy.
He tried to bring a big boombox in. We asked him to keep it outside. I don't know what he was gonna play.
So he's gonna play a song, probably.
Yeah. That's awesome. I think I've seen his songs before. All right. Should I go back to the hotel?
I feel like we have time to do
Yeah, we'll go back to the hotel.
it. It is on the way to.
It is. Traffic to O'Hare can be a nightmare.
Let's route it right now. Let's route it.
Just like
Hi.
be careful. Sorry, this is Madison.
I'm Nice to meet you.
Like yours. I'm a really big fan. I work.
Oh, do you want to take a photo? Yeah.
Okay, you just gotta be speedy, but.
Yeah. No, it's
We've got
fine.
a couple minutes. I'm really glad you guys got
I know,
to
I'm.
each other.
I know. I've been working downstairs, and it's been.
That's good.
No problem. Are you routing it? Or-
Just one for me and one for my sister.
Here you go. No problem.
We've been fans of yours since 2018, 2019.
Oh, hell yeah.
So I'm really stoked about this. Keep doing what you're doing.
Oh, I'm gonna keep trying.
I really appreciate it, and you did great on the video.
Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. Nice to meet you.
Who was in tears and said that you were in a safe space in the Zionist family and you helped this political awakening. You promised them.
Yeah. It's nice to hear. It's what? I'm gonna be so wait, I mean
It's gonna be bad. Yeah, so the traffic has been really bad recently. I mean, you went over here?
yeah. Okay. Well, you're gonna. Oh yeah. Okay. Well, I'll end it here then before I get in the car. All right, everybody. That was wonderful. Shouts out ASTEAD. Shouts out the University of Chicago. Yeah, Institute of Politics. That was a fantastic experience. Hope you guys enjoyed that. I'll of course be live tomorrow at my regular same time, same place. You already know. And let me turn this on real quick. Okay. The internet's very bad over here, but yeah, I hope you guys appreciated that and enjoyed it, and it was informative and enlightening. If you guys liked it, maybe I'll do more the college campus stuff, but I'll see you tomorrow.